For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash. These, my friends, are some sweet guitars. These are a few 1990s Jackson Performers I've built up. I love these things because I grew up in the 90s and I knew a few people with them. They're really easy to work on. You can use all kinds of different parts on them these days and really customize them and make them yours. Another thing I love about these guitars is now that they're over 20 years old, they're pretty cheap to pick up used. But that's because they've been through the ringer. Many of these guitars need a new paint job. Sometimes they need a new fret job to make them play good again. And most of them are going to need some new guts, some really nice pickups. With today's options, you can pretty much make any guitar sound any style you want pretty easily. In the last week, I was able to track down 2 of these classic Jacksons. This one here on the left, the black one, and this one in the middle, blue with a flame maple top on it. This one on the right is a personal project of mine that I'll talk about later. So these 2 right here are going to be the first ones I'm going to be building to sell. I plan on having a pretty similar game plan for both of them, but since they're in quite different condition, they're going to have quite a bit of different work done to them. Let's start with the black guitar. First off, it'll be getting some new paint, a color called berry pink. Really cool, bright color. I'm even going to be matching the headstock too. Most Jacksons don't come with a painted headstock, they come with a black headstock. But some of their custom shop models come with a matched headstock, which is going to give this guitar a really cool custom look. Next up will be a brand new set of black chrome EMG pickups, the Rev set. They're going to look amazing and sound even better. Of course, I'm going to have to add another knob back on where the missing volume knob was, as well as replace the toggle switch with a black one. Next up is going to be an Iron Age Guitar Accessories kill switch with a magenta LED light built into it. And last but not least will be a toggle switch to control a boost circuit that'll give you a 20 decibel boost so that you can have extra sustain or gain whenever you need it. You could always use a little extra power. Since I'm going to be taking the neck off to repaint the guitar, that's when I'm going to refret it. The frets on this guitar have been badly worn down from years of playing, and they're very flat and have a lot of dead spots. Flat spots create vibration and buzz on a guitar, which is no good. The frets of a guitar should be rounded, like this illustration shows. But over years of playing on them and having metal strings grinding against them, they flatten out. Sometimes this can be repaired and refiled, but in this case, I believe these things are way worn and should just be replaced. I'll talk more about this blue flame maple top Jackson soon. But this blue one here is my next personal project. I'm going to be converting all the hardware to gold, put a gold Floyd Rose on it, installed this really cool knob from Q Parts, and a kill switch from Iron Age Accessories, gold bezel with a blue LED light. I love gold hardware. My friends even say I have the Midas touch because every guitar I build turns to gold. Maybe it's the Murray touch. The plan with this Jackson here is to put all gold hardware on it. So it used to have black hardware and I've started switching it. And I've been searching for a gold Floyd Rose to throw in here, a real German-made one, and a set of gold EMG pickups. A brand new gold Floyd Rose goes for about $225 online, but I knew if I searched Reverb, eBay, Craigslist, all my usual places for used gear, I'd probably find a deal on one somewhere. After a couple weeks of searching, I found exactly what I was looking for, and it was only about a half an hour from my house. The guy had a whole bunch of other guitar parts for sale too, so I thought maybe I could work a deal here and flip some of that gear for a little extra profit to throw back into this guitar and have it not hit my wallet so hard. So that day I went out to Santa Rosa, California, beautiful area, real close to where I live, and picked up the parts. The seller also had 4 DiMarzio pickups, a set of Telecaster pickups, some bass pickups, a set of gold Grover tuners, of course the original Floyd Rose in gold, and this gold licensed Floyd Rose, which they aren't built with the same craftsmanship of an original Floyd Rose, but they're still very good, And this one looks like it came off a Jackson, which is exactly what I'm into building. He was asking $80 for the Floyd Rose, but then I offered him $200 for everything, and he accepted. So I grabbed all the parts, headed home, and took all the DiMarzio pickups and listed them online. I knew I could sell them for a profit. I know what these things go for. They're great quality pickups. They're just not my taste. I ended up selling those pickups for about $200. So that went back into the bankroll, and I emptied out my pickup drawer, sold a bunch of pickups I don't think I'm going to be using anymore and some old pedals. So I got up to $600. I'm going to use that $600 to buy a couple new guitars, outfit them with some new pickups, clean them up really good, and see if I can flip those things for even more. Buy a couple more guitars and just keep that going. So I took about half of that money and I bought both of these Jacksons here. I got a killer deal on these things. So I took the other half of the money and I ordered some parts for this guitar. So while they're on their way, it's time to take this guitar apart, start stripping it down, get some new paint on it, and get it ready for some new pickups and other parts. The first step is to remove the strings, the remaining 4 strings that are on this guitar. Floyd Rose bridges are interesting because the strings load in backwards. The end of the guitar string has a ball on it. Normally that ball is held in place at the bridge of the guitar, but with the Floyd Rose, they actually load in backwards at the top of the guitar headstock, and then the string itself is pressed down against a block in the bridge by a screw. It's just a different way that they're designed. They're designed to sit in a floating position and can do some very special things like a dive bomb. Or you can even pull them up. That would knock a normal guitar completely out of tune, but Floyd Rose guitars are equipped with a locking nut that literally presses the strings down before the tuners can even affect the string. You could even tighten the string and snap it behind the nut, and the string doesn't break on the opposite side. A Floyd Rose pivots on 2 screws, and in the back of the guitar there are a set of springs that pull the Floyd Rose back, fighting against the tension of the strings on the other side of the guitar. That's what keeps it floating. It's a pretty amazing design. The next step is to remove the tuners from the headstock, and then to remove the neck. This neck had a shim under the locking nut. I'll replace it with some quality brass shims. Going over to the back, I found a stripped screw when removing the back plate, and I'll repair that soon. Here are the springs I mentioned earlier. I also found the switch is bent, but I would replace that anyways. I also found that the bridge that was on this guitar was not intonated. These saddles here should not be in a straight line. They should be more staggered, like the ones on this original Floyd Rose. This is what a properly set up bridge would look like. Not all in a line like the ones on this Floyd Rose that came off the guitar. Those saddles must be set in a very precise position. Each string must be properly offset to make the guitar sound right. So I'll reset it up. That's not a big deal for me. Next, I removed all the hardware from the guitar, including the pickups, and I desoldered them from the potentiometers and the other electronics. I may actually be reselling these. I'm going to look into it and see what they're worth. They have no use to me anymore, so might as well get whatever I can for them, even if it's just 25 bucks. All right, now that the guitar is completely stripped down, all the electronics are out of it, everything is ready to go, it's time to start sanding on it. And that's very basic. Just some 220 grit sandpaper and going at it. Really scuffing up the top of that guitar and getting it ready for some paint. Now that the guitar is all sanded down, I'll be adding a hole right here for the kill switch and another hole over here for the boost switch. This drill bit is called a Forstner drill bit. I'll be using this to drill the hole for the kill switch. It has a diameter of about 5/8 of an inch, and I'll be using it through the drill press. Now we have all the holes drilled, including this boost switch hole, but when we flip over the guitar, we find another problem. The hole is outside the guitar's original control cavity, and I knew this going in, but I wanted the holes to be precisely evenly spaced, so we're going to extend the cavity over using a router. You can see the cavity has a shelf that's approximately 1/8 of an inch deep that goes around the whole perimeter, and that's so that the cover can sit on that and be screwed in. You'll notice I've drawn some lines that follow the original body lines. I started at this point here and extended it around, and then I took this straight edge down here and extended it further. I wanted to keep the original curve from the old cover, so I simply traced it onto the guitar. Now it's time to bust out the router and start chipping out some wood.
The router's a real cool tool because you could set the depth automatically, so that'll allow me to make my shelf first, and then I'll come back and do my deeper routes afterwards. I think we got what we need, and it's time to move forward. The new cavity turned out great. It's got a nice shelf here for the screws to mount, and it's got plenty of space in there for the boost switch. The next step will be to make a new cover for it. I had some clear acrylic laying around that I thought would be perfect for this guitar. Then I'll throw a couple LEDs in with the wiring, and it'll light up the back cavities when you flip the guitar over. Even though it's on the back of the guitar, these are the little details that make a custom guitar really shine. Literally.
So over here I got the cover on. I just drilled all the countersunk holes like I was saying, and it fits beautifully. And I also made this one, which still has the cover on it, the plastic on the outside, but I'm going to leave it like that for a while. Even this one I'm going to put into a plastic bag. So while I'm working on this thing for the next couple weeks, it's not going to get messed up. It's pretty custom. I don't want to have to make it again. But yeah, there you go. There you can see all the countersunk angled holes there. And drilled everything out and came out exactly as I hoped.
Here's the body with all the holes drilled and a fresh coat of primer.
This guitar had a few little dents and chips and things in it, so I put some Bondo on them, sanded them flat, and now this thing is ready for the paint booth.
Now I'm going to head next door and get spraying. Be sure to tune into the next episode to find out how this guitar turned out and to see what my exact plans for the blue flame maple Jackson I showed before are. Rock on, my friends. For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash. Maple top guitars are absolutely gorgeous to me. These are flame maple. This here is quilted maple. Project Pink Jackson has been put on hold temporarily. I'll tell you more about that in just a few minutes. So the next guitar I'll be working on is this mid-90s Jackson Performer with a flame maple top. The beautiful stripes you see are actually characteristics of the wood. This is not the paint creating this effect. Guitar builders apply translucent paints and dyes to the top of these guitars to really showcase the beautiful wood grain. Some of these guitars even have a second color added to the edges called a burst. Some painters, like Ryan Dominguez, head painter at ESP USA, have perfected this technique.
I absolutely love the finish on this guitar. I would love to keep it for myself, but as I approach 50 guitars in my collection, I got to start thinning the herd a little bit, and I can't keep adding them, especially when I already have 4 Jackson Dinkies like this in my collection.
The plan for this guitar is going to be to leave the finish how it is. I'm going to polish it up to give it a little more shine and get rid of some of the small scratches, but that's about it. I like the way it looks, and I'm going to keep it this way. I'm going to swap out the pickups for a set of brushed gold EMG 5766 pickups. These are a more modern sounding pickup than the standard 8185 or 8160 combo a lot of guitarists use. And the brushed gold is going to look insane on this guitar. I'll be drilling a hole here to add the kill switch, a gold one with a blue LED light. And since I'm going to be removing the tone on this guitar, I'm actually going to put in the boost switch right here to give it a 20 decibel boost whenever needed for a little more power. I'll be adding this gold Floyd Rose licensed bridge. I also picked up this really cool gold knob with the blue inlay on top. I'll also be replacing all the screws, the tuners, and the strap buttons with gold. This thing is going to look sick.
All right, now it's time to strip this thing down, pull off all the hardware, rip out the pickups, get the fretboard and the frets in nice working order, and drill another hole for a kill switch. Unlike Project Pink, I'm going to actually remove the tone on this guitar and add a boost switch in that position because I don't want to extend the cavity like I did on that guitar. It's a lot more work and you actually have to refinish since the cavities don't support space for extra holes. But for this guitar, I'm not going to be repainting any of it, so I don't want to be removing any of the factory paint. 95% of the guitarists I know don't really use the tone knob anyway, so I think it's going to be fine, especially since this is a metal guitar. But before ripping that guitar apart, I actually found another potential great guitar project. So tomorrow, I'm going to go check it out. Alright, I'm on my way across town. I just got a lead on an LTD MH1000, which is a badass guitar. They sell for about $800 or $900, and this guy on Craigslist...
I ended up getting this guitar for $375, and I traded him an amp stand that I've never used and I got for free from somebody. Right when I picked this thing up, I knew I had to keep it. I immediately gave it the Mark Murray treatment. I gave it some black chrome EMG 5766 pickups, and I added an Iron Age Accessories kill switch with a white LED. Now this thing's ready to shred. I just fell in love with the way that the neck feels and the heel on it and the action, and the playability of this thing is just incredible. Plus, it's absolutely gorgeous. I was honestly blown away by how good this thing plays. So despite my best effort to not add any more guitars to my personal collection, I guess I have to. I mean, there's always room for just one more. It's a gorgeous guitar loaded with EMG pickups already and black chrome hardware, a quilted maple top, and abalone binding. I mean, this thing, it's called the deluxe model for a reason. Project Pink has been put on hold, and that's because I found a buyer for it. Anytime I'm in the middle of a build for a guitar and I find a buyer for it, I'm more than happy to build it to their specifications. This buyer actually wanted a different paint job, different pickups, and even better, the Halen mod. A while back I had the idea to cut the bottom horn off a Jackson I had sitting around. I did it because I was talking to Thomas McRocklin on the Guitar Guts podcast, and Thomas told me your hand position shouldn't be really changing that much as you fly around the neck. I noticed his guitars are much less invasive than mine. I have pretty huge hands, so I decided to experiment. I hacked the horn off this Jackson, thus forming the Halen. This here is what the Halen guitar currently looks like. I just finished doing a flat black finish on it with green alien blood splatter. I mounted a maple neck onto it, and this thing is just beautiful. I really like the way it's turning out so far. I'm going to wire it up and get it all ready to start playing. But I'm not the only one who loves this thing. The buyer for what was Project Pink loves this thing too, and said, "Give me the Halen." Now that I received the down payment, we can consider Project Pink canceled and Project Halen 2 underway. Let's go chop that thing up. I'll give you the full plan for this guitar soon, but for now, let's just enjoy this. I use a bandsaw for this. I actually kept the old piece I cut off the old guitar and traced it onto this one. Came out perfect, but the ends are sharp, so I sanded the edges and cleaned it all up. I even did additional sanding to the heel for higher fret access. I'll get back to this guitar, but it's time to get into the blue flame maple Jackson. The first steps for stripping a guitar down for a rebuild are to remove the strings, pull out the bridge, pull out the tuners, strip the electronics and pickups, and remove the neck. Now it's time to drill the hole for the kill switch. I always get a little nervous doing this. I always think that maybe the bit's going to go in and grip onto the guitar and rip it out of my hand, spin it around in circles, and tear a huge hole in the top of it. But it never happens. It always comes out perfect with this drill bit and this drill press. But I will admit I do have one or two guitars that I have kill switches for that I still haven't put them in. Another perfect kill switch hole drilled. After wiping down the body, you can see just how perfect that is. Anytime you do any work, grinding, or drilling holes in a guitar, you always want to give it a nice wipe down afterwards. You don't want to have anything left over on it and accidentally add extra scratches to the body. The body is just about ready, so we can install the electronics. After installing the pickups, I'm seeing that the preamp switch needs more space. The guitar body is too thick, so I'll need to countersink the switch from the inside. So I used a Dremel with a depth attachment while simultaneously vacuumed to keep the shavings to a minimum. And if you're wondering, no, I don't have 3 arms. I have a fiance who is more than willing to help me with this. Now it's onto the neck. It's pretty dried out. Remember, this is a 25-year-old guitar, but to be honest, it's in great shape. I like to restore my rosewood fretboards with lemon oil, making sure there is no silicone or water in the solution. I brush it in, let it soak a bit, and then with the soft rag, I use the lemon oil to clean off any dirt or junk on the fretboard. I picked up a set of Japanese Goto tuners a while back for another Jackson project, but I decided to use them on this guitar. Make the headstock really pop, make it look really flashy, and man, it looks awesome. Now onto the wiring. The thing I love about EMGs is the solderless wiring system. They're so fast and easy to install and troubleshoot if you have any problems. In the middle pickup position, I'll be installing a dummy pickup just for looks. It won't actually be hooked up to anything. EMG doesn't actually make a gold single coil pickup, so there's no real good options out there. But I had this single coil cover and I hit it with a Scotch-Brite pad, so it kind of matches the EMGs. The pickups actually match pretty well when you see it in person, but it didn't quite pick up the same in the video. Now, the Blue Flame Jackson has been all wired up with the EMG 5766 set. We got the LED kill switch hooked up and the preamp is there too. I got the licensed Floyd Rose mounted and now it's time to string it up. But there's a problem.
This licensed Floyd Rose that I got in part of a bundle deal was missing its string blocks. At the time, I thought it was no big deal. I could get some replacement ones, but man, was I wrong.
Sometimes there can be problems with licensed Floyd Roses. A real original Floyd Rose can cost over $200, so to keep the costs low, guitar builders can license the design and build their own. The problem with that is they're hit or miss. They might be good, but more than likely they aren't quite up to the level of a real Floyd Rose, which are extremely stable, consistent, and rebuildable. I have a bunch of other Floyd Roses around, licensed from LTD and Jackson, cheap Chinese-made knockoffs, and even some real German-made ones. None of the blocks from any of them fit in this model. They were too big. Another weird thing about this bridge is the lack of Allen heads on the screws like a normal Floyd Rose. There's no way I'm going to be able to use this thing.
So here's the dilemma. I could either go out and buy a Floyd Rose Special for about $80, or I could use this original Floyd Rose that I have on hand that I got in the same bundle deal. And I kind of already had plans for this Floyd Rose, and I wanted to keep the price of this Blue Flame Maple Jackson as low as possible. But I think I'm going to do it anyway. I'd rather build a better guitar that costs a little more, and it feels a little weird to order parts that aren't as good as what I have on hand. Plus, what would I rather play? The original Floyd Rose, of course.
The Blue Flame Maple Jackson is just about done. And the Haxon 2 is ready for paint. Be sure to tune into the next episode to see my full plans for the Haxon 2, and to see what other new projects come in my way. I'm Mark Murray, and I thank you for watching Trash to Thrash. Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell to be automatically notified next Thursday for episode 3. For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash. The first time was for fun. The second? Well, the second was for fun too. But it's also for a customer. This is the Haxon. It's a guitar that I chopped the bottom horn off to make it easier to play really high up with my big hands. And it actually worked. I recently gave it a new paint job, new pickups, a new kill switch, and a new neck. A complete makeover. And I must say, I'm blown away by the way this guitar looks. I love it. I've never been a huge fan of flat black, but there's something about the alien blood on this thing that just makes it look insane. I recently showed it to somebody I'm building a guitar for right now, for inspiration, and he fell in love with it and said, I want a Haxon too. So it happened. We made another Haxon, but this one's going to be quite a bit different. After doing some modifications, a lot of modifications, it's ready for paint. The first color that's going on this guitar will be a nice bright orange. This guitar was about 22 years old, and it was pretty beat up, so I gave it a good sanding, sprayed it with some primer, and then sanded it again to get a real level. Old guitars are a lot like old cars. As long as they haven't been abused too badly, you should be able to restore them and give them new life. After about 5 solid coats of paint, this thing is starting to look pretty good.
All right, we're here in the paint booth. We got the Halen 2 right here, ready for some more paint. I already laid down the base coats here. The inside color here is a red and the outside's an orange. It's got a slight burst. It's the same colors I used on my Tiger Rhoads. The customer said these are his favorite colors, so that's what we're doing on this thing.
Now I'm adding the red over the center section to give it the burst effect. Most factory paint jobs use a spray gun with an air compressor hooked up to it and can use transparent paints that layer over each other to give it a natural burst. But with spray paint, they come out in a solid color, so you can't really blend it the same way, and you have to use a feathering technique like here and go back and forth with both colors. Here's a little bit more orange on there. Now they look really well blended together, but I still have one huge surprise coming later.
I also told them my vision for this guitar was to paint the pickups with it to make them match. So instead of the 5766 black chrome set that was going to go in Project Pink, Halen 2 is going to get the EMG 8185 set I have here. These look like they're going to hold paint a lot easier and they're going to look just as good. Why use a premium finished pickup when you're going to paint over it? After that, you're going to see the surprise with this guitar. There's a finish that's going on the end of this that is going to knock your socks off. I've told a couple people about it and it's blown everybody's mind. So the next step is going to be to sand the pickups and the pickup ring and then get them prepped for paint. Then we're going to throw down some red paint on them today.
These are actually the pickups that came out of my black MH1000 that I bought earlier. One of the things I love about guitars is when you take parts off one of them, they always go back on something else. I painted the pickups and the rings red because they sit right in the center of the guitar within the red area where the burst is. They turned out awesome. Now it's onto the headstock, which also will be painted to match the body. Orange and red burst. I'll also be replacing the Jackson logo with the black Jackson Custom Shop logo. This guitar is going to have black tuners on the headstock too, so all the black is going to really pop there.
Alright, now you can see I'm starting to layer this thing with paint. The first coats I did on it were orange because I wanted the back and the sides of it to match the main color of the body, but I still want to have the red burst in the center of it.
Alright, so what am I doing here? I'm spraying some spray paint into a cup to splatter it on. Just like my Alien Blood Halen, this one's getting some splatter too, but it's getting black. And here we have the reveal. Orange to red center burst. Painted pickups and rings with black splatter over a Haxonified Jackson. I have never seen anything like this. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, the blue Flame Maple Jackson is all finished up and ready for sale. This thing turned out amazing. It looks awesome, it plays great, and it sounds phenomenal. The EMG 5766 pickup sounds so good, and the Iron Age kill switch is a great visual touch, as well as a real fun accessory to play with too. It's loaded with a gold Floyd Rose original and Goto tuners. I mean, this thing is top of the line, and it's ready to go. I know it's going to make somebody really happy. I just recently listed and sold this Sunburst Flame Maple Jackson. This is a guitar that I've had for a long time, with an original Floyd Rose, Seymour Duncan pickups, special switching, and a scalloped neck. I also listed and sold this LTD KH202 with EMG 81 and 60 pickups. It also has Kirk Hammett's signature vintage look with the Caution Hot and Kirk's guitar stickers. I recently also sold this Ibanez RG120. I had bought this guitar a few years back for $80 on Craigslist. I upgraded the bridge pickup to a DiMarzio Crunch Lab and added an Iron Age LED kill switch. I also just recently sold this Tom DeLonge signature Fender Stratocaster.
The guitars are really starting to fly off the shelf over here. I told you guys I've got somewhere near 50 guitars, and I'm trying to get down to a more manageable collection somewhere around 20, so I've still got quite a ways to go, but I'm starting to make a dent at it. Now, let's get back to the Blood Shadow Jackson. Part of me wasn't sure if I went overboard with the splatter on this one. There's a lot that goes into it, and you don't really have a lot of control over it. There's a lot of variables that go into it. The type of container you put your paint in, the temperature of the paint, the actual paint itself are all factors in determining what the splatter is going to look like.
Well, after mounting the components, which are all black, I can say that I love it. The black Floyd Rose bridge offsets the splatter perfectly. The kill switch and the knobs help balance it all out too. There's even a resemblance of a famous mouse there, which was completely unintentional.
To me, making a beautiful custom art piece comes down to details like this. A custom painted, matched battery. It'll be on the inside of the guitar, but since I'm making clear covers for the cavities, it will be on display on the back of the guitar. And some people will say, well, what happens when the battery dies? Well, I can always make a few more for the customer, and usually I do. I'll send a couple extra with them.
I leave my mark on each custom guitar I build. The Guitar Guts GG Skull logo. One thing that makes this guitar awesome is the matched headstock, but it still needs a few finishing touches. A Jackson logo. You can buy replacement logos on water slide material, or if you have the right equipment and computer skills, you can make your own. To seal it, it needs a clear coat over it. In this case, a satin clear, since the body was sprayed with a satin finish. After the satin clear, it's time to put the final touch on it. Black splatter, so it really matches the body. Like I said earlier, the splatter can be pretty random. The force you use to fling the paint and the distance you are from the target affect how it'll look. And you need to consider the direction you're throwing it, so it matches the body. If you're wondering why I did the splatter after the clear, it's because the clear is satin, but I want the splatter to be gloss, so the splatter needs to be on top of the satin clear. And the number one thing you don't want is to go overboard. You could always add more, but you can't remove it once it's there. It looks awesome. Now it's time to start reassembling it, installing the tuners, stringing it up, and setting up the Floyd Rose. This is an intimidating task for many, setting up a Floyd Rose. The buyer wants heavy gauge strings so he can play the guitar in a lower tuning. The Floyd is pulled up now. So to fix that, we turn to the springs in the back. If the strings are thicker, they pull harder, so we need to match them by making our springs pull harder and pull the Floyd back down. It's ready now. This thing turned out awesome. Even the back is radical. I painted the back of the headstock to match. A close-up of the cavity with the clear covers reveals the battery and LEDs. The pickups and the preamp booster in this guitar are powered by a 9-volt battery. Not all electric guitars have a battery, but this guitar has active pickups, which need a battery. To save battery life, I installed this switch to turn them on and off. I also wired it to disconnect the battery completely when the guitar is unplugged. The battery actually will last a really long time because of this, somewhere around 1,000 hours or so. This thing is a beast. Powered by EMG pickups, it's gonna sound awesome. Now it's time to plug it in and test it out. Okay, this thing is just too awesome. Sometimes it's really hard to let these things go, but also it's really nice to send them off to people and watch them enjoy them too. So, I hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Come back next week for another action-packed episode. Next week's episode is all about Eddie Van Halen. It's a tribute to the greatest of all time. So tune back in next Thursday, and make sure to hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, share this episode with your friends, and hit that notification bell so you're notified every time a brand new episode drops. Thanks for watching, guys. See you next week.
Eddie Van Halen. To me, he's the GOAT of electric guitar. Not only with his playing, but with his innovations too. He changed guitar in so many ways forever. Today, I'm refinishing two Wolfgangs, and one of them's a finish I've never seen on a Wolfgang body. Be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and definitely hit that bell to turn on post notifications. This is Trash to Thrash.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Trash to Thrash. I'm your host, Mark Murray, and today we're paying our respects to the king once again. EVH is the reason I started playing and modifying guitars back in the mid-90s, and I used to throw Van Halen VHS and cassette tapes on when I'd be playing Legos or drawing cars with my friends back in 4th grade. I grew up with bands like Van Halen, Aerosmith, Pink Floyd, and Journey, always playing in the background since I was a baby. Since as far back as I can remember, I would wake up in the mornings and my parents would already have the radio on, playing their favorite music. We always had music on, and Van Halen was one of our top played bands. Today, I'll be making two Wolfgangs I've never seen anyone else do. One is a rare stripe model used on only one tour that I've seen, and for the second, well, we're making the Rude Wolf. In 1981, Van Halen set out on the Fair Warning Tour. From May to October, they toured North America promoting their newest album. This album had a mix of tunings on it. Standard, E-flat, drop C sharp, and even 2 full steps down, so Ed had to bring out an arsenal of guitars on tour for quick swaps between the songs. Shout out to VanHalenGear.com for this information. They're an excellent resource for a timeline of Eddie's gear. Ed had 2 drop C sharp guitars, the Unchained or the Circles guitar, and the Rude. Both of them were 2-inch thick mahogany bodies equipped with Floyd Rose bridges. 2 inches is thick for a guitar, and mahogany isn't normally used on Strats, but these guitars were made to compensate for the weaker tone that Floyd Roses contribute to, since they don't have the sustain, or really the tone of a Tune-o-matic or a Strat style tremolo. So today that's one of the Wolfgangs we're making, a Rude Wolfgang. The other one will be a variation of the 1978 Frankenstrat, the black and white striped eruption model. But it is a little bit different than the original. In 2013, Van Halen toured Japan and King Edward used this obscure Wolfgang I've never seen him use anywhere else. When I started working on this guitar, I couldn't find any pictures of it online, just a fan shot YouTube video of it. But a few months back, it was on display somewhere, and now pictures are starting to come out of it. I'm not aware of anyone else who's done one of these Wolfgangs, so this might be the first recreation of that guitar. Now, let's get started on these guitars.
The process for these two guitars was pretty similar, but there were some key differences between the two rebuilds, so we're going to go along and rebuild both of them side by side, because this is how they were basically built in the shop. This is Jim's USA-made Wolfgang. You'll notice some key features that these come with, like the built-in kill switch, the D-tuna, the eye-bolt locks, and they have nice bindings on the edge. This is one of the very top Wolfgangs that EVH Gear sells. Jim bought this guitar brand new and had it shipped directly to me, so you can see the guitar is unplayed. It does look really cool in this satin black, but it's going to look way better once we get it edified. This is a Wolfgang standard that I found on Reverb. I always like to have a couple Wolfgangs around just in case somebody wants to buy a custom striped one or something even cooler like this project. I'd been talking to Tom for over a year about doing a guitar for him, and finally we decided to do the EVH Rude on a Wolfgang. So as beautiful as a guitar like this is, it's a really common finish, but I've never seen a Rude Wolfgang. Maybe one exists out there somewhere, but I've never seen it. As I always do, I handed these Wolfgangs off to my shop assistant Ryan. He disassembled them, bagged up the parts, and then sanded them down. Now with the Rude Wolf, what we're going to be doing is adding a kill switch in the exact same location that it's on the USA Wolfgang. This is another part of the job that Ryan really has down at this point. He started by masking off the guitar, and then marking the spot for the hole. The kill switch cavity is going to be routed from the backside of the guitar, but the hole is going to go straight through to the front for the kill switch to poke through. Here he's marking where the internal cavity is going to be in relevance to the hole we're drilling. This is really just to make sure that the hole is not going to be interfering with the edge of the guitar. This second ring he's making is going to be where the cavity cover is going to sit, so there's going to be a more shallow lip routed onto the back of the guitar as well. And that looks like it's nice and far from the edge. You can see he's got another Wolfgang laid out right next to it that we've already done this to. Now it's over to the drill press to drill the initial hole that's going to hold the kill switch. We'll drill this hole straight through the guitar, so then we're going to use that dimension on the backside of the guitar to make the same markings with those concentric circles, so we know exactly how to route this guitar out. Adding the kill switch hole here on the Wolfgangs is something we've done a few times now, so Ryan actually made a pretty nice routing jig for it. It has 2 holes in it. The smaller one is the deep cavity that's going to go all the way down for the electronics to mount in, and the larger hole is going to be the shallow shelf so that we can put a cover over this cavity. This little Bosch router is a monster. It's a Bosch Colt, which is a 1 horsepower router. 1 horsepower is a lot to have in your hands. Mounted in the router is a ball bearing bit. This type of bit has a ball bearing on it that's made to ride on the inside of a template like we did. Using the template and the ball bearing bit, we now have a repeatable and consistent way to make these kill switch cavities. To make the proper space in this cavity, you actually have to do this in multiple passes, and you have to route down pretty far down into the guitar, leaving only about 3/8 of an inch of the top of the guitar remaining. Now we need a way to connect the kill switch over to the electronic cavity, so we're going to drill a hole here using a long bit connecting the 2 cavities. While Ryan's routing out that guitar and getting it prepped for the paint booth, I'm working on the USA Wolfgang and getting the cavities covered, the neck pocket covered, and getting that one ready for the spray booth. The USA Wolfgang is up first. It's getting a base coat of black. For this guitar, I did 3 coats of gloss black separated by about 8 minutes apiece. I actually sprayed quite a few Wolfgangs this day, I think 5 or 6. A few Stealths, the Rude, another Circles, and of course the USA one I just showed you. And since it was such a nice day outside, I painted a couple of the guitars over in my outdoor covered work area. Now those guitars need to dry for at least a week before I put any tape on them and get the next paint going, because the tape will leave an impression if you don't. But in the meantime, I still have my hands full, creating some stencils to use for this Rude guitar. I started by getting a bunch of pictures of Eddie's Rude guitar, and then copying it into Photoshop. Then I traced the entire guitar stripe by stripe so I can make a stencil. But obviously this guitar originally was a Strat and we're putting it on a Wolfgang body, so like the Circles guitar we did a year or so ago, the pattern didn't match the same way on the Wolfgang body as it did on the Strat. It's a tricky thing trying to move lines around because it sounds simple enough, but once you start moving one line here, another line here, other things start not looking right on the guitar, so you have to be real careful about how you move things around. After a few hours, it looks like I have the stripes fitted to the Wolfgang body and looking good. Here you can see the Strat being toggled on and off over the Wolfgang body, and the stripes of the Rude on the Wolfgang match up pretty good with the stripes of the Strat. So that's the design we're going with. I sent it over to the Cricut unit. I got the 24 by 12 inch mat on there, and I'm going to have to cut it in a couple sections because the lines are a little too wide for the Cricut to do in one pass. After removing all the excess material from the pattern, I laid the first section on, and it looks like it's going to fit great. But this is going to be super tricky to try to apply onto the guitar and not get any bubbles and keep the pattern perfectly straight how we want it to sit. So I started at the top left corner, peeled back the material from the backing sheet, and started applying it. Since the pattern was wider than 12 inches, here's the second section of the pattern, but I do need to make sure that it lines up perfectly with the first section. Now the whole pattern's on there and it's looking great, but we do need some additional tape just to kind of seal in the sides, make sure all the pieces stick down, and add some patterns to the back. The Cricut stencil material locks in the edges really well when I go to add the second paint color over it. It peels up and the lines are always real crisp. But the one drawback is the corners of the guitar, for some reason it likes to lift off the edges, so I made sure to tape down the edges real well. Now this thing is ready for the spray booth once again for some white paint this time. I set that guitar aside for a few minutes and now it's time to work on the USA Wolfgang again. I pulled up a bunch of reference photos that I pulled from the YouTube video here on my iPad. This stripe job is going to be a lot simpler than the Rude guitar I just did. For this one, it's almost all straight lines, 3/4 inch tape, and 1/8 inch tape. This pattern's really similar to the first stage of doing a Frankenstrat, the 78 Eruption style black and white stripe guitar like he used on Van Halen 2. I've done quite a number of stripe jobs similar to this, so this one didn't take too long. When this guitar first came in, I didn't really realize what model it was. EVH Gear makes 3 different model Wolfgangs. There's the Standard, which is the most affordable Wolfgang, and they run about $700. Then there's the Special, which feature the arch top and the D-tuna. Those are just above $1,000.
I've never actually redone a Wolfgang special, so all the Wolfgangs you've seen on this show so far have been Wolfgang standards. But above the special is the USA model, which is in the $5,000 range. The owner of this guitar bought it brand new and had it shipped directly to me, so I was really surprised when it arrived and I realized what I had in my hands. This episode of Trash to Thrash is sponsored by Tessie Switch. They're the maker of the Nelly kill switch, which is what I'm using on the Rhoads guitar in this episode. Notice that it matches the kill switch that comes in the USA model? Well, if you want that authentic look, go pick one up from Tessie. They have all kinds of guitar parts and accessories, including custom knobs, switches, and even titanium Floyd upgrades. For me, if you're modding your Wolfgang with the kill switch, you gotta do the Nelly kill switch, because that's what Eddie uses. He's the king. But what's even cooler about the Nelly kill switch is they make it in all different colors. So if you have like a Bumblebee or a custom color striped guitar, you can get one to match your paint job. A couple of my other favorite products from Tessie are the arcade button kill switches and the colored Wolfgang knobs. Be sure to use the discount code in the description below to get 15% off at checkout.
Now the USA Wolfgang's in the spray booth and it's getting its second round of color, white. I did 3 medium to heavier coats of gloss white to cover up that black real well. When you have tape and you're adding a second color like this, you really don't want to go too thick with the color, because then when you go to peel the tape off, it's going to be a huge discrepancy in height between the two colors, and it's going to make it harder to peel that tape off clean. Sometimes the paint will end up chipping if it's on there too thick. And now it's time to give the Rhoads some white paint. I did the same exact procedure on this one, 3 medium to heavier coats of gloss white. Some of you may be wondering why it's called the Rhoads guitar.
They call this the Rhoads guitar because the neck pocket of the guitar had EVH Rhoads painted in it. People speculate that Eddie's childhood friend and then guitar tech Rudy Lyron painted or designed the guitar for him, but it's unconfirmed. Like most of Eddie's guitars, the Rhoads went through a few different stages. It originally appeared with the Boogie Body's maple neck that, after the Fair Warning tour, was used on the Frankenstrat. Apparently at that time, the Rhoads got Eddie's Dan Electro neck that he loves so much. And later, the Frankenstrat got the Dan Electro neck, so the guitar's still in existence and it pops up from time to time. Most recently, it was seen in Wolf Van Halen's music video for Won't Back Down, which was shot in Ed's studio.
Alright, now it's been about 24 hours and it's time to unwrap the guitar. I don't like to leave the tape on for too long because the paint will start to get brittle, and like I said before, it could end up chipping off. So I like to take it off when the paint's obviously dry, but about a day later after I paint it. After unwrapping the guitars, I let them sit for about a week before the clear coat went on. Since both of these Wolfgangs have 2 different layers of paint, the black and then the white, which is about 3 coats higher than the black, they're going to need a lot of clear coat. Each one's going to take at least 2 full cans of Spray Max High Gloss 2K in a can. But you really don't want to apply that much clear at one time. So what I like to do is spray about 6 to 7 coats per session of clear, which comes out to be about 1 can of paint. I do a real light coat for my first coat, and I get steadily thicker as I go on. Depending on the temperature, it's 7 to 9 minutes between coats, or until it starts to get sticky. You can touch the inside of the cavity of the pickup and tell exactly how wet the finish is. So it takes about 40 minutes to an hour to spray 6 to 7 coats of clear. I don't sand in between any of the coats, but after the first can, I will let the guitar sit for at least 7 days, or even longer. If you're newer to painting, you might even want to go 3 full sessions of clear, because as you sand the guitar, you're going to sand off the majority of this clear coat, and if you're new to this, you might burn right through that clear coat. When you're sanding and you don't have a ton of experience, it's actually pretty easy to do. After doing the first session of clear, I'll let the guitar sit for at least a week, and then I'll come back and level sand it with 600 grit sandpaper. This is going to help smooth out all the lines between the 2 colors, but I don't have to get it perfectly level yet, because we're going to add a lot more clear on. The second session, I'll do it just like the first session. 6 to 7 coats, a light first coat getting progressively thicker on each coat, and it takes about an hour to do again. I did this exact same process for both guitars. After the second session of clear, you can see these guitars are starting to look super smooth. It was a pretty similar process for the 2 headstocks, although one of them's getting painted solid black and one of them's getting some stripes. This is the USA Wolfgang, and Eddie Van Halen's tour model actually had a black headstock with an EVH logo on it. So I started by painting it black. The Rhoads Wolf is going to be painted black and white, similar to the body. So it's going to get a first coat of black. Then a week later, I striped it up. And I'll go ahead and put the logo here that I made using my Cricut machine. For both of these headstocks, I gave them a nice light sanding with some 600 grit sandpaper first, so then when I go to paint them, the paint's going to stick really nicely. There's not many pictures or video of this guitar online that you can really get a good detailed look at the headstock. I thought it might have been a gold logo, Jim thought it might have been a white logo, so to match the body, we went with the white logo. After putting the logos on, it was back into the spray booth with both necks, and I sprayed the headstocks clear. For the clear on the headstocks, I did the same thing as I did on the bodies. 6 to 7 coats per session, and I did 2 sessions, about a week apart, sanding with 600 grit in between the 2 sessions. After shooting all that clear, I like to let the guitar sit for at least 10 to 12 days, and then I start sanding on them. Of course, as I always do, I level sanded it starting with 600 grit sandpaper, then I moved to 800 grit, 1200 grit, and on these ones, I only went to 1500 grit after that. Normally, I would finish off with 2000 grit, and then I'd start my buffing. This week, I added a huge new tool to the Guitar Guts shop. I've had my eye on the StewMac buffing machine for years, and I finally got one. I have a video up on my second channel, Guitar Guts 2, that went up this week showing the unboxing of the buffer, and I talk a bit about it. This is going to knock hours in sanding and buffing time off each guitar build moving forward, plus it's going to give me better looking finishes. Go subscribe to my second channel, Guitar Guts 2. I'll even have a new vlog up this next week, a part 2 to this week's buffer unboxing, showing a typical Saturday here in the Guitar Guts shop, and it'll show Ryan building the stand for the buffer. It's a fun video where we check in with him throughout the day and see his progress. Link to the second channel is in the description for this video. I'm super excited to start using this on every build moving forward, and these 2 Wolfgangs this week were the first 2 guitars that I got to use this thing on. I fired up the buffer and buffed out these 2 Wolfgangs. I couldn't be happier with this thing. It is way more efficient. I only had to sand to about 1500 instead of 2000 grit sandpaper, and it was a lot faster. Normally buffing out a guitar could take a few hours. This took less than an hour. It's also a way cleaner job. Using liquid compound was shooting compound all over my shop, and I had to put up cardboard barriers to keep it in line. It's a dry clay compound, so you just put it right on the wheel, and it stays there. It doesn't go flinging around all over the room. The only negative thing I can say about this product is it didn't come with any real instructions, and it didn't have any books or anything you could buy to learn how to operate this machinery properly. It's a super powerful machine, and in the wrong hands, you could burn right through the edges of your clear coat down to the bare wood. On StewMac's website, they do have a very short 5-minute or so long video explaining what this machine does and gives you a couple little tips, which did help out quite a bit. But when I searched the rest of YouTube, there's not a lot of people who make content for buffing guitars on this exact type of machinery. I'll talk a lot more about this machine throughout the rest of Season 4 of Trash to Thrash. I've still got some things to learn when it comes to using this machine, but as I learn, I will share the knowledge with you guys here on the show. Hopefully anybody who's on the fence about buying one of these things, I can help you make up your mind. Now I feel like I show you the assembly process on almost all the guitars here on the show, and there's not really much more to show about it. Other than the Rhoads kill switch, these 2 Wolfgangs are basically getting all their stock components put right back in them. This is how the Tessie kill switch comes that we're going to be putting in the Rhoads Wolfgang. It's the Nelly kill switch 16mm and it lights up with a red LED, unlike the EVH Wolfgang. Comes with a couple of picks, really nice presentation here, and I love the way that thing clicks. It also comes with a 9-volt battery clip, a small rocker switch, and a resistor so you don't fry the LED hooking it up to a 9-volt battery. Oh yeah, very important, it comes with a set of instructions as well so you know how to hook it up. I'll also be using this round Tessie cavity cover to cover the cavity that we made for the kill switch. So I say let's skip the assembly and the setup process and jump right to the reveal. Are you guys ready to hear these things shred and see how they turned out? I'd love it for you guys to hit that like button and leave a comment down below right now. What do you think of these beasts?
what'd you guys think of these Wolfgangs? Which one do you like better? Or which EVH classic paint job would you want on your custom Wolfgang? If you want to see some other EVH influenced guitars I've done, I'll put a playlist down in the description showing all the EVH inspired episodes of Trash to Thrash. And there's quite a few of them now. I also have more that weren't featured on the show, so if you want to see those, they're featured on the Guitar Guts Gallery. The Guitar Guts Gallery is a page on my website that shows most of the guitars I've rebuilt in the last 2 years or so. I'm pretty sure there's like over 50 guitars on there, so if you scroll through it, I'm sure you're going to find something that can inspire you. While you're at the website, you could buy a Guitar Guts limited edition pick, a Guitar Guts signature kill switch, or even the Guitar Guts Kill Boost pedal, which is a pedal I designed and had brought to life by my friend Matt at Goliath Effects. Next week on the show, I'll be showing you two 1990s made in Korea LTDs. One will be a Patreon giveaway, and one of them is going to be for sale right at the end of next week's episode. If you want a shot at winning the giveaway guitar, go join my Patreon CEO tier. The guitar will be raffled off June 15th, which is about 2 weeks from now. Last week's guitar sale video was successful. All the guitars were sold, but I have 4 more killer axes I'll be selling in the next month or so keep an eye out for announcements related to that. If you notice products I'm using in this video that you want to try out, check the links at the very bottom of the description. They're Amazon affiliate links. When you buy things using those links, Amazon rewards me for bringing you to them, so it costs you nothing extra, but it benefits Guitar Guts and Trash to Thrash, so it's a win-win. Please share the show with your friends and hit that like button. It helps out a ton. If you want to send your guitar into the show and have it featured as a rebuild, send me an email, mark@guitarguts.com, which is also listed in the description, and tell me about the guitar. Tell me what you'd want done to it, send me some pictures of it, and I'll write you back with an estimate, and I could even help you brainstorm to come up with some ideas to make the guitar of your dreams. I want to give a special thanks to Tessie for sponsoring this episode. If you want to grab a kill switch like one of the ones used in today's guitars, click the link below, and be sure to use my discount code at checkout for 15% off. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Rock on, my friends.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash. Eddie Van Halen's recent passing inspired so many people to seek out Eddie Van Halen style guitars. I've been requested more than ever to build them for people. It's a shame that it takes something like somebody's death for people to sit back and really realize what their impact on the world was. But it was also amazing to see the respect he was shown after passing. As a guitarist, most of us knew he was the greatest of all time. But to see it on the news, on the magazine covers, and hear everyone talking about it for days on end, that's a sign that Eddie will live on with us for a very long time.
Eddie Van Halen was my #1 inspiration for starting to play guitar and for modifying guitars. I've built replicas of his original guitars, and I've done a ton of variations of his guitars, like the ones you see behind me here. But before we get into these ones, I want to update you on some of the ones we started last week.
This is an 80s model that Eddie used to use on tour that he eventually gifted to Vitas Gerulaitis, a famous tennis player. I was contacted by a fellow Instagrammer named Jamie, who requested that I make him a replica of this guitar. Jamie sent me his guitar made by Kramer, and I striped it up and sprayed it for him. Then I shipped it back to Jamie in the United Kingdom, and he assembled it. And man, did it turn out awesome. I had Jamie send me some videos of this guitar, and it turned out amazing. I love all the different details of it. The mix of gold, black, and chrome hardware all together in different places on this guitar looks so good. I mean, look at that black Floyd Rose and the black 5150 numbering. The zebra-colored Seymour Duncan JB pickup in the bridge. The white neck pickup. I mean, nothing on this guitar matches, but it all works so well together. The neck he chose for this guitar, with the bird's eye maple, is just stunning. The cigarette burns on the headstock. I mean, look at this thing. He nailed it. It's loaded with the Seymour Duncan pickup in the bridge and an Iron Age kill switch. My favorite.
Jamie's guitar looks absolutely amazing. Good job, man. Sometimes I build custom guitars from the ground up. Sometimes people send me their guitars to customize, and other times they send me their guitars just to repaint them. In Jamie's case, I just repainted it.
This is one of the other guitars that I started working on last week's show, a black on black Stealth Charvel.
We'll get back to the Stealth Frankenstrat in just a minute, but first I want to show you some of these guitars behind me. These are the guitars I'm currently working on and finishing up right now.
This Wolfgang came out crisp. The black and white looks so good, the high contrast with the maple neck and the chrome hardware. It's lightly based off Eddie's first version of the Frankenstrat, the black and white striped model that he played in 1978. This one's loaded up with original Floyd Rose, an Iron Age kill switch, and FU tone noiseless springs, which are a great upgrade from the standard springs that come with the Floyd Rose. All that topped off with Goto tuners. This one here is a guitar that belongs to a customer that sent me their guitar to refinish and do some Frankenstrat mods on. It's a Squire, but it has some really cool features if you look at it, including black nickel hardware, active Squire pickups, and a Floyd Rose 1000 series bridge. I also added a kill switch, cut up the pickguard for him, and since the pickguard used to mount the pickups, we direct mounted the pickups straight to the body. And that's not as simple a task as it sounds. When you set a pickup down inside the body, it's going to sit way too low. It's pretty much flush with the top of the guitar, but the strings are going to sit much higher up here, and you want the pickup's height to be adjustable. So we'll mount the pickups to these brackets that can be direct mounted to the body, and the pickup can mount to them. Toward the center of this bracket are two holes that will mount directly to the body, and that's what's going to hold the bracket in place. Then we'll glue the piece of foam directly over the bracket. And on the outside of the bracket are two threaded holes that match the pickup's threading, as shown here. In between the bracket and the pickup, we'll use this piece of foam that's going to keep the pickup nice and secure and keep it from moving around too much. Pickups get mounted to a pickguard or a pickup ring via screws and springs. We'll still use the springs, as you can see, so the pickup can move freely, and adjust up and down to match the string height. Now after we install the strings, we'll be able to easily adjust the pickups up and down so they can be properly spaced from the strings. This guitar here is another guitar that a customer sent me in just for a refinish. He's going to take care of the assembly and the wiring and the setup, but this is a replica of Eddie's first Kramer, the 5150 model. This one's similar to the Vetus guitar that I showed you earlier, but this was actually Eddie's main guitar during the early 80s. When he started playing Kramers, he fell in love with this one, and this is the one that eventually has the 5150 logo on the body of the guitar. This was also Eddie's first guitar to have a painted headstock that matched the body. Another unique difference about this guitar is the color of it. It's not quite the same color red as his original Frankenstrat. It's actually more of a red-orange. He painted the original one using Schwinn bicycle paint, which is impossible to find now. But Chevy makes a red-orange paint that matches it perfect, so that's what we used. This, my friends, is the Franken bass. Basically, it's a replica of Eddie's original Frankenstrat, but done on a bass. This bass has some really cool features. One of them is the quarter I used. The quarter that's normally on Eddie's Frankenstrat is a 1971 quarter, but by request, I'll put any year people want on it. The year of their birth, the year of their marriage, the year their kids were born, whatever year is significant to them, if I can find the quarter, we'll use that. This bass also has a built-in fuzz circuit controlled by a toggle switch that when turned on, gives you some great fuzz. Of course, it also features a tone knob that functions as a volume pot, and an Iron Age kill switch in black. So it kind of blends in with the pickguard, gives you that stealth vibe. Another awesome feature on this thing is the eye-bolt strap locks and EVH branded strap. To make this thing play great, I used a brand new, made in Mexico Fender neck that I aged a relic to look like Eddie's original Frankenstrat's neck, and I even burned up the headstock so it matches the cigarette burns on Eddie's original Frankenstrat. Along with the brand new neck, it got brand new tuners and a brand new bridge. So playing wise, this thing's going to play like a brand new bass. All these brand new parts required some setup. So the truss rod needed to be adjusted, the action needed to be dropped so that the strings are closer to the neck, and the nut needs to be filed down. This is what we're going to use to adjust the truss rod. This Fender branded truss rod adjustment key. On this bass, the truss rod adjustment is here on the headstock, and you can turn it back and forth to give more relief or less relief to the neck. The truss rod is a metal rod that travels down the length of the neck that can be twisted back and forth to compensate for the pull of the strings. When the strings are tightened down, they pull with hundreds of pounds of pressure, so the instrument's neck starts to have a bow to it. The truss rod's job is to counteract that bow and keep the neck close to straight. The next adjustment we're going to make is going to require this small Allen key down here at the bridge to set the height of the strings. The saddles of the bridge can individually be lowered and raised up, so that we can adjust the height of the strings here at the bridge. When you look at the shape of the fretboard, there's actually a radius to the fretboard. It's not flat, so we have these gauges that we use to measure the different radius shapes of different necks. Different brands and different models have different shapes, and we're going to mimic this shape down at the bridge, so when we adjust the height of each saddle at the bridge, we want it to match what the radius of the neck is. Here you can see this one rocks back and forth, and this is way too flat. I found that this base is about a 9.5 inch radius, so then we'll bring it down to the bridge and set up the bridge so that it has the same arc as the fretboard. The next step is to set up the nut here. This sets the string height at the headstock side of the base. Since it's a brand new neck, the nut has never been slotted to the correct depth for the strings. It has these very shallow cuts, so the spacing is there, but the strings are sitting way too high. To set this up, we use precise files that are the correct width to match the strings that will fit into these slots. The depth is crucial. Too shallow and the action's too high. If you cut them too low, the strings are going to hit the frets and buzz. Eddie's original Frankenstrat has a non-functioning pickup selector switch in the empty middle pickup cavity. He did weird things like that to throw off the copycats from copying him. Well, basses don't have a pickup selector switch, but I was talking to my friend Matt at Goliath Studios UK, and he suggested I install an onboard bass fuzz circuit in the empty cavity here. It's a relatively simple circuit, so it's not the highest quality fuzz out there, and let's be honest, it's a little gimmicky, but it's still awesome. It's turned on and off by this toggle switch here on the pickguard, right next to the kill switch and the volume knob. Gives off sort of a synthy 8-bit 80s vibe when turned on.
All right, now let's get back to the Stealth Frankenstrat.
This is where I left off last week, just after it was painted and the neck was mounted. The black on black stealth striping turned out exactly like I was hoping for. Now for a touch of gold. And bam! This might be the sweetest Frankenstrat I've ever seen. Definitely my favorite one I've ever made. I really pulled out all the stops on this one. Originally, I was building this one for myself, so I put every upgrade possible on this guitar. I went with the EMG pickups on this one because I play a lot of metal and I wanted an EVH guitar that can really do metal with a neck pickup and be more versatile than a typical Frankenstrat, which would have just one really hot bridge pickup in it. One of the features I really like about this guitar is the red Tessie kill switch. It just really pops against the gold and the black. It's loaded with an original Floyd Rose in satin gold, with a gold D-tuna, upgraded FU tone stainless steel screws, and titanium saddle inserts. For the pickups, I went with the classic EMG 8160 set, and they're direct mounted using the brackets that I showed you earlier in that other Frankenstrat. If you've ever played a Charvel before, you know that they have some of the best necks of any shred guitars out there, so this thing plays like a dream. Even the back of this thing's loaded up. It's got a gold Guitar Guts logo on it, and more FU tone upgrades. A 42mm brass big block for more sustain, black noiseless springs, and a brass claw and screws, all to give you more sustain and more power. Up at the headstock, it's loaded with Goto tuners, which are my favorite tuners out there, and they're made in Japan. I mean, as far as a Frankenstrat goes, it doesn't get much classier than this. I've had so many people ask me about this guitar, but it's out of most people's price range. So I started building a second one using more affordable parts that's going to be a lot easier on people's wallets. For this one, I'm building it from a 90s Fender Strat, and it features gold Wilkinson tuners, which are still great tuners. It also has a satin gold original Floyd Rose, a gold Iron Age kill switch, and it'll feature the same gold EMG 8160 set. They really are a gorgeous pair. Like I said, I originally built the Charvel for myself, but I have way too many guitars. I had fun building it, but it is for sale.
I've actually really been enjoying selling off a lot of my guitars lately. Let me show you a few other ones that I recently parted with.
I just recently sold this 1962 Hofner Senator hollow body that my fiance found in a house she moved into a few years ago. It was missing tuners, the bridge was gone, the neck wasn't even attached. Once I got the body looking right, I found out that the pickup didn't even work, so I sent it over to my friends at Lundgren Pickups in Sweden. Johan and his team of pickup gurus rewound it with vintage correct wire and got it rocking for me again. It needed a ton of work, and it took a long time to finish, but we got her done and found a buyer for that one too. The guy who bought my blue flame maple Jackson has now become a friend of mine. His name is Tim, and he's a business owner and guitar collector. He contacted me again to buy another guitar. This time, he had his eye on one of my favorites from my collection, the Alien Blood Haxon. I thought about it for a couple minutes, then threw a price out that I thought would make me happy. He said I'll take it, box it up, and ship it out to me. And a few weeks later, he contacted me yet again to buy another guitar. This time he wanted the Blood Wolf. Turns out I wasn't playing that guitar as much as I expected to, so I sold that one too. Later, I was contacted by another man, Raphael, who had become a fan of my work. He has a huge guitar collection. He saw my green Frankenstrat and needed it for his collection. It's a guitar that I never thought I'd sell, but I named a price again that made sense to me. He said, let's do it, so I sold it. I mean, if I built one, I could always build another. I'm really enjoying seeing the happiness these custom guitars I've built are bringing to others.
After selling those guitars, I'm now down to around 40 guitars in my collection, so I'm getting real close to my goal of somewhere around 20 guitars. Thanks so much for watching. If you're not already subscribed, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and remember to hit the notification bell to be notified every Thursday when a new episode comes out. And remember, it's a huge help if you share the show on your social media. I've still got a ton of really cool guitars coming up. Next week's episode is all about Randy Rhoads, so be sure to tune in for that one.
If you want your guitar featured on this show, email me, mark@guitarguts.com, or message me on Instagram @guitarguts, and we'll get your guitar here on the show. I love working on old guitars from people, especially when they have a great story behind them. So let me know if there's something I can do for you. Thanks so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you next week. Rock on, my friends. For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash. Randy Rhoads is widely recognized as being one of the top influential guitar players of all time. The way he infused classical theory into heavy metal changed everything for heavy metal lead guitarists. Tragically, he was taken from us at the age of 25 years old when he was aboard a plane that crashed during an Ozzy Osbourne tour in 1982. But his legacy lives on. He wrote some of the most iconic heavy metal riffs of all time, and his signature guitar, the Jackson Rhoads Flying V, became an extremely popular model because of its pointy and distinct shape. I had heard songs like Crazy Train and Diary of a Madman for my whole life, but it wasn't until I saw Kirk Hammett of Metallica playing a black Jackson Rhoads when I knew I had to have one. I got my first Jackson Rhoads when I was about 16 years old and I was hooked. Since then I've owned a bunch of them, and I've rebuilt a bunch of them. This here is my original Rhoads body from when I was 16 years old. I used to play this guitar up on stage when I was a teenager in my band Luck Down. But now I've kind of outgrown the guitar. I've got a bunch of other nicer Rhoads, and this one has been so beat up. It's a 1994 Jackson Concept Series, a JRR 94, and it's an amazing guitar, but it's time for me to give it some new life and pass it on to somebody new. I've actually picked up a couple other Rhoads recently, and all three of them are going to get a makeover at the same time. Randy Rhoads had a really cool guitar collection. He was known for playing a Gibson Les Paul Custom, his traditionally shaped but really cool polka dot finished Flying V, and then eventually he started working with Grover Jackson. The first Jackson guitar ever created was a collaboration between Randy Rhoads and Grover Jackson, where they literally sat down and sketched the guitar onto a napkin. What they came up with was the Jackson Concord, and it's the Flying V that Randy is most commonly known and seen with. But shortly after getting it, Randy came up with some design changes, and they came up with the new Randy Rhoads Jackson Flying V. It featured longer, sharper horns and a more vicious look to it. Sadly, Randy Rhoads passed away before the production models were completed. but Randy Rhoads' family worked with Grover Jackson to continue with production and releasing them to the public. These are the next 3 guitars I'll be rebuilding. 3 different Rhoads. This one here is a 1992 Jackson Professional Series EX model. This one here is a 1994 Jackson Rhoads Concept JRR94 model. The Concept series were great guitars and they only made them for about a year. I've done quite a few rebuilds on them. And I actually have another one here in blue that'll be part of the lineup of guitars that I'm going to be working on next. All 3 of these guitars need quite a bit of work. They're all from the 1990s, but they're great guitars, so they're perfect candidates for what I like to do. I built other 94 Jackson Rhoads Concepts before, but we'll get back to this later and I'll tell you how I did these 2 paint jobs. These 3 Rhoads are going to keep me busy for quite a bit of time, so it's time to get started on them. The first one I'm going to start on is this 92 Rhoads EX Professional. The necks they used to put on these guitars were just amazing. Great maple necks, real hardwood. This one has a few features that drew me in right away, one of them being the floating bridge on it. I'm a sucker for a killer shred machine with a floating Floyd Rose style bridge. Another really interesting feature on this one is the blade pickup selector switch. Normally you find these on like a Strat style guitar, and most Jackson Rhoads have a Les Paul style pickup selector switch. Another thing I really like about this model is there's no pick guard on it. So when I repaint this guitar, the whole surface of the guitar is going to be painted instead of having some type of pick guard covering some of it up. Alright, so the plan with this one is going to be to start off by painting it satin white. Ever since I painted the Alien Blood Haxan, there's something about satin and matte colors that I'm just in love with. Next up, it's going to be some new pickups. A set of EMG 81 and 85 pickups, also in white with matching pickup rings. This thing's already looking insane. But to make it even more insane, blood splatter. Gonna go with the crimson red blood splatter on this one. And I'm gonna mount the pickups before I do the splatter, so the pickups are gonna have the splatter on them too. And then we're gonna top it off with an Iron Age kill switch, black with a red LED. I got a feeling this is one of those guitars I'm gonna build and it's gonna be tough to sell because I'm gonna wanna keep it. I'm gonna start working on this one at the same time. This one's gonna be even crazier, so I don't wanna reveal everything yet, but a hint is look in the background. It's going to get a paint job very similar to that. Alright, enough talking, let's get to work. The first step, as always, is to strip the guitar down, sand it, and then Bondo it up. Bondo's a 2-part filling compound that you mix together and apply with a putty knife to fill in all the chips and dings these guitars have acquired over the years. These guitars basically look like the surface of the moon with all the craters and dents in them. The next step is to throw down a base coat of primer. And once you have a base coat on there, you can really see every little imperfection. So then I'll go back, use a little more Bondo, and sand everything perfect. Remember, these Jacksons are 1992 and 1994 models. So they're between 29 and 31 years old. That's almost as old as me. Maybe that's why I appreciate these 80s and 90s guitars so much. Now both guitars are resprayed and looking clean. It took a lot of work to fix the chipped corners on these ones. The pointy ends on Rhoads guitars really take a beating sometimes. These guitars also have bevels around all the edges, which, same thing with those. To get those angles to look right, to sand them perfect, Bondo them, and resand them is a real challenge. Here are the pickup rings after spraying them. They look amazing. These can be a bit of a challenge to get right because they're made of such slick plastic material that you really have to scuff them up with some sandpaper to get the paint to adhere to them. The pickups turned out amazing too. You can buy EMGs in white, but I painted the pickups and the pickup rings the exact same shade of white so that they're going to match perfectly. The pickups already had some texture to the top of them, but the sides were really slick. So regardless of the texture or not, I still gave them a light sanding just to make sure the paint's going to adhere to them. Man, do these things look awesome mounted. The pickups are EMG 81 and 85s, which are a classic heavy metal set. I am seriously loving the way this thing looks. With the pickups mounted in the rings, and that mounted to the guitar, this thing just looks so awesome. I also drilled the hole for the kill switch, so this thing is ready for some red blood splatter. Alright, we're just moments away from throwing the blood on this guitar. I did the headstock already and it looks awesome. The colors really look good together, but man, I get nervous doing this because this is like a make or break moment for this guitar. If the splatter comes out awesome, the guitar looks awesome. If something weird happens, the splatter doesn't look so good, it all leads up to this moment and it can go either way. It always goes good, so I'm not too worried about it.
This thing looks so sharp, pure white. I mean, with these pickups on it, I always mount the pickups on so that when I throw the blood on, it's going to go across the rings, the pickups, everything. So, here we go.
My basic process for splattering a guitar is to simply spray some paint into a cup. Then I stand back a few feet and just start throwing it on there. The amount of material that you spray into the cup and the distance you stand from the guitar are going to affect the way that the splatter looks. Even the amount of force that you use to throw it on the guitar is going to change the way that it hits the guitar and splatters. Throwing it from different directions is also going to make it look different. So there really is a lot of technique to it once you've done it a few times. The thickness of the material itself and even the temperature of the paint are additional variables when you're throwing splatter. But look at this thing. This one turned out excellent. Pretty much exactly what I was going for.
Man, like I said, doing the blood splatters are make or break moment for these things. It makes me super nervous because you could just ruin the finish so easily, but I love this one. This one turned out so awesome. Nice heavy splatter over here, little light splatter over here. The contrast of the colors is good. A little bit came up on the sides here. We got a little drippage and a little splatter on the bottom. I mean, this thing, I like it. So, a successful splatter.
After finishing up the body and painting the headstock, it's time to put a brand new Jackson logo on there. A nice, clean white headstock with a bold black Jackson logo. It's also going to get some black tuners. It's got the black truss rod cover. So there's going to be some nice black accents on this headstock. But of course, to match the body, it's going to need some blood splatter. I really love the way this guitar is turning out. The blood splatter looks so good, and I love the way it goes over the Jackson logo there. Looks awesome. I started wiring up the guitar and I realized there's not enough room inside the guitar for a battery, so I'm adding a Goto battery box to the back of the guitar. Normally I would do this before painting it. For this I used my trusty router, and it's actually some pretty serious guitar surgery, and it's a super big mess to do something like this. So I got the vacuum in one hand, the 1 horsepower Bosch router in the other hand, and time to be real careful and make sure to cut this hole very precise. The wires from the battery box route through a little hole that I drilled to connect the two cavities together, and it fits perfectly. The battery box can swing open, and a little door opens that you put the 9-volt battery into, and it locks back closed. And this guitar came together gorgeously. Look at that headstock with the tuners and the truss rod cover installed. I was telling you that the black accents were going to look good, but it looks even better than I expected. The painted EMG 8185 combination, the Iron Age kill switch with the red LED. I mean, this thing is just unbelievable. Certain guitars that I build, I don't mind when they don't sell right away because I get to play them, I get to look at them for a little bit, but I got a feeling this one's going to go really quick. The blood splatter on this thing just looks so awesome. It really does look like somebody cut themselves and dripped blood all over it. I mean, the white painted EMG pickups, the black Floyd Rose, the blade switch. This thing has so many cool features that you don't see on a lot of Rhoads guitars, and the lack of the pickguard really brings it together. What do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments what you think of this beast. Alright, now it's time to throw some alien blood on this nice flat black body. I call it alien blood because it's neon green blood splatter, and I imagine the aliens have neon green blood. After painting the alien blood Haxon with this same style paint job, I really missed those colors together, and I wanted to do another one because I love the way that one turned out. If you look in the background, you're going to see that the paint booth is starting to get quite a bit of splatter built up around. And it looks pretty good in there. So the Rhoads looks cool, but it didn't turn out quite how I was hoping. I was wanting it to look more like the original Haxon here that I did. I wanted to have more thick blood like on this one, where you can see it's cracked and coagulated, and I decided to add some more to the Rhoads.
Alright guys, well, this sucks. I did the splatter job on this Rhoads, and I do not like the way it turned out. I told you guys before that I get nervous sometimes because it's a make or break moment when you go to throw the splatter on, and I did it. It looked okay, but I thought it didn't look as good as the original Alien Blood that I did before, so I figured maybe we'll add a little more. The original Alien Blood had more blood on it, so I started adding more. It looked better, I'll give it that. Next day I looked at it again. It wasn't what I would want. I wouldn't buy it, so I figured, okay, maybe we'll add a little more on there. After throwing more and more and not liking it, scraping some off, doing it again, I finally come to the conclusion that I think it's better just to scrape it all off, sand it all down, and do it again. So it sucks to say that I'm going to be doing that to this one, but You know, I don't want to put something out there that I don't like. The whole point of doing this is I'm building guitars that I would actually want and that look awesome. And why would I put something out there that's not as good as I would hope for it to be? So, gotta go scrape it and respray it. And hopefully somewhere 24 to 48 hours from now, throw some more alien blood on it and have a way sweeter guitar than this. So, next time you see this thing, it should look a lot better than this.
All right, well, they don't always go exactly as planned, but in the end, I know I'm going to get this one right. It looked great like this. I should have just left it like that. You live and you learn. Be sure to tune in next week to find out what happens with this guitar. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Be sure to hit the subscribe button, hit that bell to be notified every week on Thursday when a new episode drops. Leave a comment down below and let me know what you thought about this episode. And be sure to help spread the word by telling all your friends and posting this on your social media. Word of mouth is huge with this show, and I've been seeing your guys' posts about it, and I really appreciate it. If you want your guitar featured on the show, then contact me. Information is down below. Email me, mark@guitarguts.com, or DM me on Instagram @guitarguts. So thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next Thursday. Rock on, my friends. For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash. The Randy Rhoads signature Jackson Flying V, to me, is the most wicked of all Flying V guitars. Not only is it the most vicious looking, but it set the standard for so many other companies to create their versions of it. From the moment it was introduced, it started a new trend of non-symmetrical Flying Vs. Last week I showed you 3 different Rhoads guitars I'm starting to work on. A 1994 JRR 94 concept, a 1992 EX Professional, and another 1994 JRR 94 concept. I finished up the 92 EX and it turned out awesome. I started this 94 concept Rhoads and it didn't turn out exactly how I wanted, so I ended up scraping off the alien blood splatter and sanding it back down. Well, it's ready for round 2. I'm also ready to start the other 94 concept now. This is the one that was from my personal collection, but I have a few Rhoads now and I don't really play it anymore. These 94 concepts are excellent guitars. I built other ones before too. This is one of the first 94 Jackson Rhoads concepts that I ever rebuilt. This is the Purple Tiger Rhoads. The customer wanted it purple to blue burst, which I had never done, but I had done these stripes before, and I laid down a solid clear coat over it. And this thing turned out amazing. This was one of the first guitars I ever did for another person, so letting this one go was really difficult, and wasn't really parting with many of them. Of course, I loaded it with the kill switch. The customer had seen my orange Tiger Rhoads that I did just a few months before. This finish is definitely one of my favorite finishes I've ever done on a guitar. My original inspiration for this guitar came from the early 90s ESP Kerry King Flying Vs. You almost never see these guitars around anymore. At the time I was performing live at a lot of parties, and I would build a new custom guitar every time depending on what the occasion was. 4th of July, St. Patrick's Day, and this was for a Halloween party. So naturally, I went with orange and black. But I loved the red on these guitars and decided to throw red into the center of it. The first step with a finish like this is to do your base colors. You want to do your burst first so you're not adding a bunch of color over the tape. You don't want to have too much paint over the tape because then it's going to build up and get too thick, and it's going to be much more difficult to pull the tape after with clean lines. As always with a new idea, I tested it on a test guitar first. So this Strat was my test. I created these tape lines by cutting them out by hand with an X-Acto knife. Then I sprayed the whole thing black, and once I peeled the tape back, it revealed the burst below with the black stripes on top. This time lapse is sped up to 5,000%, so this was actually about 25 minutes to take the tape off this guitar. Even in this beat up form, I still think this was a really cool guitar. Years ago, inspired by Unearth, I had written Kill and covered it in tape on the top horn. This guitar features a red EMG 81 pickup and a cheap matching kill switch in red. This guitar has a real junkyard feel to it. I mounted the 9-volt battery in the empty neck cavity. A real Eddie Van Halen kind of thing to do. Although it's beat up, this guitar still plays really good and sounded great. But I know if I go to try to sell it in this form, no one's going to buy it, so it's time to strip it down and get it ready to paint. This here is the body of my first Rhoads I ever had. This is a guitar I used to play on stage with my band Luckdown, back 15 plus years ago in high school. It's a solid guitar, but I think it's time to give it some new life and move on. Give it to a new owner and make it really awesome. The reason I don't play this concept too much anymore is because I recently got this guitar. This is a 2020 Jackson Rhoads RR24Q. This guitar has everything I look for in a guitar. A beautiful maple top, gold hardware, a Floyd Rose, direct mount pickups, 24 frets, and a matched headstock. I also love the bound ebony fretboard, shark fin inlays, reverse headstock, and Seymour Duncan pickups. Plus, it's purple. You can't really beat purple. This 94 concept is going to be a real interesting one. I sprayed it teal and purple. Someone had used these colors together on a mock-up I saw online, and I loved it. So I decided to try it, but with the crazy stripes like I did on the two Tiger Rhoads. When I tape up these guitars, I lay the tape down on my workbench and literally draw out the pattern by hand. Then I come back with an X-Acto knife and trace out my drawings. Then I simply apply the pattern onto the guitar and go spray it. It looks pretty cool. I really like the way that the colors kind of splattered over each other rather than having a smooth burst or fade. For the pickups, I think I'm going to go with the EMG 81X in the bridge and the EMG 60X in the neck. They're a more modern sounding pair than the classic EMG 81 and 60, and I've wanted to try them for a while. Alright, we'll get back to this one soon. But the Alien Blood Rhoads is ready for some new splatter. So here we go. This pattern looks great, so this time I'm not going to mess with it. It still doesn't look like the Alien Blood Haxon with the cracking and all, but hey, it looks great and I like it. This guitar is nearly 30 years old, so the fretboard was pretty dried out. This was a thirsty one. It took quite a bit of lemon oil to get this one right, but look how good that looks. To bring some life back into this fretboard, I use Formby's lemon oil treatment. It's important that the lemon oil you use on a guitar's fretboard doesn't contain any water or silicone, which this brand doesn't. I apply a thick bead of lemon oil down the fretboard of the guitar and then rub it in with a soft cloth. I had originally painted the black pickguard to match the body, but I felt it was too much Alien Blood, so I made a custom clear pickguard and bridge for this guitar. I installed a new nut and added more Alien Blood to the headstock and tuners. This thing's really starting to come together. The pickguards look awesome. For this guitar, I went with EMG Kirk Hammett Bone Breakers, since they have the green logos that match the paint job on the guitar. I added some green LEDs under the clear pickguard that activate when you plug the guitar in, and of course I used a black Iron Age kill switch with a green LED here. I used split loom tubing to cover up some of the wiring. Now this thing is a true beast. It turned out pretty amazing, I must say. The custom clear bridge and pickguard turned out to be an awesome feature on this guitar. The LEDs under the pickguard, the EMG bone breakers, everything came together really cool at the end of the build. The Iron Age kill switch looks so cool with the green LED, and they're so fun to use when playing that it's just a great add-on. I painted the pickups and the headstock with two different colors of Alien Blood green to give them a little extra pop since I felt they blended in a little too much with the body. The split loom wiring looks really cool, kind of gives it a Back to the Future vibe. And there's something about being able to see some of the wiring and tubing through the clear pickguard that really gave this an alien spacecraft feel. Around the back it's got the Guitar Guts skull logo and a Goto 9-volt battery access door. These old Japanese Jacksons were really something special. The back of the guitar is a clean flat black, but the splatter came over the sides, which looks really awesome. Here's a little sample of how it sounds, along with its white and red counterpart from last week. They sound awesome. Thank you to Henry at Druba Geek Covers on Instagram for jamming some drums for me on this. I also build custom cases for many of my custom builds, and I paint them to match the guitars. Both sides are painted, so no matter how you have it set, you'll see the awesome alien blood. You'll always know it's your guitar when you see this case out playing gigs or whatever. Or if you have them all locked in the closet together, you don't need to put the blue tape on it and label it. 4 latches on the opening side. A nice handle there. And then also the corners, I put this really nice metal corner on. All the corners have that. Pop it up. Of course, there are the straps that hold it open so it doesn't fall all the way back. Got some padding up on the top. And it's all velvet lined inside here, so really nice custom case just made exactly for this guitar. So the guitar fits right down into there, drops in, and it doesn't move at all. Velvet and padding under and foam underneath the headstock here. A nice chunk here to really support the neck. Up on top there's a piece of foam and the guitar just sits in here floating. It's a really nice case. Here there's a storage compartment, so if you have like a strap or some strings, guitar picks, whatever else you want to store in there. Of course, the case has rubber feet on the bottom, and the long hinge side also has rubber feet and matching alien blood hinges on it, so I thought that was kind of a cool touch. Alien blood splatter has become one of my favorite finishes. I recently partnered up with a pedal board builder who's making me custom Guitar Guts pedal boards to sell. He sends me raw, unfinished pedal boards, and I put my own finishes on them, and LED lights underneath. There's a switch on the bottom that you can access from the top to turn the lights on and off. They feature rubber feet and holes on each side for the cables to route through. They also have a nice aluminum handle on top to carry it around. Okay, so I told you guys I have way too many guitars in my collection. I've been selling guitars from my personal collection, and a few more have sold. I sold my 7-string Ibanez RG7420. I have an 8-string also, and I don't really play either of them too much, so I decided I'll sell them both at some point and just get a killer 8-string. This one went to somebody in Las Vegas, Nevada. I also picked up this green Rhoads RX10D in green flame maple. I'm a sucker for green guitars, and my plan for this one was to outfit it with some chrome pickups and a kill switch, and upgrade the bridge to an original Floyd Rose in chrome. But as soon as I posted it, my Instagram friend Steve Pooch bought it, so off to Massachusetts this one goes. This was the first Frankenstrat I ever built and painted. It was made from real cheap parts, and the Floyd was just surface mounted. It was a guitar I made to experiment on, and it served its purpose. I was asked by someone if I had a cheap, display-only Frankenstrat available, so I showed him this. He loved it and bought it. So it's off to Florida for this one. Before we get out of here, I want to update you guys on a guitar I showed you a few episodes back on one of the Van Halen episodes. I repainted a 5150 replica for a customer. I never was a huge fan of the 5150 until I painted one and saw it in person. Brad reassembled it himself and sent me a video of it to share with you all. It turned out amazing. I really like it. He shimmed the neck and the nut, dropped the action down, mirror polished the frets, installed an EVH Frankenstein pickup, upgraded the Floyd with titanium hardware, noiseless springs, and a 42mm FU tone big brass block. He really decked this thing out. Great job, Brad. I love it. Thanks so much for watching this episode. Next week I'll continue on the purple and teal Rhoads, and I'll start a few more awesome guitars. This Jackson Kelly and this Jackson Roswell replica. So be sure to hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell to be notified when brand new episodes drop, hit the like button, and leave a comment down below and let me know what you're thinking of this series. I love it when you guys share the show on your social media. You guys are really helping the show grow. The more people who watch, the more of these things I'm going to keep making. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys very soon. Rock on, my friends. For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash. The history of metal guitars wouldn't be the same without Jackson guitars. They've changed the guitar game so many times with their distinct and unique body shapes. I've built and owned so many of them. On this show I've rebuilt Dinkies and Rhoads many times, but there's a few other models that are just as cool and are equally edgy. Today we'll be taking a look at the Kelly and the Roswell. We'll start with the Jackson Kelly. This is a 1993 Jackson Kelly Performer. It's made in Japan and it's a solid playing guitar.
To say that I'm a huge Metallica fan is a bit of an understatement. So of course I've always been a huge fan of the Explorers, but I've never owned a Jackson Kelly before. Jackson Kellys are based off the classic Explorer body shape, but with a more vicious twist. And after playing a few of them, they finally won me over. I mean, I'm still a huge fan of the Explorer body shape, but they're just kind of big and bulky. And a Jackson Kelly is more compact and comfortable to play, and they're just made to shred.
Jackson was the first big company to take the standard guitars we had seen for decades and give them a modern twist. There's the Strat, then there's the Jackson Dinky shape, which is a Strat made to shred. They typically have 24 frets, no pick guard, humbucking pickups, a floating bridge, pointy headstocks. They have the same general shape, but when it comes down to the guitar itself, they're completely different. Then there's the Rhoads, which is the same concept. They took the classic 50s Flying V and changed it. Well, they changed it a lot. Well, that's what a Jackson Kelly is too. It's a modernized, pointier Explorer. I've got some cool ideas for this one. It's got a lot of potential. This guitar is pretty beat up, so it's going to need some body work. The bridge is all rusted out, and the pickups that came in these guitars are not very pleasant. But it does have 24 frets, and for being almost 30 years old, the neck's in excellent shape. As always, the first steps with a rebuild like this are to strip the parts off and fix the chips and dings.
The sharp pointy edges on this guitar were in terrible condition. You don't always get a good sense of how the guitar is going to turn out looking at it after you've sanded through layers and added Bondo or filler onto the wood. The different layers and the colors kind of throw your eye off. So what I'll do is I'll do some work to the guitar, throw some primer on it, and then I'll determine if I need to do more work to it or not, or if it's ready for paint.
It looks great now, so it's time to paint it. The last few Rhoads I did turned out so cool that I'm going to continue the trend and go with flat black with some splatter. And to me, the splatter turned out awesome on this thing. Inspired by the Stealth Frankenstrat I did, I went with the Stealth colors, flat black with gloss black accents. This guitar needed a matching headstock, so I did the flat black, then I reapplied the logo, and then I did splatter on top of that, which looks really cool in my opinion. For the pickups, I went with my favorite metal pickups, the EMG 81 and 60 set, and what just might be my favorite new finish for pickups, brushed black metal. Of course I used an Iron Age kill switch on this guitar, a black switch with no LED. On an all black guitar, the touch of color can add some dimension, but I wanted the all black stealth look, so I felt a kill switch with a colored LED would take away from that. A lot of people ask me about kill switches. I put them on almost every guitar I build and every guitar I play. Most people ask, what is a kill switch and how does it work? Well, I'll explain. A kill switch is a button. When you press it, your guitar is muted. When you release it, your guitar comes back to life. Pretty simple, really. The point of a kill switch is to add another fun gadget to your guitar. Some would say it's a gimmick, but to me, it's a tool. I love using the kill switch to create rhythms. Or as an alternative to the whammy bar. A lot of times when I'm ringing out a chord or a note at the end of a solo, instead of reaching for the whammy bar, I use the kill switch as a trick to make the ringing note sound more interesting. Some kill switches have LEDs in them, some don't. I always like to match the housing color of the kill switch to the guitar's hardware, and the LED to the guitar's paint color. There are a few different companies out there making kill switches for guitars, but my favorite is Iron Age Guitar. Their owner Alex is a great guy and I've been working with him for a few years. He makes excellent products and has great customer service. Another great company is Tessie, who makes different style kill switches too, like this arcade button kill switch I used on my purple Frankenstrat. The only drawback to using an LED kill switch is that it's going to require a 9-volt battery. If you're using active pickups, your guitar already has a battery and you could tap into the existing battery, so it's really not a drawback in that case. There's also a trick to wire up the kill switch so it automatically turns off the LED when you unplug the guitar. Alright, are you guys ready for the Stealth Jackson Kelly black on black splatter? Well, what do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments what you think of this thing. I personally think it looks awesome. It exceeded my expectations of how I was hoping this finish was going to turn out. All the options and features I picked just completely worked together on this one. And once again, the Stealth looks just so awesome. I love it. With this Stealth model, I went with black hardware instead of the gold. A lot of people said that they thought the black would look better, and maybe they're right. I trashed the old Floyd Rose. The original one was just far too gone and completely rusted out. And I had a bunch of these Jackson ones sitting around, so I took one apart, oiled it up, and got it rocking. The brushed black EMG pickups are just out of this world. I love them. Maybe my new favorite finish for EMG pickups. Most Kellys only have a master volume and a pickup selector switch, but of course I added an Iron Age kill switch in Stealth Black. I replaced the knob and the 3-way selector switch with a black 3-way switch. Now the controls look super fresh. This guitar is the perfect example of why I'm doing this show. I mean, look at what it looked like before, and now look at it after. This is the exact reason I wanted to do this show, is to build guitars like this. Guitars that I want to keep. Guitars that I would definitely play. And this one is definitely right up my alley. I love the way this thing turned out, and it's made me a true believer in Jackson Kellys. I'll definitely be building more of these in the future. And I'll definitely stop saying definitely so much. If you guys are interested in purchasing this guitar or any of the other ones you see me building on this show, then check the link down in the description for a link to my website. This guitar, like all my premium builds, come with a hand-built custom guitar case too. They're made out of 1/4-inch plywood and even painted to match the guitar. They have color-matched hinges, metal corners, rubber feet, nice latches, a nice handle, and even a storage compartment. The inside's lined with black velvet. There's of course neck support and padding on top to keep the guitar floating in the case. I put a ton of time into making each one of these perfect for the guitar that it's going to be sold with. I hand cut the foam and traced it to the exact guitar that's going to be going in the case. The result is a perfect snug fit, and it won't let the guitar slide around or hit the sides. Earlier in this episode, I showed you a really cool guitar that I was going to show you guys later. Well, the time has come. This is an original Jackson Roswell. This photo's from the Music Zoo, who recently had one in stock. They were only made for a short time in the mid-90s, but they had a huge impact on me because it was right when I started playing guitar.
I remember the first time I ever saw a Jackson Roswell. It was in the mid-90s. I was just a little kid, and it was in the Jackson catalog. Every Saturday morning, when I was 11 or 12 years old, my routine would be to wake up around 7, play guitar for about an hour, and then search the couch cushions for loose change. I'd be out of the house by 8 a.m., jump on my skateboard, and I'd cruise down the street to my local guitar shop. They didn't open until about 9 a.m., so I'd have about an hour to kill, and I'd head to the donut shop. I'd get myself a donut and a soda, and then I'd go next door to the pet shop, look at the tarantulas and the lizards, check out the tropical fish, and by that time, it was almost 9 o'clock, so I'd head back out front, and I'd be waiting in front of the guitar shop before the employees even got there. I'd be out there at 8:55. Right when they got there and unlocked the doors, I'd run in, check out what new guitars they got that week, look at all the Jacksons, the Dinkies, the Kellys, all these cool guitars. And then at some point in the day, I'd find my way over to the magazine rack. I'd read all the guitar magazines, and on the bottom shelf of the rack was the product catalogs for that year. And then I'd start going through the product catalogs. I'd stare at every guitar and just drool over them and wish I could have all these cool guitars. At some point, I'd make my way to the back page of the product catalog, and I remember there was the custom order form there. So it gave you all the different options of the neck, the fretboard, the body shape, custom paint, and I would sit there and just imagine what my signature guitar would look like if I could make one. I was basically designing custom guitars at 11 years old. I remember turning the page and seeing the Jackson Roswell on one of those pages, and to me that was just the holy grail. I'd never seen one in person, so at some point in my life I knew I had to get my hands on one.
A few years ago, I bought this Jackson Roswell replica off eBay. It's just a body, unfinished, routed for a single humbucker and a Floyd Rose. It's perfect for the kind of guitars I like to build. When I look at this guitar body, so many ideas come flying into my head, and I'm not exactly sure which one I'm going to go with yet. But I am sure about one thing. This thing needs a kill switch. Of course, right? So I used my drill press and a 5/8" 4-snare drill bit. And then it's into the paint booth we go. I told you guys I have a few different concepts in my head for this guitar, one of them being all metallic silver with chrome hardware. The second idea is to go flat black with it, and then throw in either chrome hardware or brushed black EMGs. I mean, either of these would look so awesome. The third option was a little crazier, and that's the first one I tried. I threw down a base coat of black, and then I put this purple glitter on it. I feel like all three of these would be very spacey, very sci-fi. I mean, just the shape and the name and the theme of this guitar, it's got to have some type of space alien feel. What do you guys think? I mean, this color does look awesome. The way the light reflects off this looks so cool, and it would look great with chrome or black nickel hardware. Then we have flat black, which, I mean, on this body style looks so clean. I want to know what you guys think, so leave a comment down below and let me know what finish you think would look the best on this Roswell. I have a handful of customer guitars to work on over the next couple weeks, so I'm going to have to put this one on hold anyways. If you guys saw last week's episode, then you definitely saw this guitar, the teal and purple Tiger Rhoads. Let me catch you up with what's going on with this guitar next.
Alright, I just finished shooting the clear here on the teal and purple Rhoads, and the clear came out amazing. I tried a new product called Spray Max 2K, which is actually 2 different chemicals in one can. You shake it up, mix it like regular spray paint, but then there's a button on the bottom that pops open a second can that's in there and mixes the 2 chemicals together. So it's basically like shooting what you'd get from a compressor and a gun, but you get it out of a spray can instead. And it came out great. The clear looks awesome, the best I've ever seen from an aerosol can. But I'm not really feeling this guitar anymore. Over the last couple weeks, I've had a ton of people asking me about the alien blood Rhoads and the white Rhoads with the red splatter that I did. And, you know, I'm thinking I might strip this paint job off and do something more along those lines. I mean, this thing does look pretty cool and all, but I don't know. I'm not really feeling it anymore, and I kind of want to know what you guys think. Leave me a comment down in the description below. Tell me, do you think I should strip this down, do another crazy splatter or a crackle or something different on this? Or should I put this out, finish it up, and put it up for sale like this? For now, this one's on hold. I'm going to hang it back up in my paint cabinet, and we'll get back to it in a couple weeks.
Alright guys, well this is another episode ending with me having a lot to think about with these guitars. I'm really debating about the finish of the Roswell. I'm not exactly sure about this Tiger Rhoads, so let me know down in the comments what you guys think about those 2 guitars. We'll get back to these guitars that I was working on here, but next week we're going to switch it up a bit and talk about Japanese guitars. I've got a bunch of customer guitars that have been coming in lately for me to rebuild and refinish, and we're going to start focusing on those since customers always get top priority over my custom builds. If you want me to rebuild your guitar or repaint it or modify it, let me know by sending me an email, mark@guitarguts.com, or a DM on Instagram @guitarguts. My contact information is also down below in the description. You can also check out my guitars that I have currently for sale at guitarguts.com. There's a link right at the top of the page for the guitars. It's right next to a gallery that shows you all the guitars that I've already done too. So if you're looking for some type of inspiration for a future project, check that out and check out some of the coolest guitars that I've built. So that's going to do it for today, guys. Be sure to hit that subscribe button, hit the bell to be notified every Thursday when new episodes of Trash to Thrash come out. Follow me on Instagram @guitarguts. Be sure to hit the like button on this video and leave me a comment about those guitars. If you're looking for more cool guitar content, then check out my other show on this same channel, Sunday Morning Shred, where I talk about all things guitars. I show guitars from my personal collection, do Q&As, talk about behind the scenes of Trash to Thrash, and I interview different musicians, guitarists, people who build guitars, and other friends I've met through social media. Thanks so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next video. For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash. For thousands of years, Japan has been responsible for some of the highest quality, handcrafted man-made goods. Going back to samurai swords, culinary utensils, and paintings, they're some of the most uniquely designed and well-crafted pieces. And it's the same with guitars. Japanese guitars are truly art, but more than just being art, it's functional art, my favorite kind. These are two of my favorite guitars I've ever seen or played. The red one in particular is my favorite guitar ever. I bought this guitar over 10 years ago, and while I've played many guitars that are close, I've never played anything better. They're sold under the brand name of Edwards, built by ESP for the Japanese market only. Starting at the gorgeous quilted maple top, surrounded by an abalone binding and a white binding. The binding travels up the neck to the amazing ebony fretboard. The Tree of Life inlay work is second to none. The vine of the tree is mother of pearl, and the flowers are abalone. It's some of the most amazing inlay work I've ever seen. Again, the binding continues up to the headstock, where we're greeted by more quilted maple, gold Goto tuners, and a mother of pearl Edwards logo. This guitar features 27 frets. Yep, you heard me right, 27 frets. That's 3 more than your standard ESP or Jackson, and 5 more than a Les Paul. It also has a set of Seymour Duncan pickups, a Floyd Rose, a 7-piece neck consisting of maple and walnut that travels from the strap button all the way to the tip of the headstock. It really is one of the nicest guitars I've ever played.
ESP, Jackson, and Ibanez are my favorite Japanese-built guitars. In the 80s, they were the best shred guitars, and you could still buy Japanese guitars from that era pretty affordably today, the Stealth Kelly being one of them, but they need a ton of work to be brought back to life. Sometimes I buy beat-up guitars to rebuild, and sometimes people send me their guitars to rebuild. The guitars behind me are a mix of both of those. These are the next batch of guitars to rebuild, and a couple of them are from Japan.
This here is a 1996 Jackson Kelly KE3 with a flame maple top. I love maple tops, but the body of this guitar is going to need a lot of repairing. After I fill all the chips and dings, I'm going to sand it down. The maple top on this guitar is actually a really thin veneer. It would need a ton of sanding to get it down to its natural color again. And by that time, we'd probably already be sanding through the veneer. So unfortunately, we're going to have to paint right over it. The body of this guitar is made out of poplar. The neck is a maple neck with a rosewood fretboard. This Japanese-built guitar has 24 frets and Jackson's famous shark fin inlays. After building the Stealth Kelly, I've wanted to do more Kellys, and I saw this one come up, and I had to get it. When set up right, these 90s Japanese Jacksons were amazing guitars. I got this guitar so cheap because if you look, it's pretty trashed. The bridge has mismatched parts, there's a giant screw just filling one of the holes, there's extra holes drilled in the body, the pickup ring is trashed, there's no neck pickup, and the body's got a lot of repairs needed. I'll certainly have my hands full repairing this one and getting it back to normal, but that's the name of the game. When I'm done with this thing, we're going to have a grade A shred machine on our hands. This is an Ibanez RG350 MDX. It's a 2010 model and it was built in Indonesia. It was sent in by a fan of the show, Ben, to have it overhauled. This is Ben's first guitar from when he was 16 years old, and it was sitting unplayed for years, so he wanted to give it some new life. This guitar features a basswood body with bolt-on construction. It has 3 pickups, humbucker, single coil, and a humbucker. The neck and fretboard are maple with a Wizard 2 profile. It's got 24 frets and shark tooth inlays. The RG series from Ibanez is probably their most popular model, played by a ton of pros, with a ton of different models of them out there at all different price ranges. This guitar here is an early 80s Ibanez Pro Line Flying V. This is another one that was sent to me from a fan of the show who thought it would be a great project for me. Although he didn't want me to rebuild it for him, he wanted to sell it to me. If you've watched this show for long enough, you know that I'm a sucker for buying guitars, especially ones like this with a ton of potential that I can rebuild. The guy had bought this guitar to rebuild himself and just never got around to it. It had been sitting there for a couple years in a case at his house. He saw the show and thought that this would be a great project for me to do. I'd never even seen this model before, but after looking it up, I agree with him. I love doing my own custom builds, but doing custom builds for other people is a lot of fun too because it takes me out of my comfort zone. It gets me working on guitars I probably wouldn't have bought myself and incorporating their style into it. So this one's kind of a best of both worlds for me, and it's got me thinking outside the box.
Alright, it's time to get started on these guitars. So I wanted to say thanks so much for your guys' continued support. sharing the show on your social media, and letting people know about the show. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit that like button, hit the notification bell so you're notified every Thursday when a new episode comes out, and leave a comment down below and let me know what you like about this episode. I've had so many cool guitars to work on lately that I've hired a helper. So let's head out to the shop and I'll introduce you to him.
This is Ryan. He's a mechanic, a machinist, and just a builder by trade. He rides skateboards, mountain bikes, and Harley Davidsons. Ryan's actually the man behind the Guitar Guts wall mounts, the insane 14 guitar rack that I have, and I recently hired him to help me build guitar cases. He does great work, better than me in many cases. As more and more people have been sending me their guitars to rebuild, I needed a little extra help. So Ryan's been helping me with the disassembly and the initial sanding of the guitars. And now let's get into these builds.
I have the piece, we can glue it back on there at least. Yeah, it's really weird. This one's got like a lot of weird stuff about it that, that's the whole point of these guitars, is that we could fix all this stuff and make this into like a killer shred machine. But look at all these chips and dings along this whole edge. This one's perfect candidate though for what I like to do. I think this one's gonna go crackle.
Oh,
It's gonna be the first crackle.
that's gonna be sweet.
For the last couple of weeks I've been experimenting with a new type of paint called Crackle. Crackle's not anything new. It's been around for a long time, but it's new to me. I've never done it. And I have a couple tester guitars out there that I've been testing some things on. And the way that it works is that you spray on different color paints, then you let them dry for a little bit, and you spray on this special Crackle paint. And the Crackle paint comes in different colors too. I'll be using black Crackle, but it sits on top of the paint and then it tightens up, way different than normal paint, and creates these really cool lightning, barbed wire looking cracks throughout the whole surface of the guitar. And then the colors that you painted on before the Crackle start to come up through the color that's on top. So if you spray on, red paint and then spray on black Crackle on top of that, as the black Crackle starts to shrink, the red paint starts to come through with these really cool designs. So I don't know exactly what color. I'm thinking probably black and red, some type of like, liquid magma, orange, burst, red, maybe like the same kind of colors as the Tiger Rhoads, orange and red.
It's a good contrast.
They drilled a hole right there for the volume. They could have just put the volume there. Maybe this guy didn't like where the volume was. Maybe it was like hitting his finger, which I could see that actually now that I'm looking at it.
Maybe.
But yeah, this guitar is pretty beat up and trashed, and I'm thinking, original Floyd Rose on it, a set of EMG pickups, probably the 8160 set, and all black hardware. That'll be one of the ones we're starting on right now. You could take that thing, strip it down, take all the parts off that. We're going to repaint the headstock with that one too.
Okay.
Sand the body. Definitely replacing that bridge and these pickups. Pretty much all the parts, or everything that can come off this thing, is going to be replaced.
Now that Ryan has the game plan down for this guitar, I'll hand it off to him where he carefully disassembles it. Taking apart these guitars, there's always all kinds of fun surprises that you find inside. Like this output jack is just completely corroded inside, even underneath the knob here on the potentiometer. It's just completely green and corroded. After the guitar is fully disassembled, all the parts will go into a bag that's labeled for this guitar and goes onto the parts shelf. When you're working on a ton of different projects, it's always really important to keep the parts organized. We also found that most of the tuners had broke. Just cheap die-cast metal, and yeah, when we took them out of the headstock, they were all cracked like this. There was no plan to use these ones anyways. Like I said, anything that can come off this guitar is going to be replaced, and it's probably all going to be with black hardware anyways. Working on old beat-up guitars, you find a lot of weird things. Like this. This potentiometer was so badly corroded that the nut just would not come off. So we had to use a Dremel to cut the nut off and remove the pot. I'll be honest, I never really ran into this problem before, but it's no big deal when you have the right tools on hand to do the job. It would be a huge headache if we didn't have the right tools though, if this is the thing that held up the job. After disassembling the guitar, we take it outside and sand it down. Nothing special going on here, just using a palm sander and some 600 grit sandpaper. Similar to the Jackson Rhoads models that I've done, this guitar has a lot of beveling on the edges, so you have to go through pretty carefully and make sure you don't knock down the edges too hard and keep the original shape of the guitar intact. Much of the guitar is flat, but then when it comes to these bevels, you got to spend some time really doing this right. A question I get a lot about refinishing guitars is what's the best way to get the paint off? Well, the truth is you don't really need to get the paint off. I hate using chemical paint stripper. It's just messy and super toxic. And to sand this guitar down to wood would take forever. What paint needs for a good bond is a nice roughed up surface. So if you're painting over a good factory paint job, you really just need to scuff it up with some 600 grit sandpaper, and then the new paint is going to hold fine. Just make sure you get all the low spots, there's no shine left on it. You really get it scuffed up really well, so paint's going to have a mechanical bond. Can't forget the headstock too. We're going to color match the headstock on this guitar, so of course, we're sanding this one down and refinishing it. You may remember this guitar had a big ugly screw where the original volume was, and the volume was moved to this really strange place in between the selector switch and the volume. It's not centered, and it's not even in line. So we're going to fill that hole using a bandsaw and a 3/8 inch dowel. I'll be able to just plug this right into that hole. Fits perfect. It's going to need a little bit of Bondo just to get it perfectly flat, so this is just step one. Now I'll go over the guitar real slow with some Bondo and fill all the chips and dings, all the imperfections in the body. The headstock didn't need much repair, so I'm just going to lay down a base coat or two of some orange paint. And now after letting the Bondo set, it's time to sand it all level. When a guitar has this many imperfections, it's almost impossible to get them all on the first pass, so after I Bondo it and sand it, I'll give the guitar body its first base coats. For a lot of my color coats, I use Rust-Oleum 2X. It's a paint and primer in one. So in this case, I'm using it as a primer, so I can get it all uniform in one color, and it's a lot easier to tell if there's going to be anything else I need to do repair-wise on this guitar. There was a couple more spots. I put some Bondo on them, sanded it level, and now it's ready for paint. We'll start by painting the headstock. I'm putting some red on in the center, and then we're going to have some orange on the sides. Like I was saying, I want this to have a real lava feel to it, so orange and red are going to be the main colors. Since this guitar is going to have the crackle effect over this paint, I want to kind of blend the orange and red together so it fades back and forth randomly all over the guitar. Then once the crackle goes on, the lines in the crackle that are orange and red are going to be fading back and forth, and I'm thinking it's going to make a really cool lava type effect. I'll do 3 coats of regular paint, both colors back and forth like this, each coat with about 10 minutes in between. If you ever read the instructions on an aerosol spray can, it'll say recoat within 15 minutes or after 24 hours. The reason it says that is because the paint starts to dry in about 10 minutes. But you want to put your next coats on before it dries so that the paint can chemically bond. Once you go past the 10 to 15 minute range, the paint starts to dry a little too much, and it's going to sit on top of paint that's curing at a different rate than the top coats. By 24 hours, it's mostly cured, so you can always paint over it again in 24 hours. When it comes to painting, there's a million little things like this to learn about, which makes it a big challenge for most people. Okay, I think this looks awesome. Once the crackle's on, this is going to look amazing. I mean, it already looks pretty cool as it is, but once the crackle's on, it's going to be even cooler. Alright, and now it's time for the magic. The crackle paint. I'm still getting the hang of this crackle paint, but the heavier you lay it on, the more intense the crackling is going to be. You want to lay it on almost so thick that it's going to start running. It only takes a few minutes, and you can already see the crackling start to take place. It can sometimes take 30 to 40 minutes for the full crackle to come through, but you can see in this sped up clip how it's looking. After about an hour, this is what we have. Now that looks wicked. The plan worked perfectly as far as the orange and red went. It fades back and forth seamlessly with a very clean burst. This is pretty much exactly what I was going for with the lava look. This is going to be one of the most wild guitars I've ever made. Be sure to tune in next week to see how this guitar turns out. I've got a ton of insane projects coming up. We're just getting started over here. Next week we're going to finish up the color coats on this thing and then throw down the crackle. Then of course we're going to throw a real heavy clear coat over this one. We'll also get back to the black Ibanez RG, the Ibanez Pro Line Flying V, And don't forget, still lurking in the background is the Jackson Roswell and the other Jackson Rhoads I've been working on. Plus, I've recently received a wave of customer guitars coming in. Each one super custom and super awesome. Thanks so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Be sure to hit the bell to be notified every Thursday when a new episode comes out. And if you want to see some behind the scenes on this show, check out my Sunday show, Sunday Morning Shred. It's a slower paced show where I do Q&As and talk about behind the scenes stuff for this show, as well as what guitars have come in and what guitars are going out this week. Leave a comment down below, let me know what you think of that crackle. And if you want your guitar featured on the show, send me an email, mark@guitarguts.com, and let's talk about your dream guitar. If you want to buy one of the guitars on the show, check out guitarguts.com and look at the guitars for sale section right at the top. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you guys very soon. Rock on, my friends. For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash.
Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome to Trash to Thrash. I'm Mark Murray, and today we're going to be continuing where we left off last week. Last week's episode was all about Japanese guitars, and I started working on a made in Japan Jackson Kelly.
It was in bad shape, but we got it stripped, sanded, repaired, primed, and ready for paint. I even got the headstock painted, and it turned out really cool using Crackle paint. Be sure to go back and watch last week's episode to learn more about Crackle and see me do all that work to this guitar. Now the body's ready to be painted, so you paint your colors first that go on as a base. Then you paint on the black Crackle paint. As per the instructions, I did 3 coats of base color, 15 minutes apart each, and then 45 minutes later I sprayed on the Crackle paint. The look I'm going for on this guitar is kind of a cracked lava look. So as you can see, I'm spraying red towards the center of the guitar and bursting it out to an orange on the edges of the guitar. Now when I throw the Crackle paint on top of this, it's going to burst with red and orange back and forth and kind of have a flowing lava effect, I'm hoping. It's kind of an experiment, so I'm excited to see how it turns out. I love trying crazy things like this. This here is the first coat of color that I'm putting on the guitar. And now here's the second coat. The line down the center doesn't need to be perfectly precise or symmetrical because the crackle is going to come in and draw your eye away from those lines. The more random, the better it might actually look. This is the third coat going on here. And this is what the colors are going to look like underneath the crackles. So I'm hoping that it's going to look like some cracked molten lava, burnt crust of the earth. So far, I think it looks good. Next up is to spray some Crackle on it. The stuff works like magic. You simply spray it on, and the heavier you lay it on, the thicker the lines of Crackle will be. I'm still getting used to using this stuff. From what I hear, you have to spray it on so thick that it's just about to run, which makes me super nervous, and I haven't quite got it down exactly how I'm hoping. But this is the first real test, so we'll see if I can lay it on thick enough on this guitar without going overboard. I've talked to a few other guitar painters who have given me some tips, and they all have their own methods and little tricks and different processes. So I've done some experimenting on some testers and found a couple things that are working better than others. A few of those painters told me they didn't think I was going to be able to achieve large cracking out of a rattle can. So in the near future, I'm probably going to start firing up the compressor and use the HVLP gun to spray my Crackle. When you look at the back of the guitar, you can see that where I painted it red had a much tighter crackle pattern, whereas the orange had a larger crackle pattern, but still not quite as large as I was going for. All in all, I think it turned out really cool. I'm happy with it. It really has a twisted, wicked, evil look. The crackling leaves a weird texture on the guitar, so you need to lay on a lot of clear coat to cover that up and make it smooth and clean. The next step is to spray some clear coat on it. I want the clear coat to be really thick, so I sprayed on 3 coats the first day, let it sit for about a week to cure, and then I did 3 more coats. And now I'm going to let it sit for about a week to cure, and then I'll start level sanding and polishing. It's possible I could have sprayed all 6 coats in one day, but when you spray too much paint on top of itself in one day, the bottom coats sometimes don't fully dry, and then you end up with a really soft and brittle paint job. So the next guitar I'm going to be working on is this Ibanez RG series sent in by a viewer of the show, Ben, who really liked a lot of the splatter paint jobs I've done. This RG350 was Ben's first guitar that he got when he was 16 years old, around 2010. Ben had a few musician friends who encouraged him to get a guitar, so the hunt was on to find him the right guitar. Ben and his friends went out to all the local guitar shops and they ended up finding this guitar. He was into Metallica and Iron Maiden, so he needed something that was going to be good for metal. Then around 2012, he went off to college, and he had acquired a couple other guitars by then, so this one stayed home at his parents' house. It stayed there till 2021, when Ben saw Trash to Thrash and thought that I might be the perfect one to resurrect this guitar. So we started talking, came up with a game plan, and he sent it in.
We're going to do new pickups in this one. We're going to sand it down, refinish it, refinish the headstock. So you could sand the headstock on this one. This is the one I was telling you is orange with purple splatter on it.
Oh man.
So this thing is going to be super crazy. It's going to get a kill switch, of course. Every guitar, of course, gets a kill switch. Going to redo the logo on the headstock, so we'll have a new Ibanez logo up there.
The crazy paint is gonna look really cool with these like staggered shark fin inlays. That's gonna look really cool.
It's like Ibanez version of a shark fin inlay. We're going to do push-pulls. This is actually going to get Seymour Duncan pickups, Sentient and Pegasus, which is like a modern set. And then we're going to go with a single coil in the middle, JB Jr., which it's not even really a single coil. It's actually a humbucker, but it's in a single coil size housing, so it'll drop right in there, look like a single coil, but it'll actually be a humbucker. Going to do push-pull pots, so you can use single coil tones. You'll still be able to get all the single coil tones out of these ones. And we're going to keep the bridge on this one. It's got a factory Ibanez bridge.
Now that Ryan has the game plan, he'll get started by disassembling the guitar and then sanding it down for me, including the headstock. With any 10-year-old guitar, of course, there's going to be a ding or a chip here or there, so I filled all those in and sanded it level. Overall, this one was in fine shape. It only needed a couple small repairs. Before painting, of course, wipe the body down with some alcohol to remove any contaminants or oils or anything that's going to reject paint. Then it's time to mount it on a stick so I can go put it in my jig and give it a spray. Now it's nice, clean, fully leveled, and it's time to enter the paint booth. The plan with this guitar is to go with a bright orange. The owner of this guitar was a big fan of the Blood Shadow Haxon that I did on the second episode of this show. So we decided to go down that road, but not with the exact same game plan. Originally we were going to throw some red on this guitar too, but after doing the orange I sent the pictures to Ben, and we both agreed that it looked pretty insane in orange. In bright light it actually gives off a reddish glow. What do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments below if we should have added the red or left it orange like this. Of course, we need to do the headstock too. This is the first coat going on. I'll be replacing the Ibanez logo there and then doing the splatter coat. This is about a week later. I put the Ibanez decal on the headstock. To the top left, you can see on my phone I have an Ibanez headstock blown up real big. So I'm kind of looking at that for my placement, and also I put the truss rod cover on so I know about how it's going to line up with that and gives me a better idea of how to place this. This is why you got to wait a few days. Make sure you don't peel your paint off. Comes out super clean. Looks really nice. And of course, now it's time to splatter it all up.
If you've been following the show, you know I've been on a quest to chisel my guitar collection down from around 50 to like maybe 20 guitars. So this week I actually got rid of a couple more.
I found a buyer for the white blood splatter Rhoads that I built a couple episodes back. Then, in one weekend, I found a buyer for the Alien Blood Rhoads and the Tiger Rhoads. I also just recently finished this Wolfgang relic for my friend Eduardo. This guitar turned out great. The relicing looks great on it, the paint looks awesome. I do a lot of Frankenstrats and Wolfgangs for people, and this one's one of my favorite ones I've ever done. He also had me put in an Iron Age kill switch with the red LED. I also got a great deal on a future project that's going to be awesome.
All right, I just finished spraying some guitars out. This morning I was over on Facebook Marketplace, which is a place a lot of people have told me they've got great deals on guitars at. So this morning, Sunday morning, I was on there checking out and seeing what's available, what's out there, and I found a great deal on a 1998 LTD M100. And I've got the exact same guitar, so I know it's a great guitar. Hit the guy up, he was asking 200, and I asked him if he would take 150. Come pick it up, I got cash, it can be out of your hands today. And he said, yeah, come grab it. So just pulled up to the place, and we're gonna see if it's all that I'm hoping for it to be. Hopefully this deal isn't too good to be true. Let's go find out. Of course, if you're gonna meet up with a stranger, mask up, don't be crazy. Okay, I just checked this thing out with him. Let me show you what we got. Got the ESP hard shell case with it. Look at this beauty. It's a 1998 or 99, one of the two, LTD M2. So
These LTDs were great guitars. They're made in Korea. This one's got an alder body with a maple neck, rosewood fretboard, and it's in really nice condition. Note that the 12th fret doesn't have the model number, it just says LTD. I know these things well because I actually already own one. I bought one brand new in 1998, and it's been one of my favorite guitars I've ever owned.
yeah, it's got the same bridge as mine. Wow, this is a trip. Beautiful condition, wow. This guy took really good care of it. So yeah, 150 bucks, what a killer deal. Wonder if there's anything in this pouch. I didn't bother to look. I put my pick in there. There's a wrench. Okay, so it didn't come with the trem bar, but that's fine. Can get one of those elsewhere. Beautiful case too, man, what a deal. I've got some ideas for this one already. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching the episode. Be sure to hit the subscribe button, hit that bell to be notified every time a new video comes out, hit the like button for this video, and let me know what you thought about the episode by leaving a comment down below. If you want to help out the show, let your friends know about the show, tag them in the social media posts, and tell them they can go to guitarguts.tv to watch the episode. Post it on your social media and your Instagram stories. If you want your guitar featured on the show, email me, mark@guitarguts.com, and I'll write you back. We'll go over a game plan for what you want done, and we'll get your guitar here on the show. If you want to buy one of the guitars that I'm building as a shop custom here, then check out guitarguts.com, and there's a link right at the top for guitars for sale. There's actually a couple guitars in there right now, so go check that out if you're interested in buying one of my guitars. If you haven't watched all the episodes yet, go back and watch the older ones, and by this point in the video there should be a link to a playlist to all the episodes of Trash to Thrash in order. So check that out. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash. Look at these two beauties. I've built a lot of Van Halen style guitars, replicas, tributes, different color variations, but these two were really fun to build because they're different than anything I've ever built before. This is an EVH Gear Wolfgang Standard. When it came in, it was an army drab color. I refinished it with Eddie Van Halen's classic Bumblebee finish. And this is an OLP MM1, which is basically a more affordable version of Eddie Van Halen's signature guitar from the early 90s, the Ernie Ball Music Man Axis. For the past few weeks, I've been working on a few different guitars. This Ibanez Pro Line Flying V, this 1996 Jackson Kelly KE3, and this Ibanez RG350. The RG and the Kelly just got their clear coat, so they're going to sit for a couple weeks. And this Ibanez Pro Line isn't for a customer, it's just a shop build. It'll be for sale when it's done, but customer guitars always get first priority. Since I have so many customer guitars to work on, I'll set this one aside for just a little bit longer. And I'll show you guys the two EVH guitars I showed you just a second ago. This is an OLP MM1. OLP was a company that was making licensed copies of artist guitars in the 1990s. When a company licenses a product, that means they got permission from the original designers to create their own version of it, usually a more affordable version, and there's an agreement in place that the licensee will pay the licensor some type of fee for each one they make. They worked with a couple companies, including Ernie Ball Music Man. OLP actually stands for Officially Licensed Product. This is the MM1 model, which is a licensed version of Eddie Van Halen's signature guitar, the Ernie Ball Axis. This one, however, has been heavily modified. This is what the guitar looked like when I first bought it. Notice there's no kill switch, and there's no Floyd Rose. It's got a Strat-style trem on it. When I bought this guitar off Reverb, it came in a tobacco burst quilted maple finish.
A lot of times when I pick up new guitars for future projects, I'll post them on my Instagram page and see if anybody has any interest in customizing it for their liking. If it doesn't get any bites, I'll do what I think is cool and then put it up for sale. But if somebody wants to buy it and have me customize it for them, custom colors, kill switch in a custom location, anything like that, then if they want to buy it, I'll customize it to their liking.
Right away I found somebody who wanted this guitar with a bunch of mods and an EVH paint job. The first big thing they wanted was a kill switch added to the lower horn.
When you add a kill switch, it's not just as simple as drilling a hole where the kill switch is going to go, because you need to access the back of the kill switch so you could wire it up. So I opened up a hole, it's about 3 inches around, and then cut a little shelf here so that this cover can sit on the shelf and keep it covered up. Another thing you need to consider is how you're going to wire it up. The kill switch is here, but all the rest of the wiring's over here. So what you got to use is a long drill bit like this, and drill at the perfect angle so you can run your wires across the 2 cavities. The hole didn't come out perfectly round, but considering that this is a relic Frankenstrat, I thought it was fitting. And also, how would Eddie have done it? Eddie, a lot of times he just worked with what he had and he just kind of did things on a whim. So when I build my Frankenstrats, a lot of times I like to do the same thing. Think like Eddie did.
The next big mod on this guitar was adding a Floyd Rose, and that's not as simple as some people might think. This is one of the things I get asked about the most because I'm actually willing to do it. A lot of guitar shops aren't willing to take on adding a Floyd Rose, but it's not cheap. There's a ton of work that goes into modifying a guitar to have a Floyd Rose. But if the guitar already has a Strat-style trem on it, then some of the hard work is done. For non-tremolo guitars with no springs in the back, it's a lot more work. When we talk about bridges, we're talking about the point where the guitar string touches on the body, or the bridge side of the guitar. The string has 2 points of contact, the bridge on the body, and the nut at the headstock. The distance between these 2 points determines our scale length. If this is measured incorrectly, it'll throw off the mathematics of the guitar, which are what make each fret fall in tune to a specific note. The fret lengths and the scale length need to follow a mathematic pattern. This is the reason frets get smaller as you move up the fretboard. The exact middle point between the nut and the bridge is the 12th fret, which produces an octave. When it comes to electric guitar bridges, there are a few different kinds. They mainly break into 2 groups, fixed or tremolo. With fixed, there's string through, where the strings go through the body into ferrules on the back of the guitar. This is supposed to create the most sustain. This particular guitar is an 8-string guitar, so you can see there's 7 standard size string ferrules, and then 1 real large one. The lowest string on an 8-string is tuned to an F sharp, which is starting to get down into bass territory. There's a tune-o-matic and stop bar tailpiece, like on this Flying V or a Les Paul. There are hardtails, which are screwed down to the body and attached firmly to the top of the guitar. In some cases, the strings don't even come out the back at all. They're only mounted in the front of the guitar in the bridge. There are other style fixed bridges too, but let's move on to tremolo style bridges. Next we have the Strat style tremolo bridge, which allows for a tremolo bar, or a whammy bar as I like to say. For a long time, the holy grail for shredders was the Floyd Rose system. It's still used by many of the top guitarists in the world, but other great alternatives have been designed over the last couple of decades. That being said, Floyd Rose is my favorite. Most tremolo systems utilize springs in the back of the guitar. The tremolo itself is hooked onto these springs, which connect to a claw that is screwed into the body of the guitar. Tightening and loosening these 2 screws here adjust the pitch on the tremolo on the front of the guitar and increase the spring tension. So if the guitar already has a Strat style bridge, it'll have a spring system like this in the back, which makes it a lot easier to add a Floyd Rose to. The cavity still needs to be opened a little bigger for a Floyd Rose, but it's still a lot less work than doing this to a guitar with a hardtail or a string through system. You can see here where I opened the cavity more, and normally I would do that before painting the guitar so that spot would get painted, but this is how Eddie's original Frankenstrat was. It was painted and then the Floyd Rose was added on years later. You'll also notice that there's a wire connected to the claw here. That wire is soldered onto the ground of the electronics. So the ground travels through that wire, to the claw, through the springs, into the tremolo, and connects to the strings of the guitar. That's why you'll notice that the guitar hums more if you don't touch the strings with your volume all the way up. When you touch the strings, your body actually becomes a ground for the guitar. This is one of the things I get asked about the most. How do you add a Floyd Rose to a guitar that doesn't have one already? It's doable, but there's a lot of work that goes into it. The MM1 already had a Strat style tremolo, so I'll show you how I added a Floyd Rose to it. Obviously, you need all the right tools and you need some templates. My shop assistant, Ryan, is also a great machinist, and he made me these brackets that I can line up with a guitar that has a Strat style tremolo, and it'll show me exactly where I need to drill my first pilot holes. This all ties into what I was talking about earlier with the guitar's scale length and the mathematics of the fretboard. If these holes aren't drilled to a very precise space, it's going to throw the whole guitar off. If you add these holes too close to the neck or too far away from the neck, even by just 1/8 of an inch, it's possible you won't be able to intonate this guitar so the notes line up with the frets correctly. We'll call that the X-axis. Looking at how the guitar is oriented in this photo, if I were to drill these holes too high or too low, we'll call this the Y-axis. Then the strings won't be properly aligned with the neck, and we'll have strings coming off the fretboard when you go to do a bend or a vibrato. So if these holes are drilled even 1/8 of an inch off in any direction, it's really going to mess things up. The next thing I do is kind of dry fit the Floyd Rose and see how much space I'm going to need to route out from the bottom side. And when I simulate a dive bomb from this side, on the back side, the tremolo block is hitting up against here. So I'm going to have to remove some material from there. But first I'll bring the guitar up to my drill press because I need these holes to be perfectly perpendicular to the guitar's body. Here I'm just boring out the 2 holes I drilled using my template to a larger size to accommodate the bushings for the Floyd Rose mounting studs. Again, this is all something I would do before painting normally, but with Eddie's guitar, he played it in the red, white, and black phase for a while without the Floyd Rose. So if I get any paint chipping, it's just going to add to the relic look. Still, I tap it in real slow, real light with a real small hammer. As I start getting it close to the body, I'll put a wooden dowel in between the bushing and my hammer so I don't accidentally hit the top of the guitar and chip a huge piece of it off. Next, I flip the guitar over and add some tape. Again, it is a relic. It doesn't really matter if I get some scratches or chips on it, but let's not get too crazy. So I'm going to be running a router back and forth across the back of this guitar, and there's going to be chips and sawdust and all kinds of stuff, so it's going to scratch the guitar significantly, and I'll protect it from that. Now it's time to remove some material here. I use a router with a ball bearing bit. With a router, you don't want to remove too much material at once, so I go in multiple passes about 3/8 of an inch each time. As long as I get my first pass looking good, the next ones will be real easy because the ball bearing is just going to follow the path that I made with my first pass. After a few passes, we're good to go. Now coming back to the top, I need to add a little more clearance for the block on the top. Now I can see there's plenty of room for a dive bomb here. I'll also need to use the router to add a shelf to the neck so I can add my locking nut. And the last thing I'll need to do is shim the neck so that the angle is the proper angle for a Floyd Rose to match up. That step comes in a little while during assembly. A Floyd Rose sits differently than a Strat style bridge. When you look from the side here, you'll notice that the neck sits at an angle. I would either have to cut into the body to let the Floyd Rose sit recessed into the body, or I can shim the neck so the neck angles it up towards the Floyd Rose. This is what we'll be using to shim the neck. It's a 1-degree neck shim from StewMac. It gets installed right here between the body and the neck. Looking at the shim from the side, you can actually see the angle. It gets installed so the headstock is actually going to tilt back from the guitar now. And this will let the Floyd Rose sit at the proper height without having to be recessed. Those are the basic steps for installing a Floyd Rose on a guitar that didn't have one before, if it had a tremolo installed. Now let's transition over to the Bumblebee here. The Bumblebee Wolfgang came out great. The clear coat looks awesome. I spent a lot of time level sanding the clear coat and polishing it up, and it looks good. I also added an Iron Age kill switch and FU Tone noiseless springs. This is actually the 3rd guitar I built for this customer. I built him a red, white, and black classic Frankenstrat Wolfgang, black and white Wolfgang, and now the Bumblebee Wolfgang. So he's going to have all 3 of them next to each other on the wall. And he also has a stealth Wolfgang, so he's got 4 of them going across, and this one's just going to complete the puzzle. As I said before, this Wolfgang started its life wearing matte army green paint job. To paint a Bumblebee, you start off by painting the yellow. Here it is next to the second EVH guitar I ever painted. I was actually using it to copy the paint striping. The next step will be to spray the black on it. So everywhere we put tape in this step is going to stay yellow, and that's what's going to give it the Bumblebee look. And now the fun part, to unwrap the guitar. This is sped up over 30 times the original speed, so it took about 10 minutes to unwrap. The Bumblebee is pretty similar to the white and black version of the Frankenstrat, but when you add the third color on top of the original Frankenstrat, that takes about 30 minutes to unwrap. Okay, it turned out great. It looks awesome. Eddie really nailed it with his color choices on this guitar and the original Frankenstrat. Some Wolfgangs I build I do with a clear coat, and some I do in relic style, so it looks like an old beat up one just like Eddie played. All 3 that I did for this customer have been with a clear coat.
What do you guys like better, gloss finished or relic finished Frankenstrats? Personally, I like them both, but I think I lean towards the relic ones more. Let me know down in the comments which ones you guys prefer, relic or high gloss finish. By the way, I want to say thanks so much to everybody who's been watching the show, sharing it on your social media, tagging people in the posts about it. I've been getting a ton of customer guitars and filling out a ton of quotes for people, and I really appreciate it. So thank you guys so much. And if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button, hit the like button on this video, leave me comments throughout the video, and be sure to hit the notification bell to be notified every time I put out a new video. If you guys want me to rebuild your guitar and have it on the show, then send me an email, mark@guitarguts.com. My contact information is also down in the description below. I love taking on people's projects for them, so send me an email and we'll start talking about some custom options for you. If you have an idea for a crazy guitar you want me to build for you, same thing. mark@guitarguts.com, email me and we'll brainstorm and we'll come up with something really cool for you. Alright guys, thanks so much for watching. I appreciate it. Please keep sharing it on your social medias. That's helping the word spread about the show, and it's been amazing, all the comments, the likes, all that stuff, so I really appreciate it. Be sure, if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell to be notified every time I put out a new video. Check out my Sunday show, Sunday Morning Shred, where I talk about behind the scenes of this show. I do Q&As, I show off some of the fans' guitars, and play the videos of them talking about the guitars, have guests on, all kinds of really cool guitar-related content. So, thanks so much, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash. Ibanez history selling musical instruments dates back to the early 1900s. They started building guitars in Japan in the 1930s. What we know as Ibanez now really started in the late 50s though. In 1979, Ibanez released the Rhoads series. Eventually, in 1987, they released the RG 550 in the Rhoads series, and it was the first RG guitar to be released. With the popularity of the shredders of the 1980s, like Steve Vai playing Ibanez guitars, they became very popular, especially since they had 24 frets, floating bridges, and deeper body cutaways. They were just made to shred. This is an RG 350 that I've been working on for a couple weeks. This is how it came in, but now it hardly resembles this guitar. This guitar belongs to a customer of mine named Ben. Ben liked what I was doing here on the show and wanted me to rebuild his guitar, give it a new finish, upgraded electronics, and give new life to his first guitar that he got over 10 years ago. We came up with this concept together of orange with purple splatter, and I think it looks great. Now that the clear coat is sprayed and cured, it's time to do some level sanding and polishing on this one. Then we'll wire it up. But first, this guitar that I first showed you a few weeks back is a 1985 Ibanez Proline 1660 Flying V. In 1985, the Proline series were Ibanez top guitars. The Proline series featured oil finish necks, flat radius fingerboards, and custom finishes. They were designed with help from top professional guitarists. The Proline series only lasted for 2 years before they were discontinued in 1986. In 1987, Ibanez developed the S-Body and the RG, which took over and became Ibanez's most popular guitars. This guitar features an alder body with bolt-on construction, a one-piece maple neck with 22 frets, and an ebony fretboard, and a Pro Rocker floating tremolo. From what I hear, these are great bridges. It's missing a couple parts, but if I can find the replacements, I'll definitely keep it on here.
This one's crazy. This is another made in Japan, actually, Ibanez. And man, feel the neck on this one. Like, the neck is super nice. I love the texture, like the way that the back of the neck feels. It's like very smooth, but you can feel a little bit of the grain.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this one, I think it's from the 80s. I'm pretty sure this thing is like maybe as old as me. And I was contacted by someone on Instagram who reached out and said that they think that this would be a good guitar project for me. And, you know, I'd never heard of the Ibanez Pro line before, but it's basically like a Rhoads, like non-symmetrical flying V shape. And this one, I don't even actually know what the plan is going to be. This bridge is super weird, but if I can find replacement parts for the fine tuners, which I'm pretty sure I can. I can see the blocks are missing out of there, but that's not a big deal. I might replace it, but then again, I might not. It does have, you know, could probably be retrofitted for a Floyd Rose pretty easily. I could see that the back has, you know, the capability. It's set up for springs and everything like that. There's like a piece of wood sticking out from right here. I don't know what the paint job's going to be. See if something inspires me along the way, or if you get a crazy idea, I want you to let me know too.
Absolutely.
For you guys watching, if you guys have a crazy recommendation for this thing, I mean, it's a wicked guitar. Look at that thing. That if you guys got ideas, leave them down in the comments below. I'd love to hear what you guys think. That if you think I should do crackle, if you do think it should be crackle, let me know what colors.
As wild of a body style as that is, it needs definitely some kind of crazy, like over-the-top 80s paint scheme to it.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe I'll go with a clear pick guard and throw LEDs under there. I haven't even taken this pick guard off yet, so I don't even know what to expect under there. This is going to be a really fun one. It's going to be super unique. I've never really seen anybody play these.
The headstock for this one is getting sanded as well?
Yeah, we're going to repaint the headstock on this one. It's actually in pretty decent condition, but it's got enough chips and dings in it that I do want to repaint it. You know, it's kind of a bummer because you can't get, like, it says Pro Line Series right there, and I don't think I can get the logos online that say that, but maybe I'll make my own. Do something fully custom. I haven't done that before, and it's always fun to experiment on these kinds of guitars. Especially since this one isn't really sold yet, so I can take my time with it and really take this as an opportunity to learn some new skills.
Now I'll hand this guitar off to my shop assistant, Ryan, and he'll disassemble it and get it sanded down for me. The next step is to do some body repairs on it, and then I'll spray it up. Now let's get back to the orange RG350 with purple splatter. After spraying the clear coat, it looks really clear and nice, except for it has a ton of orange peel. Orange peel is an uneven texture that forms on top of paint, and it really does feel like an orange. You can see it all over the surface of this guitar, but when you look here, it's really smooth, basically mirror-like, and that's because this has been level sanded and polished. After spraying the clear coat, there's a long process to getting it to look like this. It feels really weird to do, but you need to level sand the surface of the guitar after you spray it. I use 800 grit to do the level sanding, and once all the orange peel is out, I'll move on to 1000, then 1500, then I finish off with 2000 grit. Some people go to 3000, but from what I've heard, you know, it's not really necessary. The first grit that you use, the 800, is known as level sanding. Level sanding is what's going to take care of the majority of the orange peel. I go real light when I use 800 because you don't want to go too deep and burn through the clear coat, and I go in small little circles like this. You'll also notice that I wipe off the sandpaper and wipe off the guitar frequently. The name of the game here really is to keep a clean working surface. As you sand, there's going to be little dust particles in the sandpaper and on the surface of the guitar, and you want to clear that off so you're not just digging them in deeper. And you're using the sandpaper's grit to put small scratches in the surface, not dust. After you finish with the 800 and you've gotten rid of almost all of the orange peel, basically all the orange peel, then you get into your finer grits, 1000 and finer. And this is known as polish sanding, because you're not really leveling it anymore. The guitar's pretty much level. You're just trying to remove the scratches from the 800 grit. When you move up to the 1500, you're removing the scratches from the 1000 grit. As you move to the finer and finer grits, it removes the previous scratches left by the more coarse sandpapers. After sanding the guitar, you can see that it has a very dull look to it. Like I said, it feels really weird to do this when it looks pretty clear to start with, but this is how you get that true mirror finish to it, by using different grades of sandpaper and scratching it up. The liquid compounds that we're going to polish it with will be able to remove those scratches and leave us with a mirror-like finish. These two Meguiar products, 105 and 205, are what I like to use. You'll need a lot of clean towels on hand because you don't want to contaminate the towels with the other compound. You'll have a pile of towels just for one compound and then a separate pile of towels for the other compound. If you use some type of buffer pad like shown here, same thing, you'll need separate buffing pads for each compound. I cut up soft cotton towels like shown here into small squares. When you're buffing and polishing with compound, you're basically removing clear coat and material. It's like a super fine sandpaper, like super fine. So all that material that's coming up off the guitar is actually getting stuck in the towel. That's why you need to use separate towels for each compound. The first compound you're going to use is going to have a more coarse cut to it, like a more coarse sandpaper would. The second compound that I like to use is a finishing polish, so it's going to have a more fine cut to it, like a more fine sandpaper would. So if you go to wipe down your finishing polish with something that has residue from a coarse compound in it, you're going to be putting bigger scratches back in it. So you need to make sure that you're using clean towels as you wipe everything down. I start with the Ultra Cut compound and start buffing it in small circles like this. I'll do 3 to 4 passes like this and then wipe off all the material and do it again. Usually I'll do this 3 to 4 times on each spot using this compound. Like I said, I'll go 3 to 4 times and wipe it completely off using a separate towel that's dry, making sure to get off all the residue and contaminants that were in the compound that were left on the surface. I learned about the importance of removing the residue and the old product watching the Ammo NYC YouTube channel. They have a ton of videos going real deep, in-depth, testing different products and techniques on luxury cars. After buffing the entire guitar like that, I come back and I buff it again using the second compound. This thing looks great. Mirror finish on it, lots of towels, lots of product, but hey, look at this thing, it looks gorgeous. For the clear coat on this guitar, I use SprayMax 2K Clear, which is a 2-part in an aerosol can. I got way better results with this than I have out of any other aerosol can before. I was even able to build up enough clear coat so that when I sanded it, it's all level. You don't feel the blood splatter at all. Next up is to do the same thing to the headstock. From start to finish, it took about 18 minutes, so not too bad. And look at that, that looks amazing. The vinyl logo I put on the headstock isn't exactly flat, but it's really smooth and it looks awesome. I'm really happy with it. Sometimes when you remove the neck of a guitar, you'll feel there's all these wood burrs sticking out of the back of these screw holes. So I'll take a razor blade and just kind of cut it flush, clean that back up so that the neck and the body are going to mate back up really nicely. After unwrapping the fretboard, I'm reminded that these frets need to be polished. So I'm going to tape off the actual fretboard and polish up the frets a little bit. Now I'll dress up the headstock, reinstall the tuners, the truss rod cover, and the string retainer. The frets were still in pretty good condition. There's a little bit of wear on them, but they'll hold up for a while longer. I gave the fretboard a wipe down. It's showing its age a little bit, but it still looks good. And the headstock with the hardware just looks awesome. The gloss clear coat turned out amazing. For the tuners, we went with Goto tuners, which are my favorite, made in Japan. I ran into one problem here. The locking nut, a screw was broken off in it. I looked it up, it's an R43, which may have a special radius exclusive to Ibanez. I looked around, I didn't really see any available online, so we're going to get this screw out. Next, we're going to use a center punch to find the exact center of that screw. Then we're going to use an easy out. An easy out is a tool you put in your drill. It consists of 2 parts. Something that's going to drill out the broken screw, and something that's going to use a reverse thread to pull it back out using the hole you just put in it. After a ton of drilling, I don't think that's going to work. I'm not really sure how I'm going to get that out. I'll probably hand it off to my shop assistant Ryan, who's a great machinist and probably will have some ideas, and if not, we'll just have to search for a new R43 nut. While we figure out that nut situation, we'll work on the electronics. For the RG350, the pickups and parts are all mounted on a pickguard, which is really easy to work on the bench. I also gave a little polish to this part right here. You'll notice it looks a little darker and a little better than the rest of the pickguard. We'll be reusing the old pickguard, but I think I can make it look a lot better than it does now. It's time to strip off all the old components, take the pickups out, the pots, the switch, and we'll be replacing it all with these beautiful Seymour Duncan pickups. We'll be going with the Sentient and Pegasus set for the neck and the bridge, and a JB Jr. in the middle pickup position. We'll also be ditching the tone in place for a kill switch. Now that all the components are stripped off the pickguard, I'll give it a little polish, wipe down. And now it's out to the shop to use the drill press and put a bigger hole in the tone position for the kill switch. Now it's time to start assembling the pickguard. Years before Trash to Thrash, Guitar Guts, any of that stuff, I actually used to own a company that built pre-wired pick guards and sent them out to people, ready to just drop right in their guitar. So wiring a guitar really is one of my specialties. By the way, how awesome is this Tessie kill switch in purple anodized metal? Try and guess what color it is. This here is a potentiometer, or a pot for short. This is actually what's underneath the knobs of your guitar, inside there, that make the volume go up and down and control your tone. They're a really simple electronic, and they only have 3 little tabs on them that you wire things up to. Basically an input, an output, and a ground. They come in a million different sizes, but for guitars we mainly use 250K for single coils and 500K for humbuckers. But you could use either for either, it'll just sound a little different. This here is another 500K potentiometer, but this one has a built-in switch on the bottom of it that can be activated by a push-pull mechanism under the knob. You can see the big box here on the bottom that's added on has all these spots on the front to add wires to, and that's what's going to be controlled by the toggle switch that you activate by pulling the volume up and down. There's actually a lot of really cool and clever ways to wire these up and get a lot of different cool features out of your guitar. You can do phase reversing to give you completely different tones. You can do coil splitting so it'll cut your humbucker in half and give you a single coil type sound. If you're real hardcore, you can do series and parallel toggle switching. They're really cool. The new push-pull pot doesn't quite fit in this old hole, so we're going to open it up using this reamer. I learned a ton of wiring tricks and soldering techniques back in my pickguard building days. Wiring up a guitar is actually a pretty simple job, although the more tricked out wiring you have with kill switches and coil tapping like this guitar has does add a layer of complexity to it, but really if you can follow a diagram, it's not that difficult. The skill of soldering, on the other hand, is a little tougher. If you don't know exactly what you're doing, you could end up burning wires, burning yourself, so be careful when you do this. If you need to wear safety goggles, I recommend that. But if you don't know what you're doing, you should probably bring it to a professional anyways. My old pickguard company was called Pickuptronics, and we were an authorized dealer for Seymour Duncan, DiMarzio, and EMG. I ran the company for about 7 years with my business partner, Mike. I've wired up at least 100 pickguards and shipped them all over the world to different countries. I really learned a lot and got a lot of great experience wiring up all those pickguards. An experienced guitar wiring tech could probably wire up a guitar in 30 to 40 minutes if you go through it quickly. But if you really take your time and you want to do a really fine job on it, it's going to take at least an hour, probably a couple hours. It's important when you're wiring a guitar to use good wire, to take your time, not run wires too tight. You want to have a nice little service loop in places, and use good technique when soldering. You don't want to have cold joints and big old extra solder blobs all over the place. Earlier I told you guys to guess the color of the kill switch. It's going on a purple and orange guitar. The kill switch is anodized purple. What do you think? Orange, of course. Tessie makes some really cool kill switches, so on this guitar of course we went with the purple anodized kill switch with an orange LED. The Sentient and Pegasus pickups look awesome, all blacked out like that. The JB Jr. in the middle is a really cool pickup, which it fits in a single coil size hole, but it's actually a humbucker pickup. There's 2 coils inside that pickup, and you could even tell it's got the 2 rows of screws on top. I'm a big fan of taking your time and routing the cables really neatly and using heat shrink to hold and harness the wires together. I also use flux. Liquid flux can only be ordered online usually, but it makes soldering so much easier. It allows the solder to just flow. To me, on a custom guitar, small details like this are what make a huge difference. These small foam inserts are going to go underneath the Floyd Rose. You hardly see them, and they're just black on almost all guitars, but having purple foam pads under there, when you notice that kind of stuff, to me, that's what makes a really cool guitar unique and special. It comes down to these types of small details. I mean, look at that. This is one of those things that I've never seen any other builders do, and I got a feeling after putting this out there, we're going to start seeing more guitars with colored foam to match the details of the guitar under the Floyd Rose.
Alright guys, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Again, like I say every single week, keep spreading the word, posting this show on your social media stories, letting your friends know about it. I love when people do that. I keep getting messages from people saying so-and-so referred me, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing to help me spread the word. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, of course. Hit that bell to be notified every Thursday when a new episode of Trash to Thrash comes online. And also leave your comments down below, hit the like button. I mean, all that stuff helps the show a ton. So thanks so much for watching, guys. If you want me to customize your guitar, send me an email, mark@guitarguts.com. My contact information is down below, and we'll get your guitar on the show here. If you need a custom guitar or anything like that, DM me on Instagram, send me an email, whatever you got to do to get a hold of me. So be sure to tune in next week to see how this Ibanez comes along, see how the Proline V is coming, and also I have a ton of other customer guitars that are here right now. So we'll be starting some of those ones in the next week or two. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to another episode of Trash to Thrash with me, Mark Murray. This week we're going to be continuing working on some of the Ibanez and Jackson guitars I've been working on over the last couple of weeks. I've had a ton of customer guitars come in to get refinished and reworked, fixed up, pimped out, whatever you want to call it. So be sure to tune in over the next couple weeks and you're going to see a ton of new guitars coming through. You can see some of them here behind me. We got LTD Flying Vs, Jackson Rhoads, got an Epiphone Explorer, Wolfgangs. We got all kinds of awesome guitars coming up. So at the end of this episode, I'm going to give you a preview of a couple of the next guitar projects I'm going to be working on. And starting next week, we're going to have a whole new batch of guitars to work on. Right now, I've got 12 customer guitars lined up. So we got a ton of new episodes coming up with a ton of new, really cool custom guitars. So I want to thank you guys again for watching and supporting the show and helping me grow my business. If you want to have your guitar worked on me, send me an email, mark@guitarguts.com. Check out the description below. I've got all my contact information down there below. Send me an email and we'll discuss your guitar. Business has been booming, but I need your guys' help with something. Go ahead and hit the like button right now and leave a comment on this episode. I see the view counts on these episodes, and if we had that many likes and comments on the videos, YouTube's going to help promote the video. Basically, they have an algorithm that looks through, sees how many people watch it, how many thumbs up it gets, and how much discussion it's bringing up. So leave a comment down there, whatever it is, something you like about the show, one of the guitars I'm working on, maybe a guitar you'd like to see me working on in the future. And that's just going to help me bump the show up and help YouTube promote the show and recommend it to more people. Now let's jump on in to the Ibanez RG350 I've been working on, the orange with purple splatter that I've been working on for a couple weeks now. It's finally done. So let me give you a quick recap of how it came in, some of the work we did to it. Then I'll show you what I've done to it over the last week, show you the final product, rock out on it for a second, and then I got another huge Guitar Guts related announcement after that.
This is how the guitar arrived to me, in its original form. It hadn't been played in years and didn't even have strings on it, so the bridge came right off. There was a little bit of body damage to repair, but nothing major, and then it went into the spray booth to get some orange paint. The original concept for this guitar that Ben and I came up with was to do it orange with a red burst, but after doing the orange and sending him some pictures of it, we agreed that it looked so cool with orange that it didn't really need the red. I also matched the headstock and put a new Ibanez logo on it. After putting the logo on, then it's time for some purple splatter. Then I sprayed the clear, let that dry for about a week. Then I level sanded it, polish sanded it, and finally buffed it out using compound and finishing polish. The clear coat came out awesome on this guitar. The buffing and sanding and everything looks really good on this one. I rewired the pickguard using all new wire and components with these Seymour Duncan pickups, Sentient and Pegasus set, and a JB Jr. in the middle. There's also a push-pull switch in the volume pot, and where the tone used to be, a purple anodized Tessie kill switch with an orange LED. Matches the guitar perfect. A really cool touch that I've never seen on any other guitars is to color the foam underneath the floating bridge. I went with purple because that's the accent color for the splatter. Now we're just about caught up with where we left off on the last episode. This nut here I had found that the screw was broken off in, and I tried to use an easy out to remove it, but the easy out was no match for this hardened steel. Using a drill press, I was able to get it out. The broken screw was mounted in a through hole, so as the drill bit was going through it, it caught it and threaded it through the opposite side. It actually came out really easily using this method. After rewiring the pickguard, it's time to install it. But I ran into another problem. It's not sitting all the way down into the guitar. Sometimes the wires get in the way when you try to mount a pickguard, but that wasn't the case here. I measured the depth of the components on the pickguard using a set of calipers. Then I put that into the guitar, and it confirmed. It's about 1/4 inch off. So we're going to have to remove about 1/4 inch of material from the inside of the control cavity. You can see inside the control cavity there's a strip where it's already about 1/4 inch deeper. And I'm just going to level the whole thing straight across at that depth. That little pocket's for the 5-way selector switch for the pickups. It's taller than the rest of the components used inside a guitar, but even with that being said, I'm not sure why they don't just route the whole depth of the control cavity to the same level. This is something I see in a lot of guitars. So, for that we bust out the router. The router has a flat base that'll sit right on the top of the guitar, and the router bit has a ball bearing on it that's going to follow the shape of the control cavity already. Of course, for this step, I wrapped the guitar up with paper and tape and covered it all up. The router flings wood shavings everywhere, so I brought this outside, and now it's going to need some touch-up paint in there. The routing looks nice and smooth down there, all even. The new wiring should definitely fit in there. And now the moment of truth. Does the pickguard fit? Perfect. Looks beautiful. Now that it's in place, I'll solder in the output jack, which has been upgraded to a stereo output jack, so every time the guitar is unplugged, the battery for the kill switch is automatically disconnected, and when you plug it in, the LED automatically turns on for the kill switch. Now I'll add a knob on here, and put in the 2 mounting studs for the floating bridge. This thing's starting to come together. Of course, we got to add the trem claw on the back, and lay the neck into place. Of course, we got to wire up the claw, put the ground wire to it. To hold the bridge in, I'm going to be using FU Tones noiseless springs. They're definitely my favorite springs. If you've ever heard that weird ringing out noise when you're chugging a breakdown on a guitar with a floating bridge, sometimes in the pauses and the gaps when you're abruptly stopping the strings, you'll hear this weird ringing. These springs eliminate that. I've seen some other crafty DIY style ways of doing that using a towel or some tubing inside the springs. Okay guys, all that's left to do is to string it up, set the pickup height, do a setup and intonation. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Man, this thing turned out awesome. The orange paint job with the purple splatter looks crazy. The foam under the bridge looks awesome. I really like the way this one came together. Instantly, it's one of my favorites that I've done. The wiring on this thing is awesome too. The Seymour Duncan Sentient and Pegasus pickups sound so heavy, but with plenty of clarity. They're a more modern set of humbuckers. In the middle position is a JB Jr., which is a humbucker also, but in a single coil sized housing for situations just like this. Now let's jam on this thing. When it comes to wiring a guitar, it can be one of the easiest tasks of building a guitar, or it can be one of the trickiest tasks. It all depends on how many components you're wiring up and how many wiring tricks you implement. The Tessie kill switch in anodized purple metal with the orange LED matches the paint job perfectly. This guitar is also equipped with a push-pull pot. Push-pull pots are basically toggle switches mounted on a standard pot. The nice thing about a push-pull is if you don't need it, it goes unnoticed. But it's there if you do need it, and you don't need to drill a new hole in the guitar to add one. For this guitar, when you pull up on the knob, it activates the coil split, so it cuts off one of the coils in the humbucker pickup and gives you a single coil sound. It isn't exactly engineered to sound like the greatest single coil in the world, because the pickup was made to be played as a humbucker. This is almost sort of a hack to get another interesting tone out of your guitar. So while it doesn't sound like an amazing strat, it does hit the spot when you need a single coil tone and you only have humbuckers. There are these secrets and tricks to spice up your wiring and give your guitar some really cool extra tonal options. Using things like push-pull pots and toggle switches, you can unlock things like coil splitting, series and parallel switching, phase reversal, and more. Even using a different pickup selector switch can give you different pickup choices and coil selections than you'd normally be able to get with a standard wired guitar. When it comes to wiring something like a Frankenstrat with one humbucker pickup and a single volume pot, it doesn't get much easier than that. It's really just a couple solder joints and you're done. But something with multiple pickups that has parallel and series switching, a boost, a phase reversal switch, coil splitting, capacity rotary knob, and stereo output would have a much trickier wiring setup. You might even have to stitch together your own wiring diagram for something that custom. Seymour Duncan has a ton of wire diagrams on their website, so you'd be able to print out a bunch of them and cross-reference and figure out what you need to do. But it does get tricky.
Alright guys, now that I've showed you the guitar, there's something else really cool I want to show you. This is the GG1, the first in a series of Guitar Guts pedals. This is a pedal I designed and had my friend Matt, who's a pedal builder at Goliath Studios over in Europe. He built this thing, so I designed it. I have a bunch of ideas for pedals, and this is the main one that I wanted to get put into a pedal, into a little stomp box for the floor, because it's got a boost and a kill switch built into it. So you'll see down at the bottom, it's got two different buttons. One says boost here, one says kill, and then it's got a single knob. When you hit the boost, an LED light comes on, and this knob here controls how much boost you get. I'm about to demonstrate it for you, and it is so awesome. This is a rad pedal. I like putting boosts and kill switches in guitars, but you know, there's sometimes when you're playing a certain guitar in your collection, or maybe if you're touring or playing shows or whatever, and you need these little features, but not every single one of your guitars has them. This is like the perfect thing to throw onto your pedal board. The kill switch on this side, it's a momentary button, so as you push it down and hold it, it mutes you. So you can do kill switch effects with it. This side, the boost, the sustain, when you hit a note on it, it's incredible. Blew me away. So Matt is an awesome pedal builder. Shout out to Matt. Give him a follow, and I'll put his information down in the link, the description below, to all his social media and YouTube channel. But yeah, this thing came out so cool. The input and output up on top with the Guitar Guts logo, 9-volt battery hookup right there, and got the classic blood splatter, just like, you know, I put on all the guitars I paint. I'm going to have a series of these, so there's going to be an alien blood pedal at some point. There's going to be probably a white one with red blood. There's probably going to be some crackle pedals, so each one's going to be a different pedal in the series, and then maybe at some point I'll even make a little collection of them and throw them on one of those pedal boards that my other friend makes me, so it'll be like a whole Guitar Guts themed pedal board. But let me show you what this thing does, because it is really cool. Okay, here it is without the boost. I'll just hit a high note and vibrato and see how long it sustains for. Not bad. Some harmonics there, undertones, but like, okay, so here it is with the boost. Just for fun, I'll turn the boost off. At this point, it's pretty much just creating feedback, but with no speakers. So that's what you get without the boost. And you're still getting this with the boost. So this pedal's super awesome. There's only a limited quantity available right now, but send me an email, mark@guitarguts.com, if you want one. I don't have them up on the website, but they'll be up there pretty soon. And once we start getting like a higher number available. But we got some available now, so yeah, check it out.
Alright, I told you guys I'd give you a preview of the next few guitars coming up, so here they are. These are some of the guitars you can expect to see on the next coming episodes of Trash to Thrash.
Alright guys, thank you so much for watching the show. I really appreciate it. Be sure to hit the like button, leave a comment down below, really help me promote the show, let YouTube know they need to recommend this video to more people who like this kind of content. Hit that subscribe button. Let me know in the comments down below what's your favorite guitar I've been working on, a guitar you want me to work on in the future, maybe some crazy finish concepts. I've been seeing a lot of people say enough of the splatter. Well, I think I'm done with splatter for a little bit, but it's one of my favorite kind of paint jobs, so of course they're going to keep coming back. We got a couple crackles coming up, all kinds of crazy stuff, and a bunch of other more unique, different stuff too. So I will be back on Sunday with Sunday Morning Shred. If you guys need even more guitar content, check out my Sunday show where it's more slow-paced, me just talking to the camera, taking people's questions. If you have questions, leave them down in the comments and I'll try to answer them on Sunday Morning Shred. But it's a 30 to an hour long show, and it's just me talking about guitars. So if you need even more guitar content, it's there for you Sunday mornings right when you wake up. Grab your coffee, come back to the computer, throw it on your TV, however you want to watch it. So I appreciate you guys watching. Thanks so much. Recommend a friend to watch the show, and I'll see you guys on Sunday or next Thursday if you only watch Trash to Thrash. See you then.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Trash to Thrash with me, Mark Murray. I've been getting so many requests to work on your guys' guitars that this week it's all going to be customer guitars from you guys. This week we got a couple really cool guitars that people have sent in for me to work on. And the first one I'm going to be showing you guys is this. This is a Jackson, I believe it's a 1993 Jackson Dinky EX. If you guys have seen the show, you know that I love Jackson guitars. I've rebuilt a bunch of them on this show, and This one is right up my alley. It's got tons of chips and dings on it. It's been to hell and back. After looking at it close, I can see that the Floyd Rose studs need to be filled, re-drilled. It's got a lot of damage. It's been abused over the years, and the body's destroyed on this thing. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna give this thing a new paint job. We're gonna change the pickguard out to a single humbucker, and we're gonna kind of Van Halen it up. We're gonna do some stripes on it, but not typical Van Halen stripes. We're gonna do a custom stripe pattern, and we're gonna do different colors. My customer, Aaron, he's from West Virginia, but he's a big Seattle Seahawks fan, so we're gonna do it in the Seattle Seahawks colors, dark blue and neon green. So this thing's gonna be crazy. Although it's a 1993, the body is trashed. The neck is in great shape. Most of the time with these old Jacksons, the sharp tip on the top of the headstock gets completely destroyed, gets broken off over the years, and look at that thing. That's like one of the nicest original Jackson necks I've ever seen. So this is an old made in Japan guitar, which when fixed up right are excellent guitars. The body is basswood. It's got an Eastern rock maple neck, which is a great solid hardwood, and this thing's got a lot of potential. The fretboard's still in good condition. It hasn't been dried out too bad over the years. So the second guitar I want to start this week is this one right back here. This is a PV Rockmaster, which is a model I had never even seen before. A few months ago, I built a Frankenstrat replica for a guy named Kelvin that I met from New York. He was a fan of my Instagram page, saw some of the work I had done, and ordered one through me. I sent it out to him, and he fell in love with it. Then he saw Trash to Thrash, and he showed his buddy Haro, who also plays guitar, and they started talking, started coming up with some ideas, and they came up with the idea to send me this PV right here to rebuild. In one of the early episodes, I refer to it as the Murray touch. It's like the Midas touch, where everything turns to gold. Half the guitars I build for myself end up with gold hardware. So they actually told me they want the Murray touch on this guitar. We're actually gonna do a blue to purple burst on this guitar with black splatter, which is awesome. I've never thought of that before, and with talking to these guys, we came up with this crazy cool custom finish that we're gonna do on this one. All gold hardware, a gold EMG pickup in it, gold bridge, gold tuners. This thing is gonna be sweet. Now I got my hands full with these things, so let's get started.
As with all rebuilds, the first step is to take the guitar apart. So I hand it off to my shop assistant Ryan, who's going to do that, and then sand them down. Sometimes opening up these old guitars, you find some weird work that somebody else has done and some weird parts inside it, but both of these turned out to be pretty normal stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary. After this, Ryan sanded them down using 600 grit sandpaper. After the initial sanding, you could see I did some Bondo work to the body. I filled in some of the screw holes that were mounting the pickguard because we're going to be making a smaller custom pickguard for this guitar. Now we're on to some sanding, and I just used an electric palm sander for this with 600 grit sandpaper. I have various workstations for working on guitars, and for sanding I always like to go outside because the Bondo dust and all that kind of stuff, I don't like that kind of stuff getting around in the shop or in my finishing areas, and especially not in a paint booth. The paint booth is for painting only. Speaking of paint booths, now it's time to go in the paint booth and spray some color on this thing. The plan with this guitar is to go with the navy blue, medium blue, and purple burst with black splatter on it. But you don't always stick to the game plan. So for the first coat, I started off by giving it navy edges and then blending in the purple and the medium blue on the front and back. This is just the first coat, so really I'm just trying to get some coverage here and get an idea for how I want the burst to look on the second or third coats. It does look pretty cool, but it's not quite what I envisioned, so the second coat I'm going to do it quite a bit different. Now it's been about 15 minutes and it's time to start throwing on the second coat. For the second coat, I decided to start with the medium blue because it was a dominant color and I noticed the pigment is really strong in this paint. So I want this to be the base with the other colors on top of it. You know, when I started this show, it was a way of me turning my hobby of rebuilding used guitars I found online and flipping them to make money. I'd been buying beat up guitars for years from people and rebuilding them to my liking, but the collection started getting out of control and I accumulated 50 guitars that I hardly play. I have my main 10 or so guitars that I play all the time and a few other sentimental ones, but I was basically building a giant collection of guitars I just don't play very often. I love building custom guitars, and the dream would be to do this as my full-time job. Thank you guys for all the support so far, I really appreciate it. Help me out by subscribing to this channel, hitting the notification bell, liking this video, and all the other ones of mine that you watch. We know YouTube will suggest videos to people that get more likes and comments because if it's generating that type of response, obviously people want to see it. If you want to get your guitar pimped, fixed up, upgraded, whatever you want to call it, or you want me to build you a modded Rhoads, custom Super Strat, a Killer Explorer, or whatever else you'd like, send me an email, mark@guitarguts.com, and let's talk about your guitar. After blending the 3 colors back and forth, I stood back and gave the guitar a little bit of overspray with the medium blue, and it gave it a really cool, almost like a metallic type of feel. The purple and the 2 blues blended together really well, and actually it has a real space vibe to it. I really like the way it turned out, and I don't even think it needs the black splatter after all. I said a minute ago, sometimes you don't stick to the game plan, and in this case, I took some photos of it, sent it to the customer, and we both agreed, no black splatter, we're going to leave it like this. Once this thing gets a clear coat, polished up, and some gold hardware, this thing's going to look awesome. Along with the body, I also painted the headstock to match. But when you paint the headstock, it needs a logo on it, right? So I recently bought a Cricut Maker, which is a machine that does all kinds of stuff, including cutting vinyl and foam. This is what I'm now using to make my headstock logos. Here I'm using silver metallic vinyl to make a new logo for the PV Rockmaster. After applying it, it looks really good. The silver pops against the space color, and it's going to be a really cool contrast against the gold hardware. I could have used gold metallic vinyl, but I think that would have been too much gold and might have looked a little cheesy. I'll also be spraying clear coat over this, so it's going to get sealed in nicely. Another really cool thing on this guitar is the pickguard. We're going with the smaller modified pickguard, in clear instead of black. Since the pickguard will be quite a bit smaller than the original, I filled some of the original holes in the body. The material I used is actually a plexiglass, which is a little more brittle than the standard PVC plastic pickguards, and a bit more difficult to work with. But for really cool custom guitars, I like to think outside the box and bring in materials and things from other industries like this. For this guitar, we're replacing the tone knob with something special. You guessed it, a kill switch. Kill switches and crazy finishes is what I'm becoming known for, so most of my customers request these things. This one will get a gold kill switch with a blue LED. The pickguard looks awesome on the body. I wanted it to follow the original body lines and curves that the pickguard had, so I traced the outside edge here, and the top, where I cut it short, I gave it kind of a curve so it kept that style going. The body and neck are now ready for some clear coat, so this guitar is well upon its way. I'm really digging the finish on this guitar. It's kind of giving me like a space mixed with John Petrucci Majesty vibes. Now let's get into the Jackson Dinky EX. This one was sent in by Aaron for me to fix up. This is a really cool guitar. You don't see these EX models very often. Some of you may remember the Jackson Rhoads EX that I rebuilt on episodes 5 and 6. These EXs are solid guitars when set up correctly. This is from the 1993 Jackson catalog. Here you can see the Rhoads I had recently rebuilt. And then here, 2 pages down, you can see the Jackson Dinky EX. It's funny, in the catalog here they actually have it listed at 24 frets, but clearly it's a 22 fret guitar. I love these old Jackson and ESP catalogs, and even just a few pages down from here you can see the 1993 Kelly Standard, which is the exact year and model of the Stealth Splatter that I recently did. These old Jacksons are some of my favorite guitars of all time. Okay, so let's get into this Dinky. The biggest thing that scares me is not all the chips and body damage, that's pretty easy to deal with. It's when you look close here at this Floyd Rose mounting stud. It's completely crooked, it's glued and epoxied in with who knows what, it's braced with cheap small pieces of wood, so I think it's got to come out, that whole area's got to be removed and refilled with another piece of wood. It's going to get a little surgery. But we'll kick off this guitar by filling all the major chips and dings with Bondo, and then sanding them level. And now the fun begins, getting out the Dremel and extracting the bridge post. It actually almost feels like I'm doing some type of dentistry or surgery or something like that, pulling a tooth or something with these pliers. But it came out pretty easily. So after just removing about half of the depth so far, I'm going to take it down further because there's still a lot of just glue and weird materials there. The Dremel has this attachment that will let you set a predetermined depth, and then it won't go beyond that, so it's going to cut a nice even pocket out. It's basically like a tiny router. Here at this depth, I can see that I'm hitting wood now, so I stopped going deeper and all the old bad stuff is out. And I'm going to make a new piece out of wood. So I use my calipers to measure the gap that I have just removed out and trace it onto a piece of hard oak that I had on hand. If I was working on a vintage instrument or replacing a large section of the body, I would try to match the type of wood that the body originally had. But it's such a small section that I can get away with using a small piece of hard oak here. And my little piece, after being pressed in a little bit, fits in there perfectly. I cut it out using a bandsaw. And of course I glued it in using some high-performance wood glue. Now it's filled nice and evenly, and it's time to route it down a little deeper after letting it dry. So it's back to the Dremel, so I can create the shelf for the Floyd Rose to rest on. This is a really slow process, and you just have to take your time, and you have to be used to using a Dremel tool because while it can be a pretty precise tool, it also can get out of control pretty quickly. So you need to know how this tool reacts when it hits an obstacle when you're working with it. Finish it up by sanding it down, make it nice and smooth and level. Now I've measured where the new hole needs to be mounted, and I'm going to drill a pilot hole at about 1/8 of an inch. The pilot hole looks good, nice and centered, so now we bring it into the drill press and drill it out to about 3/8 of an inch. Now I've dropped the bridge post back in. It's a snug fit, but it's perfect. It could still use a little bit of sanding here, maybe a little more Bondo here on the top to help it be a little more smooth, but looking back to what it was and what it is now, this is going to look great. After just a little bit more Bondo and sanding, this thing is just about ready for paint now.
Alright guys, thanks so much for watching. Be sure if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, hit the bell to be notified every time a new episode comes out, and leave your comments down below. Let me know what you think of these two guitars so far. Let me know, for the splatter haters out there, how happy you are we didn't go with splatter on the PV. Be sure to tune in next week and you'll see how the PV's going, how the Jackson's coming along. And also, of course, in the background, I'm still working on the Ibanez Proline V, the Roswell, the other Jackson Rhoads that I was working on, and the Crackle Kelly. So there's a ton going on behind the scenes. I got a ton more guitars sent in from people over here. So you're going to see a ton of cool new stuff coming up. I say a ton of times in a row sometimes. That's ridiculous. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I will see you guys very soon.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash.
Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Trash to Thrash. I'm Mark Murray, and today we're going to be continuing working on a couple of guitars I started last week. Both of these guitars were actually guitars sent in by viewers of the show to have me rebuild their old beaters and turn them into killer shred machines. The first guitar is Haro's PV Rockmaster,
which last week we stripped down, sanded, painted with this Killer Universe blue-purple burst, and made a custom clear pickguard for it. Now let's continue on with the PV. After spraying the color and letting it dry for a few days, I brought it back to the spray booth and sprayed some clear on it. For the clear, I used a 2-part polyurethane through my HVLP, or high volume, low pressure gun, and air compressor. Last week, I painted the headstock and replaced the logo, so this week I shot the clear on the headstock. It turned out excellent. Of course, it still needs to be level sanded and polished, but it's got some great gloss already and it just looks great.
Here at the Guitar Guts Custom Shop, I do a few different types of builds. The first would be a full custom, where I go out, I pick the guitar, I pick all the parts, and I just go for it, put it all together. The second type of custom build would be custom by request. So somebody contacts me, says, I want a 1998 Jackson Warrior with EMG pickups, a Floyd Rose, and then I go out, I find the guitar. Sometimes I go with a used guitar that we're going to refurbish. Sometimes I get a brand new one, just depends what the customer really wants and what their budget is. And sometimes people know exactly what they want already, and sometimes they have some ideas, and we kind of brainstorm together and come up with something really custom and cool and specific to them. The third type of custom build would be when I quote-unquote pimp your guitar, and people send in their old guitars to me. I rebuild them. Sometimes I put a new paint job on them, rewire all the electronics, put new pickups sometimes. Anything they want modification, of course, add a kill switch, and then I ship it back to them. So the fourth kind of work I do is repairs and upgrades, you know, basic stuff. Someone sends me a guitar, and I just swap out the pickups, add a kill switch, maybe repair something that's not working right on it. The next guitar is Aaron's 1993 Jackson Performer Dinky EX model.
This is a Japanese Strat-style Jackson Performer that we're giving the EVH treatment to. Last week we stripped it down, sanded it, and bondoed the hell out of it. It was pretty beat up. The bridge post bushing for the Floyd Rose was really damaged and crooked, so I cut out all the glue and junk and put a new piece of wood in, then replaced the bushing for the post. This guitar came in with a ton of damage from being almost 30 years old and being played hard. After repairing all the chips and dents, sometimes I like to lay down a base coat of some flat black. It makes everything the same color and lets you see any more remaining imperfections. And it's starting to look pretty good. I don't see too much more stuff on it really.
So this here is my spray booth. Pretty comfy little spray booth here. It's actually a 6-foot by 8-foot shed, and I bought it just for doing guitars, so nothing else has ever been done in here. I went around and I sealed up some of the edges with expanding foam, so kind of reduces some of the stuff from outside. I added a couple lights here at the top on a switch, so I just run an electrical cord out, plug it in, and all my lights come on automatically. I used to have an exhaust fan that I would run, but after the first few episodes, a couple of people told me that it could be an electrical hazard, so I stopped using the fan, but I still have a filter pad and, you know, an opening there that I can open, and it gets some fresh air coming in through the side. So when we come in here, on the right-hand side, I got a couple drawers with some supplies. Got a small compressor. It's a 8-gallon, 2 horsepower, 125 max PSI Harbor Freight. Nothing special. And then I also have my spray gun here. Same thing, it's a Harbor Freight. I've been using the smaller one lately, so that's what I've been using for my clear coats. That's the clear I use. It's a Henson product. Of course, got the activator with it. And then up here is where I have all my paints. So this is normally what I do is use rattle can for the colors, and then I use something real high-end like this for the clear coat. Mostly Rust-Oleum 2X, but then I've got some fluorescent Rust-Oleum stuff, some Krylon camo stuff, all kinds of different random clears for matte and other finishes, some lacquer, plastic adhesion promoter for painting pickup rings and other things, and of course all my crackle colors. And then when you come around this other side, you'll see this is where the guitars go when I paint them. I can bring the guitar out to more to the center, and I can close the doors behind me, and there's plenty of room here to spray it. It's on a rotisserie jig that I made, which I'm actually developing a brand new system right now because this one's pretty cool, but it's getting old, and you know, it's made of PVC, 2 PVC pieces coming up. And then I've even done it with the T right here because there was 2 different size dowels I was using at one time, and there was even a couple times when I would spray clear before I had this workbench in here, and I would spray 2 guitars clear at the same time, which I don't really recommend doing anymore, but you could do it.
You don't need a full-on spray booth to paint guitars though. This is the skeleton of my old paint booth. At this time I was only painting about a guitar a month or less, and I would drape plastic over it and run an exhaust line outside. I definitely don't recommend spraying inside your garage though. It would make my house smell for a day or 2 straight, and yeah, it was really nasty. If you're only spraying about 1 day a month, you could set this up outside and then break it down every single month, and this would be a perfect setup for somebody spraying 1 or 2 guitars a month. Now for this project we're going to be replacing the pick guard, but the replacement pick guards I got from Warmoth don't exactly fit this guitar perfectly. So I'm going to strip all the components off the old pick guard and lay it over the new pick guard, trace it on there, and then make some cuts to the new one. For that I used the router. The router has a ball bearing that will follow the other pick guard and make a perfect cut, and then for these longer edges I used the bandsaw. Did a little bit of filing on the ends and came out really good. Now this Jackson's ready for its first official color, neon green. Oh man, I love neon colors. The old guitars of the 80s are some of my favorite guitars, and this one looks so good already in green. Makes me think maybe I need a neon green guitar in my collection. My customer Aaron wanted some custom stripes on this guitar, so I overlaid the pick guard so I could have a better idea of what it's going to look like with the stripes on it, and then I just started going for it. I kind of had an idea in my head already of how I wanted it to look, but it wasn't an exact idea and I didn't have it sketched out or anything. My customer Aaron said he wanted it something like Eddie Van Halen's striping, but not an actual Eddie Van Halen stripe pattern, and he said to go crazy with it and make it me. This here is what I ended up coming up with, and I think it looks really cool, but we'll really know what it's going to look like after I spray on the navy blue with the neon green striping coming through. Without doing a Photoshop or something, I don't really know exactly what this stripe pattern is going to look like. I mean, you get a good idea from the tape that's on there right now, but it's not going to be the same as seeing the real colors in person. And this thing looks insane. These colors look awesome together. These are the Seattle Seahawks colors, and I think Aaron's going to love this thing. The stripe pattern turned out to be really cool in my opinion. What do you guys think? Leave your comments down below and let me know what you think of these crazy colors and this crazy stripe pattern. What color hardware do you think would be best on this guitar? We're going to be going with black hardware.
Hey guys, don't forget, if you haven't already, to hit the subscribe button, hit the bell to be notified every time I put out a new video. And if you guys have any questions for me, leave them in the comments down below. Every couple weeks I'll go and gather up a bunch of the questions and I answer as many as I can over on my Sunday show, Sunday Morning Shred. You can check that out. It's on this same channel, and every week on Sunday morning it's there right when you wake up. I do Q&As, I have interviews with different musicians and guitar builders, and I feature people's guitars on the show sometimes too. So if you want your guitar featured on the show, make a couple minute long video of you showing the guitar, all the custom modifications and anything you've done to the guitar. What made you choose that guitar originally? What inspired you to do the modifications? What kind of story is behind the guitar? That's what I like to hear. So show us the guitar, tell us about it, make a video that's 2 minutes, 3 minutes long, and then email it to me, mark@guitarguts.com. And I choose a couple each week to put on Sunday Morning Shred. So if you want your guitar featured on there, send those videos in. Please don't include any copyrighted music in the background of the video. YouTube just doesn't like that, so I won't be able to use it.
For the last few months, I've been working on a few guitars behind the scenes, and I've been showing a little bit of them here and there. So over the next few episodes, I'm going to give you guys some previews of how they're going, and then on episode 20, I'm going to reveal them all to you at once. The colors on this 1994 Jackson Rhoads concept were inspired by a Photoshop tiger stripe Rhoads I had seen on Instagram in these colors. I reached out to the guy and he never ended up actually making the guitar, so I borrowed the color scheme from there. But then I combined it with the style of these two Rhoads I had painted a few years ago. I added some stripes to it and was just never happy with the way that these ones came out. They were a bit too tribal looking and technical, and I really liked the stripes on these two Rhoads much more. So I ended up sanding the guitar back down and redoing the whole thing. So it's been sitting teal and purple like this for a few weeks, and now it's time to add some stripes to it. To make these types of stripes, I clean the table really well and lay out a piece of tape. Then I manually draw the stripes on with a pencil. So the pattern is hand striped and unique to every guitar. Then with the sharp X-Acto blade, I trace them out. This step requires a lot of patience, and so does this. Pulling the tape up after it's pushed down and sticking, and there's all these small, thin lines, it's very easy to tear, and you have to go really slow and pull it up, and then carefully place it across the guitar. On this guitar, since there's bursts throughout the front of it, I'd really like to keep some of those transitions. Those are my favorite parts. So I focused most of my thicker stripes across the transitions where it's teal and purple. For many people, this step would be very tedious. To hand draw all these stripes, trace them out with an X-Acto blade, and then place them on the guitar took over an hour. But in the grand scheme of building a guitar, an extra hour to get a really cool paint job is nothing. After it's looking good, it's time to go into the spray booth. Last time I just did black stripes, but this time I decided to do metallic black with gold and kind of a purplish flake to it. I used Perfect Match paint by Duplicolor. It's actually the metallic black that you'd see on a newer Volkswagen. And here it is unwrapped. To me, this looks so much better than before. What do you guys think? I think this looks awesome. I really didn't like it before, and now I'm totally into this finish. Let me know down below what you think. Left is the new finish, and the right side is the old finish. The old finish had a much more tribal-y look to it, and just looked kind of weird to me. I never liked it, but I like the sharpness of the left. So let me know down below in the comments, which one do you like better, or does it not even make a difference? Are they almost the exact same to you?
Hey, check this out, guys. This is the new Guitar Guts pedal. It's finished in this awesome matte black with blood splatter, Guitar Guts signature style finish on it. It was designed by me and built by my friend Matt in the UK at Goliath Studios. And what it does is it's got two buttons at the bottom here. It's got boost and kill. And it does my two favorite things to put into guitars. It's got a kill switch and a booster built in. This knob here controls how much boost you get. So if you crank it all the way up, you're gonna get a ton of boost. And this is a kill switch that as you press it, it gives you pretty awesome kill switch capabilities. So if you're ever playing and you're not on your guitar that has the kill switch and you need it for a certain song, here it is on your floorboard now. If you ever need an extra boost to get some killer sustain, it's on this thing too. It's a great pedal. Matt did an amazing job building them, and it's going to look awesome on your pedal board. So you can get one by going to guitarguts.com, and there's going to be a link at the top that says guitars for sale. Click that and you're going to see the pedal amongst all the guitars I have available right now. All right, guys, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Please leave your comments down below and hit that thumbs up button. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button and hit the bell to be notified every time I put out a new video. Check out my Sunday show, Sunday Morning Shred, if you haven't already, and it's pretty cool. It's a more laid-back show, like I said earlier. It's got a lot of behind the scenes for this show, where you guys have already seen some of these guitars talked about a little bit, but these are some of the guitars you're going to be seeing on the next few episodes of Trash to Thrash. Right now we're leading up to episode 20. This is episode 15, so episode 20 there's going to be a couple really big reveals, a couple guitars that have been in the background for a long time, like the Roswell, the Tiger Teal Purple Jackson Rhoads, the Crackle Kelly. There's a bunch of them that I've been working on, the Ibanez Proline V, and episode 20 is where I'm going to show them all, the final versions of them. So be sure to keep watching, hit the subscribe button, help me out a ton by letting people know who are your friends, who play guitar or whatever, about the show and posting it on your social media. I know you guys, a lot of you have been, and I really, really appreciate it. So thanks so much, guys. If you want your guitar fixed up by me, check the description down below for my contact information and send me an email. Talk to you guys really soon. Rock on, my friends.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash. This, my friends, is an LTD V250 from the year 2000. I remember when these things came out, and I wanted one so bad, so to be able to work on one is truly a pleasure. This guitar belonged to Noah, and when he saw Trash to Thrash, he reached out to me to see if I would be interested in taking on this project. It's a really sentimental guitar to Noah because it was purchased for him by his late father when Noah was playing in a band back around 2000. He loved the guitar, and as he says, it was rode hard and put away wet. Noah told me it was pretty abused during his gigging days, and since then, it's been in the case for the better part of 15 years. Noah and I brainstormed and came up with a game plan for this guitar. It's going to get a new finish, new pickup rings, possibly some new wiring, and the replacement of some screws that are rusted out on the guitar. Our original plan with this guitar was to paint the back, the neck, and the sides matte black, then paint the front of it satin charcoal gray. But then Noah looked through some more of my work, and something caught his eye. Crackle. So the new plan with this guitar is still to paint the neck, the sides, and the back matte black, but the front of the headstock and body will now be painted white with black crackle. And after swapping out some of this hardware here, it's going to look really awesome. I'm still working on the PV Rockmaster and the Jackson EX Dinky, but we'll get to those in just a few minutes. As with most of the guitars that I build, the first step is going to be to hand it off to my shop assistant Ryan, who's going to disassemble the guitar, organize the parts for me, and sand it down. This guitar needed a little bit of body touch-up and sanding, and then it was ready for the paint booth. Before a guitar hits the paint booth, I always blow it off with air really good, and then wipe it down with alcohol and water. The back and sides of this guitar are going to be painted flat black, so I started with that. Then I waited about a day and came back and sprayed on the matte clear. This will just give it a little bit of extra protection. Then I waited a few days before I put tape on it, and I taped off all the sides of the guitar and sprayed it white. And now the fun part, the crackle paint. It goes on black, and since we're only going to be spraying one thick coat, the technique's a bit different than normally how I would paint a guitar. Normally I would have long, even strokes back and forth down the length of the guitar, but with crackle you don't really want to overlap the paint once it starts to dry, so you have to go real thick in one spot and then move on and not really come back to that same spot again. You can see I contemplated at the end going back and working on a little part, and I noticed it was starting to crackle, so I let it be. And now this is the fun part with crackle, to watch the pattern that emerges. For this part, I'm leaving it in real time so you can kind of see how quickly the crackle takes effect. The spots that aren't crackling yet are still drying. You can see they're pretty shiny. Once it dries, it starts to dull. Crackle paint jobs are kind of like splatter paint jobs in that every time you do it, it's an experiment. You never really know what you're going to get. But with both techniques, you need to learn them, and you'll find there are controllable variables. Here, I'm going to speed it up to about 10 times. There's an old joke where you compare something boring to being as boring as watching paint dry, but I think with crackle it's a different story. I could watch this stuff all day. Now it's been about 20 minutes and it seems like it's done crackling. I think this pattern looks great. There's spots where it's real fine, small crackles. Then there's spots where there's real bigger crackle, and I like the back and forth. I think it looks really cool, uneven, and ununiform. Very chaotic. What do you think? Leave your comments down below. Let me know what you think about this crackle pattern. Do you like the black and white? I do. I think it looks awesome. It took a few weeks to get the crackle technique down, but I think it's starting to look really awesome. I recently bought some new crackle colors, so expect to see some crazy stuff in the future too.
In the background of these builds, I'm still working on the 4 shop guitars that I never finished in the previous episodes. The Jackson Rhoads, the Roswell, the Crackle Kelly, and the Ibanez Proline V. Well, we're leading up to the season finale of Trash to Thrash, which is going to be episode 20, and it's going to be premiering May 13th. And I'm going to reveal all 4 of these guitars to you. I'm going to be building another few guitars in the meantime here on the show. So at the end of each episode, I'm going to give you a preview of how these guitars are coming. And if you saw last week's episode, you already saw the Jackson Rhoads. This week, I'm going to be giving you guys a preview of the Ibanez Proline V. So be sure to stick around until the end. It is wild. I posted a brand new episode of Trash to Thrash 16 weeks in a row now. So we're going to go through to episode 20, and then I'm going to take a few weeks off. I'll still be working on a ton of guitars. Right now I have a huge backlog, and I'm going to be recording every single one of them for season 2. So I'll be back with even better production and more awesome custom paint jobs. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the subscribe button, hit the bell to be notified every time I drop a new episode, hit the like button, and leave your comments down below. I love hearing your guys' feedback about the guitars I'm working on. And if you guys have any questions about the guitars I'm working on or about your guitars, leave them down in the comments below, and I take them and I answer them over on my other show, Sunday Morning Shred. Also, please continue to tell your friends about the show. The word of mouth has been great, and it helps the show just grow. If you want me to rebuild your guitar and fix it up here on the show, email me, mark@guitarguts.com. My information's also down in the description below. Now let's get back to the PV Rockmaster and the Jackson Dinky EX.
Here's what this PV Rockmaster looked like about 3 weeks ago when I started it. We stripped it down, sanded it, repainted it this really cool blue-purple burst, threw some clear on it, made a custom clear pickguard for it, painted the headstock and replaced the logo with a silver one, and shot the clear on the headstock. So far this thing's coming out really awesome, and now let's get into what I've done in the last week. The frets on this guitar are really showing their age. They look really dull and kind of greenish, so I'm going to polish those up. They're not really in bad condition per se, just need some cleaning. I like to use steel wool to polish up my frets, so before I do that I'll tape off the fretboard so I don't scratch it up. I have a few different thickness tapes so I can find some spots where each one fits well, and then at the very end I'll probably have to cut up a couple pieces to make the right size. To clean these frets, I'm just going to be using 4/0 steel wool. You just rub it back and forth across the fret, and you'll notice it starts to shine up right away. And the result? Clearly there's a huge difference here. It looks awesome after polishing it, and all it takes is a few minutes really. Be careful using steel wool on completed guitars though. Small metal fibers break off while you're working with it, and they get stuck to pickups sometimes, and they can completely ruin your pickups. Although the headstock looked pretty shiny and nice, it had some minor imperfections, a couple bumps, and a little bit of uneven texture to it, so I'm going to level sand it, starting with 800 grit sandpaper, move to 1000 grit sandpaper, then 1500, and then finally 2000 grit. For people who are brand new at painting and they spray their first clear coat, it looks so good that they wouldn't want to sand it down like this. But the trick to getting it to look like a mirror finish is to sand it down, level it all out, and then polish it up from there. You can see I've sanded the majority of the headstock, but there's still a lot of low spots. So all those spots that are darker haven't been sanded yet, and that's what we need to do, get it all level. So I'll continue to carefully sand it. You have to lay down a thick clear coat so you don't worry about sanding through your clear coat into your color. You want a lot of material to work with up top. And now after going through it with all kinds of sandpaper, it's actually looking pretty good. It looks really dull, but watch what happens. Using Meguiar's 105 fine cut compound, I'm going to start the polishing process. I like to buff out the whole surface 3 to 4 times using this product and wiping it off in between each time. For a headstock, this really doesn't take too long to do. Then I'm going to wipe it all off and polish it out using Meguiar's 205 finishing polish. I'll repeat the same process with this. I'll do 3 to 4 coats, buffing out the whole surface, and in between each coat I wipe off all the polish so that I'm removing all the residue that's coming off with it. And this is the result, a glass-like finish.
When it comes to sanding a guitar, it seems like that could be one of the most basic tasks of working on a guitar. And it really is, but there is a lot of subtle nuance that really makes it a little more complicated to newer builders. When you first start working on a guitar and you have the factory finish on it still, you don't need to remove the factory finish. You really just need to scuff it up with some sandpaper. I use 600 grit sandpaper because that's going to be enough to scuff the guitar up for new paint to be able to bond to it with a mechanical adhesion. And also, it's not so deep that it's going to leave deep scratches. When you use 320, 200 grit down there, you're going to leave deep scratches in the guitar that the paint's not going to want to fill. How do you know when you use the piece of sandpaper too much? Well, I've seen some people use one sheet of sandpaper on a whole guitar, and that's not going to work. When you start feeling the grit is not really there anymore on the sandpaper, like on this piece here, that's a dead giveaway that this piece isn't really doing anything anymore. It's really soft and smooth now, and it's not going to scratch up the guitar like you want it to. Sometimes chunks of the clear coat get stuck in here when you're sanding a factory finish off a guitar, and that's going to actually make the scratches worse in a guitar. So you want to make sure you clean off the sandpaper or get a new piece. You can only clean it so many times. Once you start to see these dots forming on the sandpaper that won't come off, you could try it with an air compressor, you could wipe it with a rag. They're stuck there, the sandpaper's toast. Don't be afraid to use a lot of sandpaper. There's a saying that they say that you should use sandpaper like someone else is paying for it.
That being said, you also need to make sure that you've laid on enough clear coat or color that when you're sanding, you're not going to burn through to the next layer down. I'm also building a custom case to go along with this guitar. I usually have a few different shells in different sizes for different guitars that are ready to paint, built by my shop assistant Ryan. I like to color match them to match the guitars. I'll also be clear coating this one. So this one's not done yet, but after it gets its clear coat, it's going to look crazy. And now it's time to level sand and polish up the body. I cut my sandpaper into little strips like this when I level sand. As you can see, this piece is done. And using that little piece, this is how far I got. It takes a long time to level sand a guitar, so you could tell I'm going to be here for a while. But it's totally worth it because if you notice, the texture of the guitar is very uneven where the reflection of the light is, and this is going to take care of that. About 25 minutes later, I've gone over the whole guitar with 800 and it's looking pretty level. So I'm going to switch over to 1000, do the same thing over the whole guitar again, and then 1500, and then 2000. Then it's on to the polishing just like I did with the headstock. This guitar is looking so good and it's going to look even better when it has the hardware. We're going with a gold Goto hardtail bridge, made in Japan, one of my favorite hardware companies. A gold Q parts knob with a blue inlay. That blue inlay is going to pop against this body. These are my favorite knobs for a guitar. And of course, gold Goto tuners. Goto makes my favorite tuners. We got brand new gold rolling string retainers for the headstock, and of course some gold ferrules for the back of the guitar. This thing's going to be super nice. Now I had started working on the pickguard, I got it cut out and a couple holes drilled, but it's time to make some mounting holes for it. That's going to be really easy since it's clear. I'm just going to lay it on the body where it's going to go and trace on where the holes are in the body. If this pickguard wasn't clear, I would just lay the old pickguard over it and trace through the mounting holes onto it. Now we'll go over to the trusty drill press and add the holes into the pickguard that we just marked. But no pickguard holes are complete without a beveled edge. We need to countersink it so that the screws are going to sit flush with the pickguard. Alright, this thing's looking killer. Let's see how these holes lined up. Perfect. This Jackson Dinky EX model has had a ton of work since it got here a couple weeks ago. It was in real poor shape. The Floyd Rose mounting studs needed to be completely routed out and filled back in with new wood, and there was a ton of body damage. But now it's got its new paint job and it's looking awesome. Check out last week's episode if you missed it and you want to know more about this guitar. It's looking real good, so let me show you what I've done to it in the last week. After some prep on the headstock of the Jackson, it's ready for some green paint. And after 3 or 4 coats, it's looking real nice and slimy. I really dig this green. But to make it match the guitar, we need to stripe it up and throw some navy blue on it. And the reveal. Everyone loves a tape pull, right? It's Trash to Thrash Thursday, but it's also Tape Pull Thursday this week. After letting the paint dry for a few days, it's time to apply the headstock decal. I bought a vinyl cutter, and I made this one myself. That machine was a little bit of a game changer, because now I can make headstock decals on demand in any color I want. Gotta carefully pull off the top tape. Perfect. The white really cuts against those colors. Now we're replacing the pickguard on this guitar, and we've already made some modification to it. But the holes don't line up because this pickguard was designed for American Fender Strat, so we're going to re-drill some and make it fit this guitar. I don't want to go too deep with these holes, so I'm using a piece of tape to kind of make a gauge on my drill bit. I used a set of calipers to measure the diameter of the screws also that I'm going to be using so that this is going to be a nice snug fit. And once again, it's time to level sand the guitar. Of course, the next step now is to polish this one up and reveal the gloss that's hiding underneath these scratches. I'll have a lot more for you guys on this one next week and the PV Rockmaster, so be sure to tune back in.
Alright guys, like I promised before, I'm going to be giving you a preview of one of the shop guitars I've been working on in the background. On episode 20, I'm going to reveal the whole project of how this thing's been going, but for now, here's a little preview. The Ibanez Proline V is nearly unrecognizable from when you guys last saw it, so let me reveal to you the new and improved Ibanez Proline V. I went with the crackle paint job on this one, and I actually went with the exact opposite colors as this V250 I'm also working on right now. For the V250, I painted it white and sprayed black crackle over it. But for the Proline V, I sprayed it black and then threw white crackle over the black. So they're actually opposites of each other, both flying Vs, and it's kind of a coincidence that they're both here being worked on at the same time. I'm really happy with the way this one's coming out. It's already got the clear coat. I have the electronics picked out for it. So by episode 20, you're going to see this thing completely finished up. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the music that's being played in the background on these episodes, then be sure to check out the link down in my description to my Spotify page, Mark Murray on Spotify. I do progressive metal, I've got acoustic albums, all kinds of really cool stuff, so go check it out. Alright guys, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Like I said, please tell your friends about the show, help it spread if you haven't already. Hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, leave your comments and questions down below, and I'll answer them over on Sunday Morning Shred. I will see you guys very soon. Rock on, my friends.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Trash to Thrash with me, Mark Murray. Today I'm going to be continuing on 4 current guitar builds I got going on. We're going to start with the LTD V250 that I started last week in black and white crackle. It's looking awesome so far. Then I'll also be continuing on the PV Rockmaster that I started a few weeks back and the Jackson EX Dinky that I'm working on. Then at the end of the episode, I'm going to give you guys a preview of a guitar I've been working on for a few weeks now in the background, and it's a guitar you guys have seen already before, the Jackson Crackle Kelly. It's looking awesome. Episode 20 is going to be the season finale of Trash to Thrash. I've got a bunch of insane guitars I've been working on, and I'm going to reveal all of them to you guys finished up. So be sure to tune in to that episode and all the ones leading up to then. I'm going to be giving previews of some of these crazy guitars I've been working on at the end of each episode. I'm also going to be giving you guys a closer look today at my process of clear coating, how I mix my clear, what I use, etc. So that'll be sprinkled in the episode as well. Now, let's get into the LTD V250.
This is the LTD V250 that I started working on last week. Built in the year 2000, this thing is now 21 years old and needs some new life. This is its stock, how it showed up in the shop. We stripped it down, gave it a sanding, did some light body repair, then started painting it. The customer wanted me to paint the back, including the neck and the back of the headstock, flat black. Then I sprayed some matte clear on the sides and back. Then I let it dry a few days, masked off the sides and back, and sprayed it white on the front. Then I added on what seems to me like some type of magical paint, a layer of crackle. Watching this stuff dry and create a pattern is just mesmerizing. To see more on all these steps, watch last week's episode. This beautiful neck and headstock have a binding on them, so that's going to add a little bit of complexity to how I'm going to paint this one, especially since it's going to be different colors on the front and back with different sheens. Here on the back of the headstock, it has the serial number and the country of origin, so I added a piece of tape to leave that on there. So the binding adds a little bit of complexity on how we're going to do this one. I'm going to start by sanding the back of the neck down, including the binding. When I spray the color, I'll be sure to tape off the binding. But then when I spray the clear, I'm going to want to spray the neck and the binding, so that you don't feel a difference between the two of them. Now the binding's taped off, so we're ready for some black paint. Then of course I came back and added some matte clear, just to give it a little more durability and protection. You'll also notice that I removed the tape from the binding, so the clear is going over the binding and over the flat black that I just painted, so that you're not going to feel any type of transition there. After this, I'm going to let it sit and dry for a few days before I put any more tape, because I still need to paint the front of it crackle. So let's get back to the body, which is back in the spray booth. Just like the neck, only the front of it's going to get the crackle, so the sides are taped off right now because they're already painted matte black. And now it's time to lay on the clear coat. I'm using my HVLP gun, which means high volume, low pressure, and it's powered by my air compressor. The clear I'm using is a real thick polyester top coat, which is nice because you can lay it on real thick and it doesn't run, and it also dries pretty fast, so you can recoat within 15 minutes. It's a 2-part solution. I'll show you more on it in just a minute. And after 6 coats of clear, look at this thing. It's got so much clear coat on it, but since it's got a texture to the crackle, I'm going to need all that clear coat. So as I sand it level, we're going to be left with a nice solid 3 coats at least. I really like the pattern on this guitar. I like how inconsistent it is. There's like really small, tight crackling over in spots like this, and then other spots that opened up quite a bit bigger. I love crazy, inconsistent, wild patterns like this with crackles, so this one came out really awesome. Now I'll leave that to dry for a few days and work back on the neck and the headstock. Remember, the back of it's painted matte black and there's a binding on it. Well, the binding comes around to the top too a little bit. So I masked off the back and the top where the binding is, and I'm going to paint just the face of it. And step 1, white paint. I actually did 3 coats. This was just the first coat. Then 45 minutes later, after the 3rd coat, step 2, crackle. So I doused it in crackle, laid it on real thick, and waited. And this is how it turned out. It does look pretty cool, but it doesn't really match the body, so I decided to give it another coat. The side of the can says that you can give it another coat within 5 minutes, and this crackle stopped changing, so I figured, let's give it another coat and see what happens. Worst comes to worst, I sand it off and we just do it again. And this is what the second coat gave us. Quite a bit more crackly, still has some really big crackles that don't really match the body, but overall it does look pretty wicked. I like it, so I'm going to keep it like this. Once again, I used my vinyl cutting machine to make a new logo for this one. LTD's logos are typically silver with a gold silhouette behind it, but that wouldn't match this guitar too well, so we're going to do white with a black silhouette. The white looks pretty cool, but with this black silhouette on the edge, it's going to look even better. To make this look good, I'm going to have to line up these 2 colors perfect and have no gaps between them and no overlap. Luckily for me, I've applied about 1 trillion vinyl wire labels using an X-Acto knife before, so this is pretty comfortable for me and wasn't nearly as hard as I expected it to be. Yeah, that looks nice. The silhouette looks great. I like how the black silhouette line on the bottom is on top of the white crackle line there. And now it's time for its 6 or 7 layers of clear coat. The vinyl is actually pretty thick, but even with 6 layers of clear, you can't feel it at all after you sand the headstock. See the fuzzy patches on the top of this guitar? When you look close, what it is actually super fine crackling. In person, you don't see it like that. For some reason, the camera picks it up as this distorted little section that looks kind of fuzzy, but when you get close, it picks it up fine on camera. So it's some type of optical illusion going on, Looks awesome in person. You can see the thick clear coat here. It hasn't been level sanded yet, but it's coming together really nicely. Late 90s and early 2000s Korean-made LTDs are some of my very favorite guitars, and this is quickly becoming one of my favorites I've ever seen. After the clear coats on the headstock, here's how it turned out. Again, it still needs to be level sanded and polished, so it'll be nice, even, and flat and reflective, but so far it's looking great.
The clear coat on this V250 is looking absolutely insane. It's super thick. I actually did about 6 coats of clear on this thing, and I sprayed them using my HVLP gun and my compressor. What I've been using for my clear on my recent builds is a product by Halen. It's a polyester clear top coat, and you mix it together 1 to 2% of the catalyst and 98 to 99% of the actual clear. And when you mix them together, you got about 30 minutes of working time before it actually hardens in your gun. So you have to mix up multiple batches to do one guitar. I've been mixing it at 1% just to give myself a little more working time so I can get at least 2 coats out of each little batch I mix up. I recently switched up my process. I used to use some 2X clear coat or a 2K clear coat in a spray can, which I've showed you guys on some of the previous videos, but now I'm using something a lot more professional, and it's coming out so much better. One of my friends is the head painter at one of the top guitar manufacturers here in the US, and he gave me some tips recently on how to bring my clear coats to the next level. He recommended I do 6 to 7 coats using this kind of paint over a textured guitar. That's something with stripes, splatter, crackle, anything like that. Maybe 4 to 5 coats over something that's a standard gradient burst or just a solid color. Since I switched to his method, my clear coats have been coming out so awesome, so thick, and a lot of material to work with when you're level sanding. There's nothing worse than spraying your clear coat and then level sanding and burning through that clear coat. You have to either go touch back up, sometimes you even burn through the paint, then you gotta go touch up paint, touch up clear, it's a nightmare. So doing a lot thicker of a clear coat so far has been working out awesome. After a few days of drying, the clear coat's ready to be level sanded, polish sanded, then polished and buffed using compounds. I'll show you guys some of that process a little bit later when we're working on the Jackson Dinky EX. But for now, let's get into the PV Rockmaster.
First things first, we're going to work on the headstock and add the tuners. Last week I showed you guys my buffing process and how this one came out, and it's looking pretty good. But I even did a little more buffing and got it even nicer. Now it's time to assemble it. I'll be using my favorite tuners, Goto, made in Japan. Doing all gold on this build. Replacing tuners is a really easy, good first mod to do on a guitar. Most cheaper guitars come with really bad tuners, so buying some nice Grover, Hipshot, Goto, something high-end, you're going to notice a big difference on your guitar. But it's important you get the right size because different guitar brands use different size holes for their tuners, so you want to match that up with the brand that you buy. To change a set of tuners, all you have to do is use a wrench to loosen the nut on the front, unscrew the screw if there is one on the back, and they pop right out. You simply slide the new ones in, maybe put in a retaining nut or a washer, and then a nut on top of that. You'll find many brands use different locations for the mounting holes, so you'll want to use a straight edge and line up your new tuners perfectly straight. A couple of my favorite tools to really speed things up are an electric screwdriver like this one from Black & Decker, a socket to drill adapter like this, which we'll install right here, and a 10mm deep socket. Put that right on the end of the adapter. Now we can loosen and tighten the nuts on the tuners very quickly. Now we need to add the holes in the back. So to drill those holes, I'm going to use a set of calipers like this to measure the screws we're going to screw in and then find the correct drill bit. Since the holes don't match the original factory ones, going to drill new pilot holes and then put new screws in. Last but not least, up on the headstock I added a nice new set of gold rolling string retainers. This thing looks great. The dark blue and purple works so well with the gold. It's very regal and royal.
The PV Rockmaster is coming out awesome so far. I really love the way this color is turning out and the gold hardware is looking insane. The headstock's looking awesome, but I still got some work to do on it. I still got to make a nut for it. I still need to finish off the hard shell case for it, and I need to wire it up. I'm actually waiting for the pickup to come in still. Delivery times on a lot of parts have been delayed lately because of COVID, so I'm waiting for the pickup, but like I said, it's not really holding me up because I've got other things I still need to do to it, but that's just how custom guitar building goes sometimes. Parts aren't always available, things take longer than expected, and it's just part of the game. So let's jump on into the Jackson Dinky EX now.
Last we left off with this, I was just about to spray the clear. And now, I sprayed the clear. Like I did with the body and the headstock of the V250, I did a solid 6 clear coats on it. Then I began the very tedious step of level sanding. It's not so bad on a headstock, but on a body it really does take a while. Then it was on to the polishing phase, which I'm currently doing by hand, but I'm investigating other ways of doing this right now. Before reassembling the headstock with all its hardware, I gave all the hardware a good cleaning and wipe down with a nice soft towel. Then I reinstalled the tuners, the truss rod cover, the Floyd rose nut. Using the tools that I talked about earlier to take apart or put back together a headstock, you can do this in just a couple minutes. But using wrenches and hand tools, this takes like 20 minutes. So if you do this often, I highly recommend getting those tools. Look at this thing, it's beautiful, isn't it? The gloss turned out amazing on it, the logo looks excellent, and I really like the black hardware on it. I'm obsessed with this clear coat and polishing technique, it just looks so good.
Alright, so we still got a little bit to go on the Jackson Dinky EX, but man, this thing is coming out awesome so far. By the way, I want to say thanks so much for watching, guys. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. I got a few more things to show you, but I figured I'd just throw this in here. So hit that like button if you want to help out the show, and leave your comments down below. Anything you guys want to know, any questions like that, write them down there, and I usually answer them over on my Sunday show, Sunday Morning Shred, which I do here on the same channel. I answer your guys' questions, I talk about behind the scenes of Trash to Thrash, I show viewer guitars, I do Q&As, all kinds of cool stuff over there. So be sure to check that show out as well. Keep helping me spread the word, tell your friends about the show, put it on your Instagram stories, post about it. I really appreciate all the support you guys have been giving me. If you guys want your guitar customized by me, right now there's about a 5-month wait time because I have a ton of guitars here and I'm recording all of them to go on Trash to Thrash. So if you want your guitar built by me, fixed up, painted, you want to see it on the show, send me an email, mark@guitarguts.com, and I'll write you back. We'll figure out what we want to do with your guitar, and I can even give you some ideas if you don't know exactly what you want, and we can brainstorm and come up with something really awesome and special that's personalized to you. Alright guys, I told you I'd give you a preview of how one of my shop guitars has been going. I've been working on this one in the background for quite a few weeks now, and you saw it on a previous episode quite a ways back here on Trash to Thrash. This is the Crackle Kelly. Since you guys have seen this guitar, it's actually had quite a bit done to it, including a brand new full paint job. I didn't love the way that the crackle turned out on it, and I also didn't love the way that the color blend worked on it. I also didn't like that the clear coat cracked a little bit, so I got some weird wrinkling in a spot on it, and I tried to do my best to repair it. I sanded it down, I sprayed more clear over it, I did everything I could, I even sprayed some touch-up, and I never got it looking right. So I said screw it, I had my shop assistant Ryan sand the whole thing back down and started again. I actually even used a slightly different color. I found a color called Fiery Orange that I mixed in there too, and it looks awesome. In my opinion, it looks way better. The crackle pattern looks awesome. It turned out better than before, and I put an even thicker clear coat. Like I said earlier, 6 to 7 coats went on this thing, and it looks awesome. It's ready for some level sanding, some polishing, and all that stuff. Still needs all that, but it's looking so good. When you're gonna build a custom guitar, you gotta do it right. If something's not turning out right, you gotta fix it or just sand it down and redo it. I mean, when you break it down, it's really only a few hours to sand it, repaint it, and then re-clear coat it. So having just a couple more hours into it, it's totally worth it at the end of the project. With the guitar painted like this, it totally achieved the lava magma look that I was going for before, which I didn't really get. So I'm really happy with where it's at, and like I said, episode 20, you guys are going to get to see this thing all finished up. So, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Leave your comments down below. Let me know what you think of this episode and some of the guitars I'm working on, and some guitars you'd like to see me work on in the future. I see a lot of requests for me doing basses, left-handed guitars, SGs, a metal Telecaster somebody asked for. A lot of BC Rich people out there. I've been seeing the Warlock requests and all that kind of stuff. Keep them coming, guys. I'll see you guys very soon on the next episode of Trash to Thrash. By the way, the Guitar Guts pedal is still available. We have almost none left, so if you actually want one, be sure to go to guitarguts.com, click on Guitars for Sale to buy a pedal for some reason. Yeah, that's where the store is. And buy the pedal on there. It's 125 bucks. It's got a kill switch and a booster in one pedal. My two favorite effects to have on a guitar are now available in a pedal, in an awesome flat black with red blood splatter finish. So go get yours on guitarguts.com. Thanks so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you very soon on the Sunday Morning Shred, and again next Thursday for Trash to Thrash. Rock on, my friends.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Trash to Thrash with me, Mark Murray. This week, it's going to be all about the LTD V250 that I've been working on for the last couple weeks, the one with the black and white crackle. It is awesome. It turned out so good. It is done now, so by the end of this episode, you're going to see the completed final version of it and even get to hear a little bit of it too. We're getting close to episode 20, which is going to be the season finale of Trash to Thrash, and I'm going to take a couple weeks off after that, but I'm going to continue to work on guitars here. As you can see behind me, I've got a ton of guitars that have come in over the last month or two, and I'm going to be continuing to record every single one of them. So when I come back for season 2, it's going to be better production, more guitars, more crazy finishes, and it's all going to be documented. So you'll still get to see all of them get done. There's a few guitars I've been working on in the background for a few months now. The teal and purple Jackson Rhoads, the Crackle Kelly, the Ibanez Proline V, and the Roswell replica. And at the end of each episode, the last couple shows, I've been giving you a preview of one of those guitars. Episode 20 is going to be the season finale of Trash to Thrash, so I'm going to reveal all 4 of them completed to you guys. That's 2 weeks from today. So be sure to hit the subscribe button, hit the bell to be notified when every new episode comes out. Leave your comments down below if you guys have questions. I gather up the questions and I answer them over on my Sunday show, Sunday Morning Shred. And be sure to like this video. It helps out a ton, helps YouTube promote this video more, knowing that people are enjoying it. So at the end of this episode, I'm going to have a preview of the Roswell for you guys. So make sure you stick around till the end. The very first Guitar Guts pedal, the Kill Boost, was a success. I've sold out, and you can still get the pedal, but they're back ordered now. So go to guitarguts.com if you want to get the booster and kill switch in a stomp box pedal, designed by me, built by my friend Matt over in the UK at Goliath Studios. We'll have them back in stock soon, and I'm going to even have a second pedal available. So stay tuned, be on the lookout for announcements about that. I've got a bunch of crazy ideas for pedals, and the second one's going to be coming out with another really cool, unique paint job. But in the meantime, something else huge has come out, and that is my collab with Iron Age Guitar Accessories, the Guitar Guts Kill Switch. It's got the GG Skull logo engraved right on top there. It's available in 3 different finishes right now, and more to come in the future. You can get it in chrome with a red LED, you can get it in gold with no LED, or you can get it in chrome with no LED. In the future, there's going to be all kinds of different crazy color combinations, so stay tuned for that. If you want to buy one of these awesome kill switches, go to guitarguts.com. It's the same great quality that Iron Age Guitar Accessories kill switches has, but with the collaboration and my logo on top there. I've been using Iron Age kill switches for years now, and to have my own signature one is awesome. Alright, let's get into the LTD V250 now, and let's start back at the beginning.
This is a 2000 LTD V250 that I've been working on for a few weeks. Can you believe this thing is 21 years old? This is its stock, how it showed up in the shop. We stripped it down, gave it a sanding, did some light body repair, then started painting it. The customer wanted me to paint the back, including the neck and the back of the headstock, flat black. Then I sprayed some matte clear on the sides and back. Then I let it dry a few days, masked off the sides and back, and sprayed it white on the front. And after that, the black crackle paint. This guitar's looking awesome, but it needs some good clear coat, doesn't it? So I threw 7 coats of clear on this one. And it really shows. It's got a deep shine to it. It's not level yet though, I still need to sand it and then polish it. But I'm going to let it dry for a week or so before I do any of that. In the meanwhile, I got working on the neck, so I sanded the whole thing down and taped off the binding. The back of the neck and headstock are going to go flat black, and the front of it's going to match the body with the crackle. So I'll start by painting the matte black onto the back. And then I added a few coats of clear matte to give it some protective coating. A few days later, after that dried, I covered the back and taped off the front so I could paint it white. And then, of course, black crackle. It turned out super awesome, and then I added the LTD logo in custom white with black silhouette. Then it was time for some clear coat, so I threw on the clear, and it came out super glossy, but again, it needs to be level sanded and polished. I have a ton of guitars I need to finish for episode 20, so my shop assistant Ryan's giving me a hand, and I'm teaching him how to level sand headstocks and polish. He's a really fast learner, and he has great attention to details, so he picked it up very quickly. I see your guys' comments about using electric or pneumatic sanders and polishers, and I want to know what your guys' opinion is. If you have experience in this, leave your comments down below and let me know your method for level sanding and polishing. I want to explore some new techniques and make things more efficient. When you only do a couple guitars a year, it's no big deal to do it by hand, but once you start doing 5 to 10 a month, you really need to find a better way to do it. My number one priority was to find a system that worked for me when it came to which grits of sandpaper to use and which products to use when polishing. I've been getting great results doing it by hand, but it's just not efficient enough at this point. Some guitars I've done have taken 5 to 6 hours to sand and polish by hand. During my training session with Ryan, I level sanded the headstock for the LTD V250 that matches this body. Then I switched over and did the body as well. After polishing up the headstock, there's a couple things I can do to this neck to make it a little nicer looking, starting by taping off all the frets. Then I used some steel wool to polish up the frets. The reason I had to tape off the fretboard is because the steel wool will actually scratch up the rosewood fretboard, so the tape protects the fretboard. Then I put a coat of lemon oil across the rosewood fretboard. I rubbed it in a little bit and let it soak there for 20 or 30 minutes. It helps lift the dirt off the fretboard, and it also revitalizes it. This fretboard's over 20 years old now, so it makes it look a lot fresher, and it's also going to make it last a lot longer. Then it was time to reassemble the headstock, starting with the tuners, the truss rod cover, the string retainer, and of course the Floyd Rose nut. The headstock is now complete, and it is looking good, nice and shiny. The clear coat, the buffing and polishing all turned out great on this one. The crackle pattern's great. It looks excellent with the hardware and the logo installed. It's now ready for the body. Now let's look back at how this guitar came in. Notice the condition of the bridge. The Floyd Rose licensed bridge is all rusted out. The screws and the blocks are rusty, and it just looks old, and it really shows its age. So to help out the Floyd Rose, I'm going to get some lemon oil in a container here and start taking out some of the screws and parts and soaking them in oil. It's important if you're going to take your Floyd Rose apart that you remember which saddle goes in each location, because the saddles are actually pitched so that the ones in the middle are higher than the ones on the edges, so it's going to match the fretboard radius. I label each one of the saddles 1 through 6 so I know which position it's going to go back into. You may notice this Floyd Rose looks a little different than other Floyd Roses because this is actually a Floyd Rose Pro. It's a licensed model, but you get the idea. It's made to sit a little more low profile on the guitar, and the location of the saddle block screws is a little bit different, but overall it operates basically the same way as a regular Floyd Rose. After removing all the saddles, I wiped down the base plate with some lemon oil as well. Get it real cleaned up, I used a rag and also a couple Q-tips and oiled up all the screws for the fine tuners, cleaned around the bottom of the block and where the whammy bar receptacle is. I basically gave it a real good detailing. After letting the screws soak in oil for a little bit, I wiped them down with a Scotch-Brite pad and a lot of the rust came off. Then I hit them with a real quick flash of flat black paint. I used lemon oil on all the moving parts of the bridge and cleaned out all the orifices of the saddles and everything. The saddle blocks were a little too far gone, so I replaced those with some brand new ones. And after a few Q-tips that all looked like this, you could see how much dirt was removed from this Floyd Rose. It didn't look super dirty looking at it, but now that it's starting to get real nice and clean, it's really looking a lot better. After reassembling the whole thing, it looks great. It looks almost brand new. It's been completely refreshed, and looking back at how it came in, it's a night and day difference. It was completely rusted, and now it's looking clean. It's all oiled up too, so the parts are going to be preserved longer, and it should even operate a little smoother. Now, over the years, I've acquired quite a bit of tools for sanding and buffing. I never got excellent results with them, so I always went back to just doing it by hand. But that's because I never got the practice to learn how to use these tools correctly. Now that I'm painting 5 to 10 guitars a month, I need to start using these tools to speed up production. With the LTD V250, we're going to start like we always do, with the 105 Ultra Cut compound from Meguiar's. But instead of doing it all by hand, this time we're going to use this attachment into the drill with a hard foam pad. This pad's going to work well with the fine cut compound. Just like when I do this by hand, I'm going to rub it in around under the surface and then do 4 passes. After each pass, I'm going to wipe the surface clean and then move on to the next pass. After 4 passes of 105, we'll bust out the 205 Ultra Finishing Polish from Meguiar's. Again, I'll do 4 passes using this compound, and I'll wipe everything off in between each pass. The excess polish left behind after the pass contains residue that's been removed from the clear coat as we've been polishing, so we want to make sure we wipe the surface clean after each pass. And after that process, it looks awesome, and this was so much faster than doing it by hand. What's your guys' polishing methods if you've done this before? Leave it in the comments down below and let me know what you guys use, product-wise, pad-wise, and the results you've been getting. Noah, the owner of this guitar, likes the tone of these EVH passive pickups, so we're going to keep these pickups in the guitar. There's a little bit of rust on the pull screws, and the pickup rings were completely destroyed, so I'm going to wipe down the pull screws with some alcohol, try to clean up some of that rust on them, and after wiping them down, they look a lot better. There's still a little bit of surface rust on them, but hey, it gives it a little bit of character. And now with some fresh pickup rings, these things are ready to be installed back into the beast. I installed all new wiring, a brand new black 3-way selector switch for the pickups, 2 500K Bournes pots for the master volume and master tone controls, an orange drop capacitor, and a brand new output jack. The electronics cavity on this guitar is really small, a little tight to work in, but not too crazy. Next week I'm going to go a little more in-depth with soldering. While wiring the Jackson EX Dinky, I came up with some tips to help improve your soldering skills. Alright, this thing's looking nice now. All the electronics are wired up. It's time to install the back cover, install the strap button, and this plate here, which mounts the Floyd Rose. I've never seen a guitar that has this plate, that has the bushings mounted, that you mount down into the guitar before. Usually it's just 2 loose bushings that mount into the guitar, but I guess this is what LTD was doing for these guitars for a while. If you know why they did this, leave it down in the comments below. I'd love to know why. Now it's time to mount the neck and that beautiful Floyd Rose from earlier. And look at this thing. It looks evil, looks awesome. The EVH pickups look great on it. This is the first crackle paint job that I've finished completely, and I love it. The black hardwood pops so well against that black crackle. And trust me, this thing sounds as awesome as it looks. Listen to this. I dig it. I think I need something like this in my collection. This is another one of those that I'm always going to look back on. I'm going to think about because it was the first crackle I did, and also it just turned out so awesome. I'm a huge fan of LTD Flying Vs, and especially the ones from the late 90s and early 2000s like this one. The before and after on this guitar is crazy. It looked cool before, but it looks stunning now. It's a one-of-a-kind LTD from the year 2000, and I want to thank you, Noah, for sending it in to me to have me customize. If you guys want your guitars rebuilt by me, send me an email, mark@guitarguts.com, and we'll put together some type of plan for your guitar. If you want me just to build you something completely custom, we could also talk about that too. I have a 5 to 6 month wait time right now because I've got a lot of guitars that I'm working on. But if you want to jump in line, send me an email, mark@guitarguts.com.
Alright guys, thanks so much for watching. The V250 came out insane, didn't it? Leave your comments down below. Let me know what you thought of that insane shred beast. Now, like I said, I have a preview for you guys of one of the guitars that I'm going to be revealing the final, complete version of on episode 20, 2 weeks from today, the season finale. And that is the 4th guitar that I've been working on for a long time, the Roswell replica. I'd been showing it weeks ago back on the show and got a lot of cool, awesome ideas from you guys. And one of the original ideas I had was to paint it with this purple glitter paint. Well, after getting tons of suggestions, tons of people thought this color looked awesome on it, and it's the color I've always envisioned for this guitar, so I figured that's what we're gonna go with. I sprayed it down with a bunch of coats of it, and then I brought it out, put on a few coats of clear, 4 or 5 coats of clear. Then, because this paint has a weird texture to it, I sanded it down with 800 grit sandpaper, got it a little bit smoother after the clear, sprayed it with another bunch of coats of clear, like 6 more coats of clear. I'm feeling it right now. I can feel some texture to it, but it hasn't been level sanded. Once it's level sanded, maybe that'll be a different story. But I think this thing's gonna be insane. I already have the color for hardware all picked out. It's gonna go all chrome. So it's gonna look like something from outer space. This awesome glittery paint, chrome hardware. And I think this is the first time I've revealed the plan for the headstock. I had ideas to do a custom headstock that looks kind of like the Roswell, the original Jackson Roswell headstock. But to be honest, one of my favorite things about Jackson guitars is that pointy headstock. So I'm gonna use the classic Jackson pointy headstock for it. I have an extra one around, and that's what's going on it. It's a 90s made in Japan neck. It's a great neck. I'm gonna color match the headstock, put the Jackson logo up there, and this thing's gonna be awesome. The original Roswells also had really awesome inlays going down the fretboard. And I thought when I bought this body 2 or 3 years ago, maybe I would do some really cool inlays like that on it. But as we're coming down to the wire, and this thing has been sitting here for 3 or 4 years or whatever it's been, I'm thinking, I just want to get it done. I don't want to sit here while I plan out inlays and then learn how to do inlay work, because I don't really do inlay work at this point. Something I plan to do in the future, especially once I have a CNC machine and have some better tools to do that kind of thing. But I figure I could let this guitar sit around for months and months more while I learn how to do inlays, or I can do it, or I could build this guitar up awesome, sell it, send it on its way, and make a more affordable Roswell. The original Roswells are thousands of dollars, and if I start going deep into super custom fretboards and inlays and stuff like that, the price is just going to start racking up. I want this guitar to be available to someone who might not be able to afford an original Roswell. Alright guys, thanks so much for watching. I will see you guys very soon. Sunday Morning Shred will be back this week. If you noticed it was missing last week, my computer died on me. I built a new computer, a super custom, awesome one. I'd been using an 11-year-old computer at this point. It was a gaming computer, a Dell XPS, but at this point the computer was just way too old, and it finally started dying down on me. So I got a whole new computer, one of the best computers I've ever used. It works awesome now, and we're back in the game. I tried to have it set up ready for Sunday Morning Shred last week. Couldn't get it done, but hey, that's what happens sometimes when you're doing tons of shows. So miss one once in a while. I'll be back this Sunday for Sunday Morning Shred again, and again next week for episode 19, where I'm going to be showing you guys the Jackson Dinky EX that I've been working on with the lime green stripes, and the PV Rockmaster with the Universe paint, blue and purple burst on the front of it. So I'll see you guys very soon. Rock on, my friends.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash.
Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome to another episode of Trash to Thrash with me, Mark Murray. Today I'm going to be continuing on with the 1993 Jackson Dinky EX that I've been working on for the past month or so. This is a guitar for a customer, Aaron, and we went with the Van Halen black and neon green striping. The guitar is complete now, so be sure to stick around to the end of the episode to see the final reveal and see how the guitar sounds. Turned out awesome. I put a Lundgren Heaven 77 humbucker in it. It's got a real distinct EVH style tone. It's got an Iron Age kill switch. The guitar turned out so cool. So like I said, be sure to stick around to the end of the episode. I'm also going to be talking a lot about electronics and soldering today. I'll give you guys some tips on wiring up your guitar, show you how soldering really should be done, and give you some close-ups and some examples and a couple little tricks and tips to make soldering quite a bit easier. Next week is episode 20 of Trash to Thrash, which is crazy to me. I can't believe I've already been doing this show for 20 weeks in a row. My original plan was really only to do like 6 episodes and then just kind of see what happened. But people were loving the show, so I kept putting it out. Well, after 20 weeks in a row, I'm going to take a little break from posting Trash to Thrash. But I'll still be posting something every Thursday, whether it's a short preview of something from Season 2, guitars that I'm working on, because I'm going to continue to keep working on guitars the whole time, and I'm going to keep recording all of them. I've already got enough guitars here to work on for a full Season 2. So be sure to keep tuning in every Thursday to see something here on the channel. Plus, I'm still going to be doing Sunday Morning Shred every Sunday on this same channel as well. I got a lot of awesome guitars to work on for Season 2. It's going to have better production, more awesome paint jobs, more kill switches, and more of everything you've loved from Season 1, but better. Be sure to tune in next week for episode 20 because it's going to be awesome. I'm going to be revealing 4 of the guitars that I've been working on in the background for quite some time. You can see a couple of them hanging back here. We got the Ibanez Proline V, black and white crackle. We got a Jackson Rhoads in purple and teal with black stripes. We got the Crackle Kelly I've been working on, the Roswell, and they're all coming out so good. So be sure to tune in a week from today to see how they're all coming. All right, guys, let's get on into the Jackson Dinky EX now. I want to give you guys a quick recap showing you how it came into the shop, all the work we've done to it so far, everything we've done over the last couple weeks, and then reveal to you the final completed guitar.
This is the 1993 Jackson Dinky EX Super Strat that I've been building for my customer Aaron. This is how it came into the shop, really beat up with a lot of chips and dings on it, and one of the Floyd Rose mounting posts was installed incorrectly and needed some attention. I knew right away this was going to be a big job because I was going to have to cut out all of the bad glue and epoxy and whatever they put in there and replace it with some nice fresh wood. It's a really cool guitar and has a lot of potential if it's fixed up right. So I handed it off to my shop assistant Ryan, who disassembled it and then sanded it. Then it was on to body repair. After fixing all the body damage, I turned my attention to the Floyd Rose post. I used a Dremel to square out the hole and make it really nice so I can just drop in a piece that was perfectly square for the hole, glue it in, and then sand it level. Then I drilled a new hole and dropped in the Floyd Rose post. To see more of these steps, go back and watch episode 14 of Trash to Thrash. This guitar is nearly 30 years old, so sometimes after I do a ton of body repair, I like to spray a base coat of flat black on a guitar, so then I can kind of see it as one solid color, and I can tell where the wood filler needs some more sanding or if any more chips need to be filled. And at this point, it's looking great. It's ready for some real color, which is going to be neon green. Oh man, I love neon colors. The old guitars of the 80s are some of my favorite guitars, and this one looks so good already in green. Makes me think maybe I need a neon green guitar in my collection. My customer Aaron wanted some custom stripes on this guitar, so I overlaid the pickguard so I could have a better idea of what it's going to look like with the stripes on it, and then I just started going for it. I kind of had an idea in my head already of how I wanted it to look, but it wasn't an exact idea and I didn't have it sketched out or anything. My customer Aaron said he wanted it something like Eddie Van Halen's striping, but not an actual Eddie Van Halen stripe pattern, and he said to go crazy with it and make it me. This here is what I ended up coming up with, and I think it looks really cool, but we'll really know what it's going to look like after I spray on the navy blue with the neon green striping coming through. Without doing a Photoshop or something, I don't really know exactly what this stripe pattern is going to look like. I mean, you get a good idea from the tape that's on there right now, but it's not going to be the same as seeing the real colors in person. And after unwrapping this thing, it looks awesome. I think these colors work super well together, especially on an EVH style guitar. Don't be surprised if you see me using this color combination again, using like splatter or crackle or some other type of crazy painting technique. The headstock was prepared and painted the exact same way as the body. I put a new white Jackson logo on it and it really pops and looks good. And then I sealed it in with some clear coat. Then it was on to level sanding and polishing. Before reassembling the headstock with all its hardware, I gave all the hardware a good cleaning and wiped down with a nice soft towel. Then I reinstalled the tuners, the truss rod cover, the Floyd Rose nut. Look at this thing, it's beautiful, isn't it? The gloss turned out amazing on it, the logo looks excellent, and I really like the black hardware on it. Now let's rewind a little bit to when the guitar was black and start talking about the pickguard. You can't really find replacement pickguards for Jacksons out there, so you got to start with the Strat pickguard and modify it from there. I'll be using this single humbucker pickguard, so I overlaid it on the stock pickguard and made some markings, and then used a router with the ball bearing bit to cut it out and make the pickguards match. I made a couple additional straight cuts with my bandsaw, did a little bit of filing on the ends, and came out really good. My favorite Van Halen sounding pickup is the Lundgren Heaven 77. Made in Sweden, Lundgren are made with just great quality and excellent customer service. First step is to load the pickup into the pickguard. Next, I'll be adding this Iron Age Guitar Accessories black kill switch with a blue LED. This 500K potentiometer made by Borns will be the central point of our wiring for this guitar. While wiring up this guitar, I had a little visitor come by. This curious little creature wants to learn how to wire up a guitar, it looks like. This is Claire. She's the newest member of our family. And behind me laying down is Ruka, the oldest member of our family. Alright, now back to the pickguard. When wiring up a guitar, I like to use nut drivers. It's basically a wrench on a screwdriver handle, which makes it so much easier than using wrenches to tighten up nuts on potentiometers and the output jack. Now I've trimmed the pickup cable down to the proper length, and I'm going to carefully strip it using a wire stripper. Inside the cable, the wires are surrounded by a braided shield, which I'm using a pick to separate the braid and fray it apart so I could twist it back into something like a wire. Different manufacturers use different materials inside the cables, so you might find something different than what I'm finding here. Next, I'm removing a clear plastic insulating layer. So we start with the pickup cable, and inside the cable are individual wires, also called conductors. This here is considered a 4-conductor pickup cable because it has 4 wires inside and a ground wire. Some humbuckers have just a single wire, and some have 4 conductors like this. Next, I'm going to individually strip each of the conductors. With a typical 4-conductor pickup cable, one wire will be the hot output, one wire is going to be the ground, which is going to connect with the braid, and then the last 2 wires are typically going to be twisted together and soldered together. Now I'm tinning each wire, which means I'm putting a layer of solder on it, prepping it so that it'll be easier to solder and transfer the heat to a component. Tinning the wires ahead of time makes it so much easier when wiring up a guitar. The potentiometer, or pot for short, has 3 wiring terminals on the front. The rightmost terminal is going to be for the ground, and right here I'm connecting a wire going from the 3rd terminal up to the casing of the potentiometer. The casing of the pot is going to act as our main ground, so we can wire up all our ground wires to that. When soldering, it's important to heat up the components in the wire before introducing solder. You also don't want to remove your heat too quickly, so let the solder flow and then remove the soldering iron. You want the solder to have a real shiny, metal, liquid look when it's done.
You know, I get a ton of questions about soldering. I used to actually own a company that built pre-wired pickguards, and we would ship them all over the world, you know, for Ibanez, Stratocasters, guitars that have pickguards, mount the pickups to them, mount all the pots with push-pull switches and toggle switches and all kind of special wiring. I loved that kind of stuff. I was even an authorized dealer for DiMarzio, Seymour Duncan, and EMG. I've wired up 1 million guitars and pickguards in my life, so I wanted to give you guys a couple tips and tricks to make it a little easier. It's really not that difficult, but it does take some practice to get some good soldering skills. The first thing I recommend is a good soldering iron, something that has a variable temperature control, something that's got an actual ballast to it. The cheap pen style ones are okay. They'll do the job for a quick repair, but if you're going to be wiring a lot of guitars, it's not what I recommend. When you're soldering, the point of this is to really bond the 2 pieces of metal. So you want to make sure they both hit the high temperature together, then the solder comes in and kind of welds them together. If one of the surfaces isn't as hot as the other one, it's not going to cool the same, and eventually you can get a cold solder joint and the solder could just pop right off. Another big tip is to clean the tip constantly. The soldering tip on the iron, you want to make sure that it's real hot when you start, and you want to make sure it's clean when you start. I pretty much clean the tip after every solder joint. If you're going to hit a few in a row, you can do that, but I like to always keep it clean. I use a moist sponge and just rub the tip of the soldering iron across it a couple times. Another thing I always do is to use good solder, something with a flux core. They make all kinds of different solders out there, but something with lead and a flux core is what I like. Smaller diameter is a little bit better too because it's going to heat and kind of flow out a little easier. Another trick with soldering is to use liquid flux. I don't see a lot of people talk about this, but if you can get your hands on some liquid flux and put a drop on each of the surfaces or the wire that you want to solder to, it's going to make the solder flow so much faster. They make some type of flux that need to be cleaned after, and some called no clean flux, which are way better, so I recommend no clean flux. For the soldering iron itself, I like to have a medium flat tip. They make pointed tips, they make large flat tips, but a medium flat tip is what I like because you could really lay it across 2 components and heat 2 things at one time. When soldering to the case of a potentiometer, you really want to hold your iron there for a couple seconds to make sure that the case of the pot is super hot. You want it to be hot enough to where when you touch solder to the case of the pot, it just starts flowing. You don't want the solder to flow on top of the pot and sit there and dry on top of the pot. You want it to flow into the pot. Be careful of the holes on the top of the casing of the pot. If you get solder in there, you could damage the pot. Some pots have a coating on them that you'll need to grind off with a wire brush or a Dremel. Some people like to loop the end of the wire and put it through the holes versus laying it on the terminal and soldering. I think either is fine and acceptable, especially if you're into modifying your guitar a lot. Then you don't want to really loop the wire through all these holes and solder them, because it'll make it a lot harder to remove them later if you do decide to change your pickups or change out some parts. You really need the wires and the parts to be stable while the solder is drying. If the solder is being moved or anything like that, it's going to create a bad solder joint, and you want it to just dry naturally. No fans, don't blow on the solder, and don't inhale the fumes. The fumes are really toxic. So solder and just kind of lean back, let it dry on its own. You want the solder to have a nice shiny finish when you're done with it. If it looks gray and non-reflective, it might not be the best solder joint. The main thing with soldering is just to practice. Get some extra wire, get some old guitar parts, and start practicing. If you have an old guitar, rewire it over and over and over. Practice techniques. Look at how people route their wires. You want your wires to lay nice and flat. You don't want wires rat nesting everywhere. Make sure you're cutting your wires to the right length. Things are laying flat and looking good. Things are secured, not getting pinched when you go to put your pick guard down on top of your guitar and things like that. The wiring is really important. Some would say it's the most important part of an electric guitar. You could have bad wood, you could have cheap tuners, you could have broken parts that still work physically, but if your electronics aren't working right and your wiring is bad, the guitar's not going to make any sound out of the amp. The main thing is just to practice it. It's a technique like anything else that with practice becomes really easy, and it seems intimidating at the beginning, but if you start with something simple like the Jackson Dinky EX in this video, it's got one volume knob, it's got one pickup, it's a really simple circuit. You can go online on Seymour Duncan's a great resource. They have a ton of wire diagrams on their website. You could even dial in what pickups you have, what knob configuration you want, and it'll spit out the exact one that you want. I'll put a link down in the description to Seymour Duncan's wire diagrams. And then from there, I would suggest adding a kill switch, adding little accessories, a push-pull pot for coil splitting. There's a lot of really cool advanced but simple wire techniques that you can learn. Cool wiring tricks like adding toggle switches for series parallel or phase reversal are some of my favorite mods for guitars.
Since I'm using a Lundgren pickup today, I'm going to be wiring up the blue wire as our hot output, and that's going to go to the very leftmost terminal of the potentiometer. The green wire and the braid are going to get soldered together to the case of the potentiometer for the ground. That's going to ground the pickup. The remaining two wires are going to be soldered together. For Lundgren, it's going to be yellow and red, but for Seymour Duncan, it's red and white. Different manufacturers use different color codes for their pickup wires, so check out the website for the manufacturer you're using. If you're wiring up just a single humbucker into a potentiometer to the output jack, now is when we wire up the output jack. Just two wires going from the potentiometer to the output jack. But this guitar also has a kill switch, so we're going to wire that in next. Two of the wires from the kill switch are going to wire over to the potentiometer, and in this case, since it's an Iron Age kill switch, it'll be the two black wires. One of the black wires goes to the output, that'll go to the output jack, and the other one goes to the ground, so when you press the kill switch, it'll connect these and mute out your signal. For an Iron Age kill switch that has an LED, there'll be two extra wires remaining, and those are going to be for the LED power. The color of those will indicate the color of the LED on the switch. One of the blue wires here will go to a resistor and then to a 9-volt battery clip, and the second blue wire will go to the ground. There'll be another ground wire coming from the negative end of the 9-volt battery, and that's going to go to the output jack as well. The original output jack is all rusted and corroded. Most of the parts on this guitar were, so of course we're going to replace that, and I'm going to be using a stereo output jack to act as an on-off switch for the kill switch as well. Not all kill switches require a battery, but this one has an LED light, so it's going to need a battery. A standard guitar's output jack is a mono jack with 2 connections, but here we'll be using this stereo output jack with 3 connections on it. So we're going to have a hot and 2 grounds. One of the grounds is going to go to the 9-volt battery, and when we unplug the guitar, it's going to disconnect the ground going to the 9-volt battery. A guitar cable is a mono cable, so when you plug it into a stereo jack, it actually connects the 2 ground terminals of the output jack. So you get power when you plug in your guitar cable. And the 9-volt battery is disconnected anytime you unplug the guitar. A kill switch is actually one of the easiest modifications you can do wiring-wise on a guitar. I have a couple longer full tutorials on how to install a kill switch, so check the link in the description below to find those videos. Okay, now everything's basically wired up and we have 3 connections left that are going to go to our output jack. So all the wiring is done for now, and we'll set the pickguard aside and come back to it after we install the bridge. The stock bridge on this guitar was a floating Jackson branded licensed Floyd Rose. It was a decent bridge, but it was old, so we're going to upgrade it to a Floyd Rose Special. But when I drop the Floyd Rose in, I can feel that the whammy bar receptacle is making contact with the side of the body, so I'm going to remove a little bit of material from the body. I started with the rat tail file because it's round and so is the whammy bar receptacle. Now I've removed enough material from the body so that the Floyd Rose can float freely. But with the nature of wood and metal and expansion and contraction, I figured I'd give it a little bit more space just in case the wood decides to swell over the next couple years. It doesn't start rubbing later down the line. Now it feels like it should be perfect. Now that there's plenty of clearance for the Floyd Rose, I'll add the claw to the back of the guitar, which was painted with the matte clear coat. Now I'll pop in the tremolo springs and mount the Floyd Rose. After stringing up the guitar, I'll be back to the Floyd Rose to adjust the height of it and the spring tension in the back of the guitar. But for now, it's time to mount the pickguard, and then the neck, and then we'll see how this thing sounds. After wiring up the output jack and plugging it in, we can see the LED is working on the kill switch. But we can't just have some 9-volt battery rolling around on the inside of this guitar, so we're going to mount it down. We'll be using this 9-volt battery clip. The cavity down here is really shallow though. The guitar is probably less than a 1/4 inch thick in this spot, so you need to use real short screws if you're going to add a battery retainer like this. Be sure when placing your battery that you have enough clearance for your pots and switches and all the components inside the guitar. You don't want the battery pushed up against the component or pinching wires or pushing against the top of the pickguard and bulging it out. When a guitar comes through and the frets are particularly dirty or rusty, I'll usually give them a complimentary cleaning just because I want the guitar to look right when it gets sent back. To clean it really quickly like this, you can use a fretboard guard and just some 4/0 steel wool. Make sure you don't do this near the pickups and do this while the neck is off the guitar because little pieces of metal break off the steel wool as you're doing this, and if they get stuck to your pickup, they are impossible to get off and they're going to ruin the pickup if they get inside. And now it's finally time to mount the neck, string the guitar up, set up the Floyd Rose and the intonation, and get this thing playing. As awesome as this guitar looks, it's about to get a little more awesome. The customer wanted it to have a relic look to it. So I got out the sander and started giving it some age. If you want to know more about how I relic guitars, go back to episodes 4 and 5, the Van Halen episodes that I did with the Frankenstrats, and I show a lot closer detail of how I get a good relic. Alright, so this is how the guitar originally came in. Beat up, all blacked out. It was really showing its age. It was actually showing more than its age. This is a 1993 guitar that looks like it's from 1973. But after a few weeks of repairing the Floyd Rose bridge and repainting it, giving it some new pickups, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the CB, or the Bumblehawk. I don't know what to call this one, but it turned out awesome. Inspired by Eddie Van Halen's '78 Eruption and the Bumblebee, combined with the colors of the Seattle Seahawks. I gotta say, this thing turned out wicked. It was a super fun one to do. I've done a couple different variation colors of Eddie Van Halen's guitars, but I've never really done one like this where it was a very unique stripe pattern. I gotta say, the neck on this guitar is incredible. I played a lot of old Jacksons and I played a lot of great guitars, but this neck is up there with any of them. Real thin, great profile on it, great nice maple wood, very comfortable. The Dinky EXs were great guitars, made for people on a budget, and they hold up today, still almost 30 years later. A few months back, I rebuilt an EX Rhoads from 1992, and it was the same thing. Amazing neck, amazing playability, unmatched quality for the price. But being 30 years old, these things have been destroyed over the years and really need some TLC, which I can definitely say this one got. Now, let's plug it in. The thing sounds awesome too. The Lundgren Heaven 77 pickup sounds great. The Iron Age kill switch is always so much fun to play with. The Floyd Rose Special is performing excellent. Guitar looks awesome. What do you guys think? Do you guys like it? Leave your comments down below and let me know what you guys think about this guitar.
Alright guys, thanks so much for watching. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button and the bell to be notified every time I release a new episode. You're going to want to make sure to tune in for episode 20 next week. I'm going to be revealing the Crackle Kelly, the Jackson Rhoads, the Roswell, and the Ibanez Proline V, which all are so insane and so awesome. So I want to remind you also that the Guitar Guts pedal with the kill switch and the boost is still available, and the Guitar Guts kill switches, made by Iron Age Guitar Accessories with the Guitar Guts skull logo. They're available at guitarguts.com. There's a link for guitars for sale. That's where the store is. Click that, and you'll see a couple guitars for sale. You'll see the kill switches, and you'll see the pedal. The pedal is actually sold out right now, but another batch is being built, and you can pre-order from that batch. So once they're gone, they're gone. We'll get more ordered for another round, but there's going to be a waiting list. So I appreciate you guys watching. Man, this is exciting. The season is coming to an end. Be sure to watch it next week, episode 20. See those awesome, insane guitars. And man, I'm looking forward to it. So I'll see you guys very soon on Sunday for Sunday Morning Shred, where I talk about guitars every single Sunday here on my YouTube channel. And also a week from today for Trash to Thrash. See you guys then. Rock on, my friends.
For more than 20 years, I've been obsessed with guitars. From playing them, to working on them, to buying and collecting them, I've built quite the collection of awesome custom guitars. Now, I'm turning my passion into a profession by seeking out old, beat-up guitars and giving them new life, all while trying to make a profit. I'll be searching everywhere for used gear that I can refret, rewire, repaint, whatever it takes to make it a real shredder. This is Trash to Thrash.
Hello and welcome to Trash to Thrash. I'm Mark Murray, and this is episode 20, the season 1 finale. For 20 weeks now, I've been coming to you every Thursday with guitar restorations, and I've rebuilt over 20 guitars in the last 20 weeks. Crazy. This week I'm coming at you finishing off 4 guitars that I started over the last couple months that I never ended up finishing. A Jackson Rhoads, a Jackson Kelly, a Roswell, and an Ibanez Proline Flying V. All 4 of these guitars have crazy paint jobs on them, they're super modded up, and none of these guitars are customer guitars. These are all Guitar Guts custom shop builds, which means normally they'd be for sale, but these 4 guitars here are going to be given away to you. That's right, I'm giving away these 4 guitars. Be sure to keep watching this episode to find out how you could win one of these 4 guitars. I want to say thanks so much to everybody who's been watching the channel, who has helped spread the word, told their friends about the show. The show has grown a ton over the last 20 weeks. The YouTube channel is exploding, and I really appreciate it. So thank you guys so much for all your support. If you want me to rebuild your guitar, email me, mark@guitarguts.com. I also put my information down in the description below. Send me an email and we can talk about a custom guitar for you. All right, now let's jump on into the first guitar. It's a 1994 Jackson Concept Rhoads, a guitar I actually bought for myself over 15 years ago.
First up today, we're going to be looking at this 1994 Jackson Rhoads Concept. I bought this guitar about 16 years ago in 2005 to play on stage with my band Luckdown. The Jackson Concepts were made in the early 90s in Japan and were great guitars with lightning-fast maple necks. This is another 94 Jackson Rhoads Concept that I built for a customer a few years back. I'm going to be building this next one similar to this one with the stripe pattern, but it's going to have a very unique twist on it. Even in this beat-up form, I still think this was a really cool guitar. Years ago, inspired by Unearth, I had written Kill and covered it in tape on the top horn. This guitar features a red EMG 81 pickup and a cheap matching kill switch in red. This guitar has a real junkyard feel to it. I mounted the 9-volt battery in the neck cavity to give it an Eddie Van Halen kind of vibe. Although the guitar's really beat up and trashed, it still sounds awesome and it plays really good. So this is the perfect kind of candidate for a Trash to Thrash guitar. I sprayed it teal and purple. Someone had used these colors together on a mock-up I saw online and I loved it. So I decided to try it, but with the crazy stripes like I did on the 2 Tiger Rhoads. Then I simply apply the pattern onto the guitar and go spray it. And while it did turn out pretty cool, I don't like the way that I created the striping on this guitar. It's got too much of a tribal-y feel to me, and it's not really what I was going for. I really like the stripes on these 2 Rhoads much more. So I stripped the guitar back down and painted it teal and purple once again. And now it's on to adding black stripes back onto it, but a little more like the other Tiger Rhoads I've done before. So I laid out a piece of tape on the table and hand drew out the lines. Then I used an X-Acto knife to trace out the lines, I pull them up and then transfer them over to the body of the guitar. This guitar has teal on purple going back and forth over the whole top of the guitar, and the spots where the two colors overlap are my favorites. So I'm placing the tape over these bursted areas, so those are going to be what's preserved by the tape, and the spots left uncovered will be painted black. After it's looking good, it's time to go into the spray booth. Last time I just did black stripes, but this time I decided to do metallic black with gold and kind of a purplish flake to it. I used Perfect Match paint by Duplicolor. It's actually the metallic black that you'd see on a newer Volkswagen. And here it is unwrapped. To me, this looks so much better than before. I really didn't like it before, and now I'm totally into this finish. Left is the new finish, and the right side is the old finish. The old finish had a much more tribally look to it and just looked kind of weird to me. I never liked it, but I like the sharpness of the left. What do you guys think? Do you have a preference, or is it no big deal? Do they both look pretty cool to you? Let me know down in the comments below what your opinion is on this guitar. Now that the paint job's looking awesome, it's time to seal it all in with some nice clear coat. I sprayed on 7 coats with a polyester top coat from Henson. It looks great. I can't wait to see this thing fully put together. The black chrome hardware is going to look really good against this, especially with the metallic black striping. Now that we're all caught up, let me show you what else we've done to it lately. We'll continue looking at the headstock. Look how chipped and damaged the end of this headstock is. It's pretty trashed. So I cut a piece of hard oak wood about 1/4 inch in each direction bigger than it really needs to be. Then I glued this piece onto the headstock as shown. My shop assistant Ryan's really good at this kind of stuff, and he has all the proper tools for it. So he brought it to the belt sander and started leveling out this new piece to match the original headstock. Then he smoothed it out with some files and did some final sanding with a palm sander. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at this. He did such a good job on it. You can't even feel the transitions with your hand anymore. Looks great. So now it's Monday. I'm going to try to get some paint on this thing tonight, then stripe it up, throw some black paint on it tomorrow. Maybe by tomorrow night I can get the clear on it, and by Thursday morning, right before you guys watch this video, I can get it leveled, sanded, and assembled just in time for the season finale. This is going to be like the last thing to be finished. So that's the plan, to get some color on it now, leave it to dry overnight, and it's looking awesome. And now I'm doing some more striping for the headstock, and I was out in the paint booth at 5 a.m. spraying the black on the headstock. I let that dry for about 12 hours and then applied a new logo. Of course, then it was time to throw some clear over it. And after sanding and polishing the headstock, look at that. The stripes match the body and it looks really good. But this thing needs to be refretted, so it's time to start that. I'm using StewMac's tallest, widest fret material for this guitar, and here I'm bending the fret wire to match the radius of the fretboard. Then I start cutting up the fret wire into individual pieces that are going to become each fret. I'm pretty sure I already cleared out these fret channels, but just in case, I'm going to clean them out one more time using this StewMac tool. I use a nice light-duty hammer to set these frets in place. Then I bring it over to the press and press them in. Of course, when you do this, you need to have the right tools in your press, something that's going to have the same radius that you just bent your frets to, that's going to match the fretboard. Now I'll cut the ends down to the end of the fretboard. I have this specialized file here that cuts the ends of the frets down to a nice angle. Then the final step is to round the ends of the fret over. For this guitar, I'm using Goto locking tuners in Black Cosmo. After assembling the headstock, man, this thing is looking good. And of course, it's on to polishing and buffing. We were really in a crunch to finish these guitars this week, so I handed off a few other responsibilities to Ryan. One of them was to mount all the humbuckers into their mounting rings. For this Jackson Rhoads, we're going to go with the set of EMG 5766 pickups in black chrome. I'll be redoing all the hardware in black chrome, so this thing's going to look super good. I'm going to be replacing the pickguard and the tailpiece of this guitar with clear plastic. When I built the Alien Blood Rhoads a few months back, I made an extra pickguard and tailpiece in case I needed one for a future project, and it's already coming in handy. They weren't completely finished, so I handed them off to Ryan where he trued them up and made all the edges real straight, drilled some extra holes in them, and now the pickguard's ready for some components. On this guitar, I'm going with a Tessie kill switch, purple anodized metal with a purple LED. As far as the controls, it's just going to be a typical 3-way pickup selector switch and a single volume knob. Now that the pickguard's all wired up and the neck is all prepared, the body's been sanded and buffed, it's time for final assembly. And look at this thing. It turned out even better than I expected. This guitar has been through so much, it's seen so much. Back when I was 17 years old playing this guitar, I would never expected it to turn out this way one day. The purple LED on the Tessie kill switch comes off more pink in this video, but it really pops, really shines, and the purple anodized metal looks awesome on it. Underneath the clear pickguard, you can also see that I custom painted the battery to match the guitar. It's a very over-the-top and flashy guitar, but it's exactly what I love. What do you think? Would you play a guitar like this? Let me know in the comments down below. Now, I told you guys the guitars on this episode weren't going to be for sale and they're going to be given away. Let me explain that a little more in detail for you guys.
When I first started this show, the idea was to go out, find beat up old gear, fix it up, and then flip it for profit. But the 4 guitars on this episode, I am not selling. I'm giving them away to you guys. So if you want to win one of these guitars, head on over to my Patreon page. There's a link down in the description to that page, patreon.com/guitarguts. On there you'll see there's 3 different tiers. If you join the CEO tier, which is $10 a month, you're going to be entered every month into a drawing to win one of these guitars. I'm going to keep this going for at least 4 months, but if this keeps growing and you guys are loving it, I'll keep it going indefinitely. Anyone who signs up for the CEO tier is going to be automatically entered every month to win one of these guitars. There will be other ways, no purchase necessary to enter the contest, so follow my Instagram @GuitarGuts for details on that. If this keeps going, I'm going to throw in the Stealth Kelly and the Stealth Frankenstrats. I've got a couple other Frankenstrats around, and I'll keep building custom guitars to give away every month. I have 3 tiers on my Patreon page, and the first 2 tiers offer things like ad-free versions of this show, exclusive bonus content, and an opportunity to be in a monthly super collab with me and the other patrons. But for $10 a month, you get all that, plus a chance to win a guitar that's valued at over $1,000. Good luck, and I hope to see you over there on the Patreon page. Now don't worry, Trash to Thrash is still going to be here on YouTube, but it's going to continue to have ads. And for as little as $3 a month, you get the ad-free versions of this show and some extra bonus content. Alright, this next guitar turned out so awesome. When I was first offered this guitar, I wasn't sure if I wanted to buy it because it wasn't something I was really familiar with. But after looking into it a little bit, I knew it would be a really fun project, and it was. And it turned out really awesome. So now let's get into a guitar that made its debut on episode 9 of this show, the Ibanez Proline 1660 Flying V.
This is a 1985 Ibanez Proline 1660 Flying V. This guitar came to me through a fan of the show, who originally bought this guitar to rebuild himself, but just never got around to it. It had been sitting in a case for years, and he thought it would be a great project for me. So he reached out to me to see if I wanted to buy it off him. Well, if you've watched this show long enough, you know that I'm a sucker for buying awesome gear like this, and this would be a perfect guitar for me to rebuild on the show, so I accepted his offer. In 1985, the Proline series were Ibanez top guitars. The Proline series featured oil finish necks, flat radius fingerboards, and custom finishes. They were designed with help from top professional guitarists. The Proline series only lasted for 2 years before they were discontinued in 1986. This guitar features an alder body with bolt-on construction, a one-piece maple neck with 22 frets, and an ebony fretboard, and a Pro Rocker floating tremolo. From what I hear, these are great bridges. It's missing a couple parts, but if I can find the replacements, I'll definitely keep it on here. The finish on this guitar is a really cheap stenciled airbrush, definitely not original, and that's definitely not wood grain. So I'm going to be refinishing it with a black finish with white crackle over it. Of course, I'll color match the headstock, and then upgrade the tuners to some Goto tuners. Then I'll be upgrading the pickups to a set of EMG 81X and 60X pickups. This one's going to get an Iron Age LED kill switch, and a brand new clear pick guard. Now I'll hand this guitar off to my shop assistant, Ryan, and he'll disassemble it and get it sanded down for me. There wasn't a ton of extra body work to do, but there was definitely some. I mean, this is a guitar from 1985 and it's a Flying V. Every Flying V that I pick up used, especially ones from the 80s and the 90s, have completely trashed corners. So I rebuilt them back up and then sanded them down, and now it's ready for some paint. Now the first step for this finish is going to be to paint the guitar gloss black. For the crackle to react correctly, you need to lay down a few coats of base. In this case, it's going to be black, and this is the color that you're going to see come up through the cracks. As per the instructions, I laid down 3 coats of gloss black. Then you let the gloss black set for 45 minutes. At the same time, I also sprayed the headstock. Then I went back to the body and sprayed on the white crackle paint. I use Montana Crackle for this, and you can click a link to Amazon down in the description below to get this same paint. It's a little tricky working with crackle paint because you need to lay it on pretty thick, but you don't want to run over parts you've already ran over that are starting to dry. So you really need to find a sweet spot between moving too quickly and too slowly. And now let's watch this thing crack. This is sped up 10 times, so normally this would have been about 2 minutes, but we're seeing it at about 11 seconds. And when we look close, it looks awesome. This thing looks kind of like a marbled finish almost. I've done quite a few test crackles on some test bodies, but this is only the second one that I've done for production. This is actually really cool because this is the opposite of the V250 that I did in episode 18 with black and white. This is white with black. And of course, I got to do the headstock, which again, we'll watch in 10 times speed. Watching it live in person, you get both nervous and excited. It's kind of like doing a splatter paint job where you can't wait to see the results because it's going to give a lot of character to the guitar. Like I said, this is at 10 times speed, so as I was standing there watching this in real life, this was about 2 minutes. But then I left and came back about a half hour later, and it looked like this. Way more cracked up. This looks awesome. I made a new logo for the headstock using my vinyl cutting machine. I actually took a picture of the original one and cut it out because it's a little bit different than the other Ibanez logos I've seen. There was some real small print that says Proline Series. This actually took forever and was really hard to get my vinyl cutting machine to cooperate because the print was just so small and it's really not made to do stuff this tiny, but after a few tries I made it happen. Looking good so far. And after 6 coats of clear, this thing is nice. The clear laid on real thick. While I was at it, I sprayed the clear on the body too. So now the body and the headstock are pretty much ready to go. They're going to need some level sanding and polish, but for now I'll let them dry. In the meantime, I'm going to work on the pickguard. Like the Rhoads I showed you earlier, I'm going to be going with the clear pickguard on this one, and I cut it using a bandsaw. The bandsaw is a little tricky because it does tend to wander a little bit, so you have to go really slow when cutting something like this. After cutting out the basic shape, I made the markings for the holes, and I handed it off to Ryan once again. He trued up all the edges, drilled the holes, and countersunk the mounting holes. Wiring a pickguard's a little easier than wiring in an actual guitar because it's just out on the bench. You don't have to reach your fingers inside the guitar. It's a lot easier to access things with your soldering iron or whatever else. This one will have a single volume knob, a 3-way pickup selector switch, an iron age kill switch with a white LED, and on this one, the output jack is actually mounted on the pickguard. I love these clear pickguards. I don't think they're for every guitar, but for a guitar like this, it just looks so cool. After letting the clear dry for a few days, it's time to level sand and polish. I took care of the body, and Ryan took care of the headstock. This is the bridge that came on the Ibanez Pro line. It's called the Pro Rocker, and it's a floating tremolo. From what I hear, these are great bridges. I can tell this thing needs to be intonated. Everything's really loose on it, and it's old, but flipping it over the other side, I can see a little bit more of how this thing works. The strings actually feed through the bottom, these holes, and come out up on top. So it doesn't use any type of blocks like a Floyd Rose bridge. But it does have some similarities to a Floyd Rose, like these fine tuners here. It's missing one of the original fine tuners, and I couldn't find parts for this thing anywhere. But I did find replacement fine tuner screws for a Floyd Rose, and I could see the fine tuner for the low E was already swapped out with one for a Floyd Rose. But after trying to put the Floyd Rose one into this bridge, it actually didn't fit. The Floyd Rose fine tuner was a bigger diameter screw. So for now I'm going to just have to use the ones that came in it until I can find a replacement set. Luckily it's still functional, and it should be a real easy swap once I do get the replacements in. To make this thing really shine, it's time to now level sand it and polish it. Now all that's left to do is to mount the pickguard and the neck, string it up, and here we have the Ibanez Pro Line 1660 Flying V. Man, what a difference with this guitar. When I first showed this guitar back on episode number 9, so many people said I shouldn't refinish it because the wood grain on the guitar was so beautiful, or that the original paint job was so rare. But this paint job wasn't the original paint job at all. This is actually some cheap paint job that somebody did with a stencil and an airbrush. I didn't like it at all, and I knew that crackle or something cooler would make this guitar look way better. What do you think? Did you like the original paint job? Or do you think this crackle looks way better? Tell me down in the comments. The white LED on the kill switch matches the paint beautifully, and the EMG pickups with the classic finish match this guitar really well. I'm super happy with the way this guitar came out. The black and the white theme looks so good. This is definitely a guitar I would want in my arsenal.
I originally started the Ibanez Pro line about 2 months ago on episode 9, all about Japanese guitars. I love Japanese guitars. They make great parts for guitars, great craftsmanship, and this next guitar is also from Japan. It's the Crackle Kelly, and it also made its debut on episode 9.
This here is a 1996 Jackson Kelly KE3 with a flame maple top. I love flame maple tops, but this guitar is really damaged, and once I start adding filler onto this guitar and sanding it to repair it, it'll be unsalvageable, so we're just going to have to paint over it. The body of this guitar is made out of poplar. The neck is a maple neck with a rosewood fretboard. This Japanese-built guitar has 24 frets and Jackson's famous shark fin inlays. When set up right, these 90s Japanese Jacksons were amazing guitars. I got this guitar so cheap because if you look, it's pretty trashed. The bridge has mismatched parts. There's a giant screw just filling one of the holes. There's extra holes drilled in the body. The pickup ring is trashed. There's no neck pickup, and the body's got a lot of repairs needed. Ryan did the initial sanding of the body and head. Then he gave it back to me, and I filled in all the cracks and chips and sanded it level. Then I gave it a nice base coat of white so I could see if it needed any more repair or if it was ready for some color. At this point it did get a little more repair, but I fixed all that stuff and then sprayed on some red and orange. I want this guitar to have a lava type of effect, so I'm going back and forth layering red and orange in different ways so that when the crackle goes on, it's going to have bursts of orange and red throughout the whole thing. When I painted the headstock, I did the same thing, just layered some orange and red back and forth so that the crackle's going to give it a really cool molten lava look. 45 minutes later, I laid on the black crackle. It can sometimes take 30 to 40 minutes for the full crackle to come through, but you can see in this sped up clip how it's looking. After about an hour, this is what we have. Now that looks wicked. The plan worked perfectly as far as the orange and red went. It fades back and forth seamlessly with a very clean burst. This is pretty much exactly what I was going for with the lava look. Now it needs a nice fresh Jackson logo, so I printed one up on my vinyl cutter and installed it on the headstock. And threw some clear over all that, and look at that, this thing is looking awesome. Now going back to the body, here's when I added the crackle onto it. And the crackle turned out pretty cool in my opinion. The back of the guitar looks great, but here to the left of the volume knob you can see there's some weird wrinkling in the finish. With the crackle paint job you can't really just sand down one section and repaint it. There's a pattern going on that's not going to match up. So I should have known there to sand it back down and refinish it. But I continued on and sprayed some clear over it, thinking maybe there's a way I can still save this when I add clear and level sand. But after adding the clear, you can see that the wrinkles are really deep still. So I sanded it all back down level, did a little bit of touch up, sprayed some clear on, and it didn't look good. So I sanded it back down and refinished it. I actually even found a little better of a color even, this more fiery orange that I added into the mix. It actually came out better the second time around. So then I added the crackle back over it again, and the crackle came out even better than it did on the first time. This thing looks killer. I added some more clear back over this new crackle pattern. I level sanded and polished it out. And as I was sanding that one spot where the paint wrinkled, I could see that it was coming back through, that it went through the clear coat. And then it started to go down through the crackle coat, and you could see that blotchy spot there where all the red is.
You know, things don't always go as planned, and this happened because I rushed the guitar. I wanted to have it ready for episode 20 here, and I should have taken a little more time and prepped it better. But I didn't, and I have a huge problem here. So I'm going to actually hand this guitar off to my shop assistant Ryan, have him sand it back down, and I'm going to respray it and restart it. You know, I had a couple of options after this happened. I could have relicked it a little more and sold it off as a relic Crackle Kelly. I could have made a pick guard to cover that spot, but I had a vision for this guitar and I want it to look how I planned. Be sure to follow my videos, my YouTube channel here, and you'll see me working on this thing, I'm sure. But for now, this thing is not going out like this. When you build custom guitars, each one's basically an experiment. You're putting things together that don't normally come together on a stock guitar, and you run into stuff like this. You know, the Kelly was coming out so awesome and it's a huge disappointment, but at the end of the day, it's really only about a month delay. I can sand it back down, respray it, Most of the time in there is going to be waiting between coats of paint to dry before clearing and before sanding and all this stuff. So it's not a ton of work to get it back to where it was, but it is disappointing because it was coming along so awesome. The game plan is going to be the same for it. It's still going to be the cracked lava look, and I'm still going with the same style colors and everything like that, but I'm just going to go with a thicker clear and to make sure that I fill in those cracks a little better. Now let's get into one that did come out nearly perfect, the Roswell.
A few years ago, I bought this Jackson Roswell replica off eBay. It's just a body, unfinished, routed for a single humbucker and a Floyd Rose. The first thing I did to it, of course, was drilled a hole for the kill switch, using a 5/8 inch Forstner drill bit in my drill press. Then I brought it over to the paint booth and laid down the base color, flat black. Next I sprayed on the purple sparkle color, and over the black it looks so awesome. For a guitar with a space feel like this, I had to go with an awesome color like this. And of course I color matched the headstock. For the Roswell, the original ones had a different type of headstock, but I really like the classic pointy Jackson headstock, so that's what I'm going with for this guitar. Once again, I used my vinyl cutting machine to make a new logo for this guitar. And originally I tried a silver one because I thought with the chrome hardware a silver logo might look really cool. But it kind of came out a little dull, and I ended up removing it and put a white logo on, which pops way more on this headstock. Then I took the body and the neck next door to the paint booth and sprayed the clear on them. Then of course I level sanded it, polish sanded it, and buffed it out. And that gloss is looking nice. Look at this thing. I'll need to go through and detail the pickup route and the bridge route because compound and polish got built up in the corners there. Now when I went to go set this guitar up, there was a couple little issues. First of all, the Jackson neck didn't fit into the neck pocket of this body. A Jackson neck is slightly wider than a standard guitar neck, so I completely forgot that this was an aftermarket body and it wasn't made for a Jackson neck. So I took out the Dremel and I widened the neck pocket. But that got me thinking, what's the scale length on this body? Is it a 24 3/4 or is it a 25.5 inch scale length? Is it made for 22 frets or 24 frets? So I set the neck into the neck pocket and realized I'm going to have to reset the neck in a different position so I can get a 25.5 inch scale length on this guitar. For this I used a Bosch 1 horsepower router. It's a much more powerful tool than the Dremel, and I'm going to be removing quite a bit more material than just widening the neck pocket. So the router was the perfect choice. And after removing the neck about 5/8 of an inch closer to the bridge, it's perfect. 25.5 inches from the nut to the saddle. While I was at this, I painted all the cavities flat black so it looked really nice and clean. Now it's time to finish up some detailing on the body, install the electronics, the bridge, and the neck. Before installing the electronics, I used some copper shielding to insulate the cavity. This guitar has never had electronics installed in it before, so there was nothing ever in there to shield it. My favorite type of shielding to use is copper shielding. So many little things always come up when installing guitar parts, so this output jack won't fit in the plate. We're going to have to drill it out. Now after drilling it out, it fits perfectly into the plate, but the plate doesn't fit in the body. The output jack's hitting up against the inside of the cavity, so I'm going to get the Dremel out again and remove some material from inside the output jack cavity. Now this guitar is ready to start being wired up. This guitar is actually going to be the first guitar to receive a Guitar Guts kill switch. Going with the chrome one on this guitar because it's getting all chrome hardware, so of course you got to match it. The control cavity inside this guitar wasn't quite deep enough, so I had to route out a little step for the kill switch to sit down into. And now the body is complete. We just got to attach the neck, string it up, set it up, and this one's ready to go. That chrome EMG 81 looks awesome, and next to a Floyd Rose like that, it just, all the chrome is coming together and just looking so good on this guitar. It's exactly what I was hoping for. It totally has that UFO vibe and just is an awesome guitar. After sanding and polishing the headstock and assembling it, I just love the way the chrome looks with this finish. It exceeded my expectations. This guitar is awesome. The chrome Goto tuners look great on it. It's got an R3 Floyd Rose nut. Like I said earlier, I originally bought this guitar to restore and keep in my own collection so I could have a Roswell. But now I've decided to give this guitar away, so go sign up to my Patreon page if you want a chance to win this thing. All that's left to do now is attach the neck, string it up, set it up, and intonate it. And look at this thing. gorgeous. This has got to be one of my favorite guitars I've ever done. I love the finish on it. The way that the chrome looks with the glitter finish is just so awesome. The thing just shines. I love the reverse headstock on it. The neck is actually from a 1996 PS4. It's a spare one I had around, so I thought it would be a great neck for this guitar. And normally I'm not a big fan of chrome hardware. I mean, I like it and all, but wow, on this guitar, it just really pops. When I originally planned out Trash to Thrash, I was really only planning on doing 6 episodes for Season 1. And from the beginning, the plan was to have this be the Season 1 finale guitar. Before I started working on this guitar, I thought about it a lot, and I kind of knew that this is the route I wanted to go with the chrome and the glitter paint, but I didn't really know exactly how it was going to turn out, and man, this thing is just, it is stunning. So I must ask, when you look at these 3 guitars side by side, the Roswell, the Rhoads, and the Ibanez Proline 1660 Flying V, which one do you like best? The Roswell sparkles with its glitter paint and chrome hardware. The Rhoads is a real attention grabber with its bright colors and black chrome hardware. And the Proline V looks both orderly and chaotic with its black and white crackle. Let me know in the comments which one of these guitars you guys like the best.
All right, guys, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for all the comments. Thanks for all the support. I really appreciate it. I'll be back here July 1st with Season 2 of Trash to Thrash. And remember, you can still get the Guitar Guts pedal and the Guitar Guts kill switch at guitarguts.com. So I'll leave a link down below in the description for that stuff. If you want me to customize your guitar, email me, mark@guitarguts.com. Or if you want to commission me to build you something custom, same thing, mark@guitarguts.com. Remember, if you want to win one of these guitars, go sign up to my CEO tier at Patreon, patreon.com/guitarguts. We have maybe 10 people on there already. That means one of those 10 people is going to win this guitar. The odds are super good. The first drawing for a guitar is going to be for the Ibanez Proline V, and it's going to be June 15th. So go sign up. The link is in the description for this video, and good luck. Guys, thanks so much for watching. I will see you very soon on Sunday with the Sunday Morning Shred, and I'll still be posting videos every Thursday here, little previews of what to expect for Season 2, and little things like that. So, see you guys very soon, and rock on, my friends.